Hey there guys, my name is Steven Davidian, and today we're going to be going over the course curriculum on the project to create 3D assets for a Battle Royale game. I had a lot of fun creating this project. I really learned some things myself, honestly, throughout the way. So in this project we actually create a 3D character. We're relatively keeping it very low poly. We kind of go for a more mobile style game look. And trying to conserve all of our polygons and all of our texture sheets into the most minimal viable thing that we actually can. So it's broken up into 7 sessions. The first one covering the character base mesh. From there we're going to be finishing up the character's base mesh. So this is just covering our BR character, from how he looks and stuff like that. Getting a clean mesh, so in the future if you create an actual game, maybe you can use that base mesh to create different kinds of outfits and skins and stuff like that. Begin modeling the environment in session 3, modeling the props for the game. We're going to continue modeling the props, so these props are going to be consistent of trees, buildings, cars, street lights, mazes, stuff like that. And then session 6 and 7 we're going to be wrapping it up by texturing everything. Initially we'll start up in Substance Painter, texture to character, use some brush strokes, hand paint the texturing, and then we're going to go up in session 7 and use all palette shader texturing within Blender to conserve our entire environment map within one texture map. And it's very useful for mobile games. So a little click like overview. This is not finalized yet, but this is kind of something we'll be going over. It's unlit shaded, and the colors are obviously varied. This is our character that we created within Blender and using Substance Painter. A very mobile-like style game. Nothing crazy, but yeah, we're gonna just be going over how to create these style of games. Try to make it as efficiently and as fast as possible. So if you guys feel like this course will help you, I can't wait to see you guys in session 1. My name is Steven Davidian, and I hope you guys all have a good one. Hey there guys, my name is Steven Davidian, and today we're going to be starting the first session of this tutorial series. So we're going to be creating 3D assets for a Battle Royale game. This session's kind of broken up into different segments. We have a couple different sessions that we're going to be going over. This first one we're going to be kind of reading some different low poly mobile styles. We're going to be referencing a game called Battle Royale. It's a mobile Royale game that we're going to kind of take the style of and try to replicate it. So I'm going to bring over a tab right over here in front of my computer screen, so you can kind of see exactly what we're trying to go for. So within this tutorial, we're going to be trying to replicate the character. So we want some sort of base mesh that we can allow whatever user that's playing to kind of use that as their humanoid character. So we're going to be going over different kind of styles, and I really like this low poly style that Battlelands use, where it's like these stubby, like chibi like characters almost, and they have very subtle hints of textures, nothing crazy, and they remain at like a very low poly state. So if you can see these images that I'm clicking on, you can see these characters are very low poly, very short and stubby, which is good for the mobile platform, and their textures aren't like too extreme. They're almost minimal at this point. It just looks good because they all fit within one style and stuff like that. So we're going to be trying actually to replicate maybe a character like this with the suit on. Let me try to get like an in-game image of this guy, something maybe along the lines of this. I think this isn't pre-alpha. Yeah, this isn't pre-alpha, so something like this, I would say. So this character is kind of like the base hero you get when you start the game. I have already a reference file, so if I come here and I hit background image, add my image, open it. Forget what's the image called actually. I think it's called Chibi. I titled it a different name, I think that's what it is. If I hit 1 and 5 on my keyboard, yeah. Okay, now I found this image off Google, and the reason why I picked this one is because it replicates our original character that we're trying to kind of emulate. Now we're gonna copy his like tux, or his dress shirt and his shoes, and maybe the style of his head, but we will kind of change it up into some different styles so he's not completely identical to what we have within Battlelands. Maybe we can give him like a mohawk or something like that. But we'll see down the line, right when we start modeling the base mesh. Before we get into like getting through the clothes and his hair and stuff like that, we'll kind of get the basic body down. So let's start off by, deleting this. Let's add a cube. So I like to start off with the head. I add a cube, and the first thing I do is I hit W and subdivide smooth it once and twice. After I subdivide it, I usually tend to delete half of it. So I'll come over here, pick my box cut tool, and I'll delete the faces to just delete half of it. Add a modifier, and we'll add the mirror modifier. Okay, now we're going to be moving this around, kind of aiming it towards his head. Scale this down. Now I don't think this orthographic view is perfect. 3 on our keyboard. Just because you can see the angles where his shoulders aligning, it's not perfectly aligned and stuff like that. So let's go over here. Right now I'm switching between the side angle and the front angle. So the front angle is used by 1 on the keyboard, and the side is used by 3. So I just go very quickly front and back just to get like a nicer view and make sure all my views are looking good from kind of every angle. I'm using my proportional editing tool to kind of, push some faces back, push some forward to fit this kind of style. I'm just going for the base mesh. Right now I'm not really going for anything else. I don't want to sculpt anything on those lines. I just want to create a nice clean base mesh for this mobile game. Okay. Pull this down just a little more, nothing crazy. I look at it, you can see that his head's starting to look pretty decent. Now what I would do is I'd probably select a cylinder, turn clipping off. I'll make the cylinder, I would say 8-sided, I guess. Okay, I'll take this, take proportional editing off, move this over, use B to delete half the faces. Delete those faces. Now take these faces, bring them down, scale them to kind of fit the body, turn clipping on and push them together. So now they're stuck together. Okay. Now what we can do is we can hit 3 on our keyboard and we can follow the orthographic view that we're trying to get. Scale this down, hit 1 on our keyboard, trying to get a clean, nice view. Okay. I'm going to go to my user preferences really quickly because it is kind of, I have an input set for my user preferences for sculpting within Blender. Since we're not going to be sculpting, I'm going to just take it off. And that's emulate 3-button mouse, which just allows me to move a little more swiftly with my pen tablet when I'm sculpting. Okay, I'm going to pull this towards his neck and hit 1 on my keyboard. All right. What we could do is we can rotate this on the x-axis. On my keyboard, push this down. Okay. Up, right about here. Now I don't want to get into modeling his neck yet. Still trying to keep it clean. Add some edge loops over here to kind of push out towards his chest and push out towards his back. I'm going to push these edges in and I'm going to push these edges in. I'm going to add 2 edges over here. Push that out and I'm going to push this out. Slide that over. All right. Push these in. I'm going to make it a little bit more of a curve. So by sliding this, now I'm selecting this by hitting Alt and I'm hitting G twice to slide them down to kind of smooth out the cylinder. Okay. Now let's follow this shape a little bit better. We'll add another edge loop. Select this, I'll push this in. Add another edge loop. Select those and bring them out on our keyboard. Now what we're gonna have to do here is start matching up all of these. So pushing these out, selecting these over here. Oh, that's the wrong thing. We don't want to do that. Selecting these over here and maybe pulling them out on the x-axis. And with over here, pulling these out. And same with over here. I'll push these in a little bit. Push this in, push this in. And it's kind of like a trial and error kind of process at this point. Just trying to get some different kind of views to make it look a little bit nicer. I'll turn proportional editing on. Start pushing some things out. You know, you can bring this over towards the shoulder. Push this in. Could select this, and I'll probably extrude downwards and scale it on the Z axis. Hit 3 on my keyboard. Rotate this on the Z. Start fixing it up a little. Extrude probably one more time. Scale it down. Okay. Push this in subtly. Bring this down. All right, now I'm just trying to get this shoulder piece kind of fit in a little bit better. Pushing this down. I'll extrude this over, scale it in, and I'll bring it up towards the neck. Scale it down on the Z-axis. Scale this down. Neck is kind of hard to do with this low poly style. You're gonna have to kind of move a lot of vertices over to kind of make it fit right. And you can see over here that I'm kind of doing that. So I'm gonna just keep on moving some of these vertexes over. Okay, just like that. So I'm selecting everything and I'm hitting G twice. Alrighty. Even hit G twice over here. Curve this out a little bit. Push this in too. Okay. Let's hide our head. I just want to focus on the body right now. Let's hide our head. Okay. So now if we turn proportional editing, you can see that it only affects our body because our head mesh is kind of disappeared right now. We don't see it. So that's essentially what I want when I'm creating this. I don't want to affect anything else. I just want to affect this piece right here. Okay. It's over. Trying to fit like a nice place for his leg around his hip. Pushing this in a little bit more. I see over here I might add another edge loop just because it's getting a little bit tight. Okay. 3 on my keyboard. Start spacing this out a little bit nicer. And it is a trial and error process. I'm trying to make this look as clean as I can. I'll probably add 2 more edges right here. Now what I'm going to do is I'll hit 3 on my keyboard. I'll extrude over here, and then I'll extrude over here. Come out. Let me turn proportional editing off. And I'm going to merge these to center. So merge to center. Oh, wrong thing. Oh, I have another, sorry, I had another one selected. Merge to center, and then over here, merge that to center, and then that should be good. I'll select one edge loop in the middle of this. Actually, move that down. Push that over. Put one more edge loop right here, and I'll bring this down. Just like that. Hit 3 on my keyboard. Okay, you could smooth this out at this point if you are getting kind of like tired almost of viewing it at that angle. Okay, I'm just starting to shape out some of these shapes. You know, moving some things up, pushing some things in. Hit 3 on my keyboard. It says right over here is right around where the shoulder should be, but that's obviously wrong. Okay, so I probably push this right around here. I'll inset the faces, and I hit 1 on my keyboard. I'll push out. Okay, push out, and then I'll delete these faces like so. And we have an 8-sided face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is good. Okay. 1 on my keyboard. And you want to kind of, you know, we can come over here and start looking at some reference again. to see how it's kind of shaped and how it's kind of looking. And we can kind of just work with that right now. So let's hit 3 on our keyboard. Over here you can see it's kind of getting off-putted in comparison to what we have here. Now you can match it up, so you can, select this over here and, bring this up, start matching it and filling it with a better light. And then select this, rotate this on the x-axis. Just moving some vertexes around to make it a little bit neater. Now this isn't the exact mesh we want, and that is why I'm kind of taking it with kind of almost like a grain of salt. Push this down. Let me push this down. Push these down. Hold that out. Actually, I'll keep that in. I want his neck to be kind of thinner. But yeah, I kind of take these with a grain of salt, but like I'm still trying to maintain a similar flow. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is 9 edges. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to merge those together. I'm going to remove the doubles. So now it should be around 8 edges. Okay. Over here, I'm going to probably push these in. Push these in just like that. Slide these over. Now I'm going to try to bring up, let's see if I can kind of bring up his hip bone a little bit. Okay, and you can either extrude just like that and shape it, or you can add a cylinder, which I'll probably do. I'll take clipping off, I'll turn proportional editing off, and I'll add a cylinder. An 8-sided cylinder is good. We can delete both of these faces. And we can scale this down. 3 on our keyboard to go into the side view. And now what we can do is we can start pulling this over. Kind of get a better view. Hit 1. Rotate it to the y-axis to fit kind of where it's going to be. And once it's kind of aligned in, just like that, then you can start adding some more edge loops to fill it out a little. And we don't want his pants to be kind of too big, because I think from the reference that we have, the guy's pants are generally skinnier, especially it gets skinnier towards the bottom of his leg. So we don't want really too much. I'm going to push this over to the other side of my computer so I could kind of see how this guy looks almost at all times, just because it's hard to not have a reference at all times. Scale this down. So yeah, it generally gets a little bit skinnier as it goes down. That's kind of what I want to replicate. Extrude in. I'll pull this out and I'll make another stroke and I'll bring this in. Bring this down. Right around here, I'll rotate on the Y. Kind of get that kneecap effect. Push that in. Hit 3 on my keyboard. Now, since we kind of followed it on the front axis, we're gonna kind of have to replicate it on the back. So, push this back here. Bring this back. You can push these out to give him like kind of some more voluptuous calves if you want. Kind of like that. It's all varied for your style if you want to or if you don't want to. I'll probably kind of tone it down just for my style's sake. I kind of like it more like flattened. Okay. So now what we can do is we can start matching these up. So you can merge these vertexes together. So merge to last. Oh no, let me take this texture space off. Merge to last. Merge to last. Okay, filling all these in. Now smooth this out because it looks really weird because we have a soft object and a harsh object. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn clipping on first of all. I'm gonna push these in, and I'm gonna push these out because I don't want his hips to kind of be like really out. Just because if you look at the reference over here, you can see that his body is kind of square shaped and he has a lot of gappage through his legs. So I'm going to kind of try to emulate something that looks like that just because I think it looks kind of cool. It's a cool effect to have on your meshes. So it's a very mobile game kind of look too, I'm not going to lie. So I think something like that would be pretty cool. Now what we can do is we can kind of emulate what we just did again for the legs, but for the arms. So we have an 8-sided polygon. Let me take proportional editing off. Okay. Let's take faces, and we can delete both of these faces, hit 1 on our keyboard, and now we can do the same exact thing, what we just did, but with the arm. Okay, we'll come over here. Take this, rotate on the Y, scale it. Okay, that's wrong. I'm gonna rotate this harshly on the Y and push this over. Alrighty. Rotate it again. Hit 3 on our keyboard, make sure it's all lined up. Okay, once you have it kind of aligned, now you can kind of start adding some geometry. I'm gonna keep on adding some geometry over here. Kind of poof this out a little bit more. Push these out. Push kind of his biceps out, if you can call this like a bicep. I'm just focusing on the front angle right now. Later on, we'll get into getting the geometry correct on the side angle. But for right now, yeah, I'm just gonna focus on this front angle. Okay. So what we're gonna do now is merge these together. So file, merge to last. There will be some issues, but I think we should be okay. Some merging issues, like okay, scale that and merge that to the last. Come over here, merge, 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 and I think that's it, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So if we smooth this out, now we can come in here better, and we can start straightening this out a little bit because you can tell it's all wanky and wacky right now. Moving these in, trying to fit them and fix them up a little bit. Add another edge right here, move this in. Pushing all these over. Okay, now underneath here we got to kind of clean this up. And a lot of these kind of textures too within these meshes are hand painted textures. So they are going to be like painted. They are going to be painted on, like a lot of the details. Kind of like his eyes and stuff like that. Those things will be just painted on him. You're not going to really have like eyelids and stuff on a character kind of like this. So I'm going to widen out his top body a little bit more. Kind of pushing this out and then pushing his legs in. Kind of like that. Now, there are some deformities I can already tell. The main ones I can tell is kind of underneath his armpit. We need to fix that. We need to kind of emphasize his shoulders a little bit more too. So we're going to push in under his armpit, and on the top of his shoulders, we're going to kind of start emphasizing them a little bit more, because right now they're kind of sloop and slouchy. We're gonna start, let's turn clipping back on. Start pushing his neck in a little bit, scaling that down, pushing it in. You can turn proportional, actually keep it on for right now. Turn proportional editing on. And I'm just trying to fix it up, trying to clean this up, make it a little bit nicer. Nothing crazy. The higher resolution you make your meshes, the more work you're gonna end up having to do, if you know what I mean. The more work you put into it, the higher quality everything has to be and stuff like that. So if you're gonna make kind of like a wacky style mobile game, I recommend not really going into too much detail on creating like characters like that. You just want to try to minimize everything you possibly can to the lowest amount of detail. That's what will make it kind of worthwhile for you. All right, so let's bring these in. Let's turn proportional editing off. Let's bring this in. Let's rotate on the Y. Set it right around right here. Let's rotate this on the Y a little. Move this down. And I think that's a lot better. Okay. Put that over. Alrighty. It's very boxy shaped, but that's okay. Kind of trying to fix these out a little bit, trying to move some of these around. Moving these pieces down. Okay. Looking pretty good. Not horrible, but not amazing, I guess. Give me 1 second. Drink some water. Okay. Let's take, all right. His shoulder is looking a bit weird, I'm not gonna lie. Let me turn this up a little. Move it out, move this in. Okay, that looks a little bit better. So I'm gonna hit Alt H, take his head off. I'm gonna bring this up, take proportional editing out. Take this, I'm gonna extrude, push these down, delete these faces, scale this down. Have it kind of aligned right there for the neck region. Select these over here and I'll push these in. Kind of aligning his neck to get a little bit closer to what the original mesh has. And his shoulders in the original mesh are kind of straight off. They kind of are broadened like right around there. That's a little bit too much, I would say. Probably right like around there. And the reason why it looks weird is his underarm within the mesh that I see, at least the character that I see, kind of goes up a lot, just like that. I think it kind of does something along the lines of that. If you want to add kind of like a chest piece, you can. I don't really want to, but you can if you do. Let's see the legs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's 8 sides. Let's turn proportional editing off. Let's put a cube on. Take clipping off. Scale this cube. Now I'm not gonna really follow this piece that we have down here. I'm gonna kind of pretend that I'm creating like dress shoes for this character. And I want his feet to be very petite, you know, very small. I don't want him to have large feet, just because the style in which we're going for, that kind of calls for him having smaller styled feet. So over here, let me hide this really quick. Hide, hit H, If I inset this and I delete the faces, I think I have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we have 8. All right, cool. That down. Let's move that up. Let's inset again. No, actually, let's just scale this down. Forget insetting for right now. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to map out his shoes to make sure they kind of look nice. His dress shoes, I would say. I'm kind of making the hole on where his feet would technically be put in. You can see I'm kind of mapping this out a little bit. Okay. So I'm looking at the reference, and they're very kind of poppy. They kind of pop up a lot, and kind of add a couple more layers, and I'll turn proportional editing on, and I'll scale on the X a little bit. Let's bring this up too. Scale this, but let's turn that up just a little bit. Bring that down. Push this down just a little bit, and push this down just a little bit. Let's bevel this. Shift R to bevel that. Now we do have an end gun on this side, so what we're gonna have to do is use a knife tool to get rid of that end gun. And okay, so it's a nice softer shape right here. Okay, over here, move these down. Probably move this side back right here to kind of pull this back. Kind of replicate the dress shoes a little bit more. Use this to push this forward up. Bevel this over, and then copy that on the other side. Now I'm just trying to kind of make these shoes more softer towards the front. I don't want them to be like these hard knot shoes, and I'll probably honestly also take these and bring them back too, because it feels like it's a little too front. And again, we have an end gun towards the top of the shoe right here. We just need to get rid of that 5-sided polygon. We don't want that. Now we can add an edge loop very comfortably. Oh, we have an end gun on the bottom too. Excuse me. Take that and then click enter. Now we very quickly got rid of that. Now what we can do is we can select this top row. Probably add, probably push this up, and then I'll add one more vertex. Now I'll take these and let's hit 3 on my keyboard. Push them down just a little bit. Hey, push the tip of his shoes up to make it look kind of perky. I don't really know how dress shoes tend to look. I like never wear dress shoes, but I think this is like a rendition of the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds character. I think so. I don't know for sure, but alrighty. So let's take the vertexes now. I kind of want to bring this down too, just because I feel like it is a little too up, and I kind of want to level it out. Turn proportional editing down and then bring that down. Scale this too, probably. Scale it on the x-axis just a little bit. Let's hit Alt-H. Get this over here. All right, let's save this too. I'm gonna call this, what are we gonna call this? Battle Royale. Battle Royale assets. And the reason why I'm saving is because I've used Blender enough to know that it can crash at a heartbeat. You know, just whenever it wants, it can just crash on you. So that's why I kind of recommend being able to just very quickly, you know, hit save. Not really hard to do. I'll bring this up over here. Probably now, since I'm looking at this, I'll size them up. Want it to kind of fit pretty nicely. Over here, I'll size them down back. Okay. It's like this over here. Now what you could do is you could probably just like push these in here and then bomb. You have it done. Probably be the fastest way, or you can connect them in. Connecting them is going to be a little bit tougher. Okay, so let's bring these up. Let's take this in the middle, merge to last. So whichever one you select, it's going to merge to the last one. Take these over here, merge this to last. Yeah, I think it's we're gonna have to. I think we're gonna have to create too many polygons to kind of do this too. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this. I'm just gonna push it in just like that. Probably pull this out a little bit. Move this up, move this down, kind of create something that looks like that. We just cover that hole. What we could do is scale this hole down so you ensure that you're never going to see that. Okay. Very quickly too, I'd probably add like this little edge over here. And I'd probably just extrude it just a little bit to kind of create the effect of like a dress shoe. I think that might be a little too small, maybe. Maybe we can make that a little bit bigger. Maybe like over here, and then extrude that. That looks a little bit nicer, I think. Yeah, okay, that's not gonna work. All right, just trying some things out, just because I'm not really too into dress shoes. I don't create a lot of dress shoes characters, so. Just trying to very quickly, you know, see things that work or don't work and play with them. Okay, so that looks pretty good, I would say. For the character, he has his little boots, you know, him as a whole is looking good. Over here, you have some deformation. Probably just pull some of this out and fix that up just because it's kind of plugged in right now. So I'll pull some of these pieces out. Over here, that's fine. Probably just move this up. Trying to fix out any issues within our base. Scale. Oh, let me turn proportional editing back on. I'll probably push this. Turn it off, actually. I'll probably push this in. So, yeah. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take his hand, scale this down. I'm going to count how many. 1, 2. I think that's 8. I already put that there, so I know that's 8. Turn clipping off. Scale this down. For his hand, I'm going to do like a low poly styled hand. Let me scale this over here. Scale that. Scale it down. I'm going to do it very stylized and low poly. I'm not going to create like a realistic hand just because I feel like it would be a waste for what we're doing. Alrighty. Select all these, delete these. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, 8. Perfect. Okay. Now box modeling kind of like this is... It's not something I do a lot. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. I don't really box model that much. I tend to just focus on sculpting a lot, which is weird. I should kind of do this a lot more, but for some reason I really like to sculpt. Like, I genuinely enjoy it. So when I'm not doing it, I feel like wasting time essentially. So. Putting this in, bringing this out. Okay, now we just need to kind of replicate some sort of low poly hand. Nothing kind of crazy, just something to kind of, you know, make this look a little bit nicer. So I'll rotate this on the Y-axis. And Actually, you know what? I think it looks a lot cooler, personally, when... Let me see how I can kind of get away with this. I'm gonna move this over. So I need the fingers to be kind of out. So around the front side, I need his index finger to be out. Because if you're looking straight at the character, the thumb and index finger are out, right? I would say, and then the back of his hand is like that. So what I would probably do now is push this over here. I would bring this out. Actually, like looking at my hand, to be honest, for most of this. Okay, I'd bring this out. Now I'll take this over here. I'll extrude this. I'll rotate it on the y-axis, and then I'll extrude it again. And I could scale that down. Okay, so that could be like the remaining 3 fingers, I would say, of his hand. Now for the 4th finger, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna push this in. For his 4th finger, what we can do is take this, extrude this out, you know, push this away a little, rotate to the Y, and then extrude down, scale that down. And that could be his 4th finger. Probably make his wrist a little bit more narrow. And, you know, there's a lot more you can probably do to make it look a little bit nicer. But for right now, this is kind of like, this is kind of it. Okay, take these, push these in. All right, yeah, like I said, there's much more you can do to make it a little bit nicer, but for right now I'm keeping it basic like this just because I don't want to go, like I said, too into detail on something like this. I'm trying to keep the style kind of generally the same. So now what I'm going to probably do is, because we have the finger, now we need to create the thumb. So that's our index finger, and now the thumb needs to get created, and we'll probably create the thumb. Yeah, that one's gonna be a little tricky. Probably create it right here. Inset this, bring this out, rotate it on the X. Scale this out, scale it down. Just doing some scaling on this just to try to make it a little bit thicker. Trying to keep it clean. Extrude a little. Extrude. And then probably one more extrusion. Okay, now that looks really bad, but we're gonna have to, like, obviously fix that up. Rotate it on the Z a little, bring that down. Okay. Smooth all this out. Take this over here, pull that out. Move this over. Straightening the rest of these things out. Okay. Not too shabby. Trying to fix his thumb right now, so I'm gonna hide this really quick. Hide that. Try to kind of get, let me hide his head too, so it's not annoyingly in my face. I'm just gonna try to come over here and, you know, kind of make his thumb a little bit nicer. Even though you'll never really see his thumb within a game, because it is like a very zoomed out point of view, which is very helpful to know when you're creating. You want to know kind of what point of view and everything your game is going to be in, because it'll help so much when you're creating. You can kind of know what you need, what you don't need, and stuff like that very quickly. So rotate this on the x-axis, bomb that in, take this over here, and then push that up. Okay. Scale this down. Let's hit Alt H now. I'm gonna merge these in. I think this hand's gonna be too small though, so kind of merge these in really quick. Scale his entire hand up. Okay. We go to the reference image. As a reference image, the hands are fairly small. That's why I'm scared to kind of do any, make it big or anything. Just because I feel like to stay true to the reference, his hands stay small, so I don't want to do anything that kind of deters that away. So, okay, let's merge to last. Merge to last, merge to last. Now, if you need finger animations or you're doing like a first-person shooter and you're like, oh, I need the fingers to like look really nice, then by all means model out all the fingers. But for this piece, we don't necessarily need it to be like beautiful, so that's why we're kind of just rushing it. Very quickly, I'll probably push this up over here, scale this down. Okay, I'm gonna push this in, kind of where this forearm indentation is. Push this out for like a minor bicep. Same with the tricep. Take this over here, scale that out, push that out for like a tricep kind of. And then, you know, for an elbow, very simple. Just push these in. Push that out and then push this out. Kind of create like a subtle elbow shape. Here, just bring these in. Bam. So, you have a nice bicep, nice elbow, but the thing is, this is gonna get covered with a shirt, so we're not really too worried about that. We'll probably smooth out his shoulder. Now you can add more geometry too if you want to smooth everything out. But I think with everything, it's gonna start looking good. Right now, it's kind of rough, but when we start adding everything else, I think it'll start looking a little bit nicer and cleaner. Okay. See, I'm just moving. Right now, I'm not really doing anything. I'm just moving geometry around, making it a little bit cleaner. Space where it's kind of spaced out, I kind of want to get rid of, so you know, I just use the grab brush tool, select vertexes and hit G twice to move them around. Nothing technically really crazy, matter of fact. Alrighty, push these in, out, push them out. Oh, now, trying to see if I can kind of turn O, rotate to Y, push this down, rotate on Y, push this down, rotate on Y, and rotate on Y. Oh, not hide that, sorry. Hit G twice and push that down. Okay. Merge these together, remove doubles. Hit G on my keyboard. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use a knife tool. I'm going to come over here, enter, push this in to kind of pop out his shoulder a little bit. Pull that out. What that does is allows me to pop out his shoulder so I can have kind of like a sense of where his shoulder is going to be. You could do that with the chest too if you really want to. So what you could do is kind of where you guide the chest. So if you want the chest right here, if you want the chest kind of like right here, you can come along, take that over, and then pop the chest out. And now you kind of have a general idea of where the chest is. If you want it kind of underneath his armpit, push that out a little, kind of underneath his armpit, like right here. Take the knife tool and then select, hit enter, Bring this in, push that out. You do it something like that. I don't think this fits the style for his chest. I think it looks good on the shoulder. But when it comes down to the chest, I don't think it fits perfectly. You could do some optimization, kind of like around his underarm right now. But I think for the sake of this video, I think it's not needed. Okay. Alrighty. Kind of spacing these vertexes down from underneath him. Push this in. Now what we'll probably do here is probably add these vertexes together. Now this is going to get a little bit messy. Okay, let me move that down. This is going to get a little bit messy. So we're going to have to kind of work with this right now. And because you can see the polygons for the face and the polygons for his neck are very uneven. We're going to kind of have to merge a couple of these vertexes like here. Merge those and then, you know, kind of put these together like that. Or what we can do actually is just kind of add some depth into here. So let's actually merge this down. So merge to last, and then merge this to last, merge to last. Merge this to last right here. Kind of go down and do all of these. Right, merge that. So we have one, we have three, but we only have two. Okay, let's probably add one right there. Merge that, and then merge that. Okay, awesome. So this is around 2,000 triangles so far. Without kind of really optimizing it with like anything, we kind of got away with creating like around 2,000 triangles, which is fairly good. Like, you know, that's not really bad for what we're trying to go for. Hit O on our keyboard, bring down our face, and these guys' faces are like very strong jaws. It looks like, you know, and very predominant jaws, and that's what I'm trying to kind of go for. Okay, so just to work on his head a little bit better, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna select all the way up to here. Let's hide that. Let's take these over here, hide that. Nice. Okay, so now I can work on his head by pushing some vertex. Oh, gotta hide these also. These vertexes, hide those. All right. I think these two, hide that. Okay, finally. Okay. So we need to pull this down. Start mapping out his jaw. Look at him from straight ahead over here, you know, probably all around right over here. Probably push that in. One on the keyboard, push that out. Okay. Select these, bring that out. I'm trying to just get the general shape of his head down right now. Not really focused on, you know, any sense of anatomy or something like that. I'm just focused on his head shape. Yes, these guys do have very big heads. Very big heads, so it's kind of what we're trying to emulate and create. Here, start shrinking this in just a little bit. Has to be kind of like a boundary you don't want to cross with size, and I don't really want to cross a certain boundary where it looks kind of like ridiculous. So that's why I'm kind of trying to push some things back, push some things forward, make it a little bit easier. I'm It tends to see like their heads are kind of sunk in too, from what I can kind of tell. So, okay. Push this in over here. Just moving vertexes around at this point. I'm not even really focusing on anything else. Turn O to proportional editing. You do need to get a little bit more into detail in his face. But right now, I'm like I said, I'm really trying to focus on the entire composition of the mesh. I don't want to get carried away and do something that, you know, I don't necessarily like. Okay, probably just bring back the top of his head. Probably push some pieces back. All right, so turn my keyboard. Probably towards the lower part of his head, probably like right towards like right there. Right here, I think. I'll inset these faces. I'll extrude this out. Not too much, but slightly. Let me turn that off. I'll rotate this on the Z-axis, just like that. Okay, I'll select these faces over here. Push that up. Select these faces over here. I'll push that up. And if you think that's good for you for right now, you can just leave it as is. But I'm going to kind of add one more line to kind of curve out his ear a little bit better. I'll move that back kind of like that. And you can take this over here and merge this in. So remove the doubles. Kind of have that flat ear just like that. Take these faces and you can push these in. Start playing around with his ear shape. You can move these back. Probably move these edges back too, because it creates like this weird kind of effect if you don't. I really want his ears pointing outwards. I think that's kind of like it kind of sets style. So hit 1 on our keyboard. Do that. Push that out. In 1. Right now I'm really just playing with values. I'm not really doing anything to the mesh. Trying to get like a nice ear shape to kind of flow with the character. Like I said, we're not going to copy exactly what Battlelands did. Like their exact style, their exact like characters, but trying to kind of get a general idea on, you know, how to create something that looks generally like it, which I think we're getting there. Okay. Scale this down. Something like this. Let's save our work. And I think for right now, with the hands and stuff like that, over, create more of like a sense of a forearm. Now right now with the hands and stuff like that, I think we're about good for this section of the series. We can go in and start creating more in a little, but for right now I think we're good. Just scaling some things down, make some things make sure to fit. I don't know if his hands are too small or not. Probably scale his hands up a little bit. So they're kind of a little bit more in proportion with his entire body. Okay, so like I said, save that, and then we'll probably focus more on the head within the next session and finish up this guy to get him done with, and then we can start kind of focusing more on creating like the environmental pieces of a Battle Royale map instead of kind of focusing on creating like this character right now. Kind of want to get into, you know, the nitty-gritty of creating different pieces and stuff to kind of help us fill up a nice kind of map that you can play in. And we'll go over kind of different styles and how they kind of optimize their game and such. So that is basically it for this session. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope to see you guys within the next one. See ya. Hey there guys, my name is Steven Davidian, and today we're going to be focusing on session 2, which is kind of detailing out the characters a little bit better and focusing on the models. So give me 1 second. Alrighty, put that over there. So we're using a reference from a already existent game, a mobile game. So what I'm going to be doing is taking this base model we already created, and now I'm going to just start subtly editing it. You know, like pulling back his head, creating a better head shape, maybe pushing up his nose a little bit. You can even create maybe like another version, another edge loop over here. Just bring up some of these values to better space this out. Okay. And trying to create maybe like a better shaped head essentially with what we're doing. If you really want to, you know, if it fits the style of your game, let me just bring the mic a little bit closer. Okay, awesome. So if it fits the style of your game, I could recommend maybe using a sculpt. Don't really need like any kind of sculpting agent right now because we're gonna input this detail within texturing. So we're gonna go into like 3D code or something like that and really input all the detail within there. So we're not really too focused on having to create like sculpting textures in order to have the normal map put in there. Yeah, so right now I'm just modeling out his chin. I'm keeping some values, some core values nice and clean. Probably minimize the thickness of his neck a little. And what you can do now is, since we're going to give him like a basic suit-like kind of outfit, what you can do now is probably just create over here a piece, and very subtly I'll just scale this piece up. Okay, and I'm gonna come over here, scale this entire piece up, and then like vice versa, do the same thing for the entire mesh. Take O, I'll push this in just subtly, just like that. All right. Move this over. Trying to keep this nice and clean too. I don't really want to push any boundaries with this. Just keeping it nice and clean. Come over here. Scale that up. Hit O on my keyboard. Start pushing these in for his shirt. Bring that up over here. Trying to get a nice clean. Now for the hair, I'm going to give him kind of like a spiky haircut. So for the hair, what I want to do is I'll probably move this up and then bring it up. I'm going to play with some different styles. Obviously, we're not going to keep it like this, but what I want to do is I want to generally get like a good width for his hair, and then from there I can kind of go in and create a better variation of it. But for right now, we're going to be texturing on his hair, so I want to have it in place right now. Pushing this up. Probably add some values over here. Maybe scale this up. Let me turn proportional editing off right now and push this down over here a little bit. Maybe pull these back just a little bit to kind of get a better forehead shape. Okay. So I think that looks pretty good for right now. Nothing crazy, but looks pretty good. Now for the shirt, what we're going to be doing is probably take this and line it up on a straight axis. And then, you know, from here I'll start moving things around, like bringing stuff down. Just like that. Okay. And now I'll probably mimic this by bringing it very close. And then you could probably poof this out. You could take another edge, bring this in, kind of curve this over. Scale that out. And now we can create kind of like a nice shirt effect. I really want to bring out his upper chest a little, just because from the reference, what I can kind of see is that his upper chest is kind of dominant. And I kind of want to bring that out a little bit more. Maybe pull back his delts too a little bit. Kind of take the roundness of his shape a little down. Push in like the middle of his back. Kind of fix his posture just a little. Add maybe another edge loop right here. Pull back his glutes. And like what this style is very, very low poly. And you're supposed to be able to like bust out a lot of type of characters with this kind of style. So let me come in here. So that's why we're kind of trying to not go too much into detail with this, because we want to keep it relatively like this low style. Okay, I'll turn proportional editing off now, and I'll just start pulling out some shapes to keep my mesh better, create a nicer look. Push this back. I'll push this back too. Start pushing all of this back very slightly. Okay. Take these over here and I'll bring them up. Scale this to the side over here. Just really trying to create a clean base mesh that we can use. Well, we have one underneath here, but you know, trying to create a clean skin, I guess. So now what I would do is I would probably select this, I'll duplicate it, scale it out, and for the sizes, I'll size this to a negative, size it to a 0 on both the z-axes. So the bottom and top, I'll scale it to 0. Scale this down, scale it down a little bit more. I'll rotate it on the z-axis and then I'll bring it up. Now let's separate this by selection. Let's take this, let's add a solidify modifier to it. And let's bring the thickness up just a little bit, just like that. All right. So now we have the thickness up. We can start moving this around a little bit more, a little bit better too. Let's take the underneath part of this and kind of bring it down. And if you want, you could start shaping it a little bit better towards his shirt. So it doesn't have to be completely even. You can probably push some pieces down, bring some pieces up. Probably towards the bottom of his belt, I'll droop it down a little. Towards the sides, maybe I'll bring it up. And we'll probably just want like some sort of belt buckle. I'm gonna bring down the thickness, right? And then I'm gonna scale in a little bit so we can have like a nice style belt like that. Bring this out. Trying to see if it's too thick or not. Scale this in. See if we bring it down how it looks. I think it looks better when it's more up. At least I think so. So what I'm gonna do now is grab a cube, scale the cube down. I'm gonna scale it down on the y-axis. Okay. I'm gonna bring it out. You can hit backslash to only view the cube right now. I'm gonna bevel each of these sides. So I'm gonna click on each edge and hit Shift R to copy our action. I'm gonna go to vertex mode. I'm gonna go to my knife tool. I'm gonna get rid of these 5-sided polygons that we just created by beveling this. Hit enter. Go to my knife tool. You can just click K to get to your knife tool. Hit enter. And one more time. Enter. Okay, awesome. Now what we can do is we can select this entire front face, because this is the front. We can inset this in. We can extrude this. Okay, and let's smooth this out so we get a better base. And I'll probably, grab along the edges little pieces right here to kind of bring this out a little bit nicer. Curve that out a little bit neater. And what you could do now is, if you want, you can probably create I don't know how belt buckles really look like I mean, I know how they look, but patterns of belt buckles. You can create like a nice pattern right here if you wanted to. So I think that's good for now. Since that's smoothed it out, we could take it in. Probably put it around right there. Hit 3 on our keyboard. We can rotate down the x-axis and match it up with our belt buckle. You can make it bigger than his belt buckle too if you want to. And you can probably get rid of some of these edges if you feel like it's too sharp. You can take these and merge these edges together. Okay, yeah, all right. So you can get rid of these. I was just showing you that just because it gives it a sharper edge. But we are making a mobile style game, so we want to keep it relatively low, as low as we possibly can. So let's remove those doubles so we have something a little bit softer, a little bit neater, and something that we don't really have to have too much geometry on. And if you really want to, you can also delete the backside faces too, if you want to. So okay, let's do Control A, lock rotation and scale. And then probably make this I think that's good. I was gonna make it bigger on his body, but I think where it is right now, it's pretty good. Okay. All right, so that's his belt buckle. Let's try to gather his pants. So what we need to do with his pants is towards the top, so right over here. We're not going to really gauge where his pants are. We don't really see it because it's going to be covered by this piece. So we just need to kind of increase some size over here within the thickness of his pants to kind of show that he's getting pants. And then also, if we're going to mark this joint as his kneecap, what we need to do is kind of create a kind of vertex to where like the knee can kind of bend easily. I think it's on this joint. Hit enter, let's see. Yeah, I think it's like right around there. All right, cool. So we're doing that so we can kind of bend this knee a little bit easier. So you can see it can bend in the front. It won't really deform too much. Has some leeway to bend. And you can kind of push these vertexes back to kind of pop up the root of the knee if you want to. Like I said, most of the texture too, guys, is going to be done within the texture. I mean, most of the detail will be done within the texture. So we don't really got to go too far out on detail. Over here, I'm going to kind of be fixing up some pieces, kind of pushing some pieces in. If you want to add like maybe like a back pocket or something like that, you can. But I'm just going to bring some of these over, some of these to the side. Keeping it clean, keeping it nice. Alrighty. Pushing this down. Okay. That's basically it. I'm just kind of straightening out all the topology Keeping it clean. If you want to add, just how you can see we added with the shirt, kind of like a poof off. If you want that, you can do the same thing with the legs. By all means, you know, it's not going to affect the mesh. Over here, you're going to see I'm kind of building up some better posture within his back. Okay, so you can kind of see his face too, how his face is, where the indentation of his eye is. If you want to, you can kind of texture out the, I mean, you can kind of like model out the eye. I don't really feel like we would need to do that. You know, we wouldn't need to inset this face and kind of model it out. But just hypothetically, if you wanted to, you could delete these faces. You probably have to move some of these faces to kind of help you get a better version of the eye. Like probably move these over here and get a better variation, and then you could probably push these in over here, start straightening them out a little bit better. And you can model out an eye, and you could probably put like a curved plane within here. Turn proportional editing on, rotate it on the Z-axis. Take that off, extrude, and this is kind of like the eyelid. You can extrude again and push this back. You can kind of put like a plane right here within here, and then you can start modeling out his nose a little bit better than this. This is if you want to model it out. I don't want to model it out. I want it kind of to be all within our texture, so that's why I'm going to keep it like how it is right now. Alright, let me scale this down. Yeah, I'm really focused on the texture part of this. And kind of like the entire game is, like the entire game typically is focused on texturing, so. Okay, like mobile games I'm saying. A lot of mobile games are focused on, the details focused on texturing just due to optimization and stuff like that, so. You don't see like a lot of games that have like a lot of PBR shading and stuff like that, because it's taxing on mobile games, you know. Trying to get like a nicer kind of angle for his hair, just because it looks a little bit weird to me right now. I feel like it is a little bit too up. I don't want it to be like that spiky. I just want it to be subtle. Probably push his hairline back too, I would say. Take this mesh, push this. So this piece of his head up here is going to be all textured in. So everything you see right here, like you know, hypothetically, if this was my texture brush, let me go to faces. Like I would texture in his hair kind of all over here, and it's not going to be modeled out. It's just going to be texture. Now I'm just trying to create an illusion of, you know, his hair being bigger at certain angles, but like towards the top of his head, I'll create the illusion that his hair is bigger just by pushing out the model, but I'm not going to create indefinite detail like a harsh seam within the mesh, just because you know, that's going to go within the texturing part of this. And this tutorial series isn't really focused on the character. I'll probably stop around right here, honestly. Let me scale this down. Probably do maybe one or two things more, and then I'll probably call it for this. Just because this is more focused on creating like the modular terrain of the Battle Royale and stuff like that. And I have a lot of character videos on my live EDU page, so yeah, it's not really focused on that. So we're doing good. I would probably add, for the last piece, I would probably add a plane. Let me turn proportional editing off. I'll rotate this plane 90 degrees. Let's turn on faces, and then we'll do vertex, and then we'll move this over. Let's turn on proportional editing. I'll hit 3 on the keyboard. Scale this down. Scale it up. Let's turn the magnet off really quick, just so you get a better view of this. Okay. Okay, so we want to create kind of like a a tie. So probably split this a couple times. I'll turn proportional editing on. It was already on. I just turned it on. Turn it on to push some edges up. Take these edges, I'll push them up. Same with these. Push them up. Now let me see kind of how ties look. Let me put one over here. Over here, I'll scale this down. Okay. Could probably push this out a little bit. If you want to flatten this, so like make it a straight line, you could do SZ0. You can make that a straight line. And you can start pulling this up a little bit more. Hit G twice on here to pull these vertex groups up. I'll probably scale this out a little bit now. Okay, let's grab this. Let's push it like around his body. I think right around there should be good. Let's turn proportional editing off, and let's turn the magnet back on. So it's 0. Extrude. 3 on the keyboard. Let's push this more towards his body. Let's push this more towards his body. And what this magnet does is allows you to push the vertexes kind of towards the character's body, which is really helpful. Okay. This obviously isn't straightened out. I'm trying to straighten this out now. Okay. So now over here, we're gonna smooth this out. I'm gonna hit Control A, rotation and scale, lock those. Let's start pushing this out just a little bit. Nothing crazy. Probably add one more edge loop to push this out. And let's delete these top faces. And towards here, the top, I kind of want to see like a nice tie shape, just so I can know how we can model this out. Okay. Before I model out the tie, I kind of want to make a clean seam for the collar. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the knife tool. I'm going to come all the way around here, very roughly. And I'm going to select all these. I'm going to grab them. Okay, I'm going to grab all of these, and then even in the middle pieces, like underneath this, all these faces underneath. Super easy way to make a collar. You know, just use existing geometry. So duplicate this, scale it upwards, you know, bring it out, push this down, just in. Okay, so we take this over here, bring this up a little bit. Now we could have just textured this on. I just think it's a little bit easier to just model it, in my opinion. And you can kind of model out the collar just like that, depending on how big you want it to be. If you want it to be maybe thick or something like that, you could just model it out like this. And you can pull this out, and then you can keep that within the mesh. Over here, you could scale this down. Probably would take this, honestly, because I want it to kind of meet closer, because typically ties, they meet kind of closed in like that, right? I would say. And let's bring this, hit G on it, bring it in a little bit more, bring that down. Let's extrude up, extrude straight, extrude down. Probably did that all wacky. Okay. It's not in the middle, you can see this a tie, so gotta bring this tie within the middle of our mesh. Just like that. And if you wanna kind of extrude that, or a very easy way I learned to kind of make the button of a tie, like the top of a tie, is just subdivide smooth the cube once. Bring it over here, scale the cube down, and scale this down, rotate it on the x-axis, and it kind of makes like a good substitute for like the top knot of a tie. Smooth everything out. Bam. Now, if you want to, you can add a solidify modifier to the tie to make it thicker. If you want to keep it a plane, you could just keep it a plane. Really depends what you want to do. If you want to, just separate this really quick because we don't want to add the solidify modifier to the button. Add the solidify modifier, bring it out and apply it, and then bam. Good. Over here towards the top, let's hit backslash. You could delete these faces towards the top. Let's hit backslash again. Let's grab these faces, scale them in. Just bring them within that button we created. And over here, let's set this to origin. Scale this up. Bring it in within there. And I think that's pretty good. If you want to add volume maybe to this, you can probably take this and turn proportional editing on and maybe add some volume to it. All depends. There's so many different styles of ties too. This is more of like a business tie, when it's supposed to be like a character about a fight in a battle royale. Kind of soften the tie up a little bit. Actually, I liked it more. A little like that, honestly. I might bring it down a little bit more. But I think that's okay for what we're doing. I think there doesn't need to be any more. Okay. Now, for everything else, trying to think of, for everything else, it could be kind of textured on. So his hair is going to kind of be along this line, and it's going to come like down over here. Let's just say hypothetically that would be like his hairline essentially. Probably a little less like, it's not as sharp as what we just did, but let's just say hypothetically that would be his hairline. Now his eyes would probably be like around right here then. Maybe a little bit closer, like in this general area. Something I would probably want to do then, since we know those locations, is probably add a cube, do a subdivision divide, scale this cube down, turn proportional editing off, add 2 divisions in there, scale it, and I just want to make kind of like a subtle eyebrow. Rotate this, maybe add 2 divisions, turn proportional editing on, and bam. Very like tune shaped style eyebrow. Okay, could rotate this on the on the x-axis to kind of fit this in better. And then you can rotate this on the x-axis to kind of fit this in better. Alright, and you can add more detail to it if you want. Smooth it out and everything. I'm not going to add that much detail actually. Just because, like I said, mobile game, we don't want to exceed limitations on what we have. Hit G on my keyboard and hit G over here. Kind of angle it a little bit neater. Bring this out. Like I said, smooth it. And that's good for here. And what we could do is just join this. Now it's on both sides. And yeah, it's pretty decent kind of styled eyebrow on both sides, I would say. I'll probably just soften this up just like that. Bam. Now that might be too big. We're gonna have to go in, texture his eye, kind of see how it looks. The good thing about this is that we can, since it's going to be in 3D, we can move it around very easily. Like if we don't like where the position is at, we don't like if it's too thick, if it's too big, we can texture on his eye, and then from his eye, because like I said, his eye will probably be in around this area. We could texture on his eye, and from that we'll know, you know, we'll know like how big his eyebrow needs to be and stuff like that. So yeah, I think that's good for right around now. 100% sure, but yeah, that's kind of the total character, without eyes and without like a base nose, because we're going to be texturing that in. Probably texture in a beard too, but yeah. Let's turn proportional editing on, start cleaning some of this up. Take this, probably move this down a little bit, get some more shapes down there. And I can sit here and play all day, but I'm gonna just save this. I think we're gonna add all these modifiers. So let's add all these modifiers. Add everything. Okay, so everything's added, and we can see everything. Let's smooth everything out and join everything together. Okay, so everything is now under one mesh, and we're gonna title this mesh BR for Battle Royale, character. Okay, so now we have the Battle Royale character within, like basically done. It has the models basically done. It's like a good nice base for the character. All we would have to do now is go in and texture out like the rest. But for right now, the base of this guy is done. What we're going to be doing now is we're going to be looking at kind of how we're going to go about creating the terrain. So let me open up some reference images so you can see. These are the kind of terrains we're going to be trying to replicate. So if I hit view more, let me view more. So these are the kind of terrains we're going to be trying to replicate within this series. We're going to try to be creating these big maps that are detailed like for a mobile game, but not immensely detailed. They're not like PBR shaded and stuff like that. They're quality maps, but we'll be adding some more surface detail. We'll be adding some different kind of variations, but the core is creating essentially like, let me hide him. Creating essentially like, let's just say hypothetically, let's bring this down, this cube down, this plane down, scale it up. We could take this image off right here too. Go to background images and you can just click X. So let's just say this is our map. It would be with the size of our character, you know, it'd be way bigger. Let's just say this is one piece of our map. How we're going to go about creating the map that, you know, that kind of represents something that looks like this. Is there more images? I feel like this is not enough. This is not enough detail. But you can see within these screenshots over here, the amount of like detail that is, like they have like a helicopter over there, a plane over there. But it's very simple, and you can definitely tell, like over here, you can see how the floor is kind of one texture. And the reason why they do this is because one, they have, I think it's like a 20 or 25 person battle royale kind of game, and they have different kind of style of terrain. So they have like grassy terrain and stuff like that, and it's all combined into one map. So the reason why you see these textures are kind of plain and boring is because they have this huge map with a lot of characters running around on it. So and it's on mobile, so optimization is kind of like a key for them. So basically what they do is they create this map, they create a tile, and then on this tile they'll have like, let me do it very quickly so you can kind of get an idea how we're going to go about creating this. Let's just say they have like a building right here. This is one building, and then they'll have like maybe like another style building, and let's just say they have like a huge platform over here, like maybe like a helicopter pad or something. I don't really, I'm not really a game designer. I just make the objects. Let's just say they had like a helicopter pad right here, and then they had like a helicopter right over here. Let's just say that's a helicopter, like on the helicopter pad. Okay, let's do a cylinder too. Scale the cylinder down. Bomb. That's our helicopter. Let's just say that's our helicopter, and then this would all be one tile. So this would be all one piece, and then you would have another piece, you know, that we would, you know, fit there perfectly. That would maybe be like, instead of like maybe buildings and a helicopter pad, it would be maybe like trees and like a forest instead of like stuff like that. So, and we would create, right now I'm creating like the objects for this, opposed to, you know, just creating the objects separately. If I was trying to create this kind of map, I would just try to create these objects separately, and then I would plop them in within my game engine, opposed to creating them. And obviously I'm not doing this seriously. I'm just showing you like how we would go about it. So let's just say like this is our forest scene over here, you know, bomb. And then this is our city scene, and we would probably have a lot of variations of this, because how we would go about creating this is we would create the trees, you know, as its own asset, and we create maybe three style trees, maybe like 2 different style bushes. Same with the buildings. We create maybe a couple style buildings, maybe like we'll have one-off things like a helicopter or like, you know, a car or something like that. But we would create variations of different things, bushes, trees, stuff like that. And then we'll take these tiles that we have, these pieces over here, and then we'll place on these props that we already created within Blender, and we'll place them on, and we can make these kind of different kind of levels very, very quickly, because we already have all the assets placed in here. So we're gonna have to be doing a lot of reference. And let's go to our character, just touch him up just a little bit. I want to curve off his head, just a tad. Let's just see if we bevel this. Okay, it's not gonna look good, but like it's gonna kind of be like a lot of trial and error. We're gonna have to go in and kind of create it in a certain way, so we can essentially make like a lot of maps very fast, or like a lot of tiles very fast and very effectively. But if we do it you know, by modeling out the tiles individually, that's when it's the problems are going to start occurring. It's going to start getting hard, you know, inevitably lead into probably quitting. Okay, I'm trying to fix his head right now. I want it more like a flat top style head. Hold on, let me just take a sip of water. Okay, thank you. I want it more like a flat style head, so see over here, I'm trying to create that effect probably towards the back over here. I'll bring this up, and I'll probably towards the middle I'll bring this down. And I just play with different styles right now, you know. If you want to add maybe like the end of the ridge of his head, like let's just say over here. Let's just say over here is like the where you don't want any more hair, like towards the bottom. What you could do is take like these pieces over here, like these vertexes. Oh my gosh, I cannot click these edges. And take proportional editing off, and probably just pull off right here and then pull down. You can create like a nice kind of ridge of his head. We're gonna texture that on, but like, you know, if you want to create, and that's way too high, but you can create kind of like the outline of his head and that seam very easily within here. So yeah. All right, so let's go back to the reference. So within our scene, we're going to be copying like this low poly kind of style game, and you can kind of look at like maybe Fortnite. This is not Fortnite. This is Battlelands. But you can see now their map as an overview. Let me open this up. Okay, you can see how their map is at an overview, how it's broken up. So you have very simple shapes. I think it's like 20 characters that could come in. Very simple shapes. It's a static map every time, and you have different locations. This is kind of what we're trying to go for. For a mobile game, this is essentially perfect. And also, very quickly, let me grab a video just to show you, if you are creating your own game, if you're the artist and you don't have any decision on how the game is being made, then this wouldn't really involve you. But if you are creating your own game, the camera angle is very, very vital to... it's not Battlelands. What is this called? Yeah, Battlelands, actually. Battlelands. It's very, very vital in creating your game, because when you're creating art, the camera angle is huge. Like, this is not Battlelands. This is Battlelands. Yeah. Okay. Let me click over here. Let me mute this. This is like a YouTuber or whatever. Can kind of full screen this, so you can see over here how the camera angle is always static. It's always at an isometric view. The camera never really moves and never rotates. You just rotate your character. So you're never going to essentially see some sides of trees, some sides of buildings, things like that, because the camera never moves off like a certain angle. It's always static and on place on your character. If you want to move your entire character, you're going to have to move the analog stick on the left to rotate your entire character. But you can kind of see how this is spaced out. You have roads that are basically broken up into like subtle textures. You have like these barrier or things like these, what are those called? I don't know what those called. Those construction barrels or tubes over there. This is a graveyard that's just like on a grass plain. Like, it's not really detailed stuff, but in culmination with each other, it fills the map and it makes it look very nice. And you can see like the different style of characters all running around, and you have like these different style of buildings and such. It comes together very nice, and I'm pretty sure they do texture mapping, and you can see just right off the top how they reuse a lot of their assets. They don't really have individual assets that don't get reused. They reuse a lot of their assets within their game. So there's not a lot of one-off assets that you can just see one time and then like you never really see again. You see a lot of different kind of places. So let's take this over here. Let's move this entire thing because we don't need that. Let's save one more time just so I don't lose our character. So this is our base like humanoid character that we're gonna use for our Battle Royale game. Let's hide him for right now. We might actually later on maybe get a better nose for him, but yeah, right now I don't know. Just bring his cheeks maybe a little bit down, and over here maybe bring this a little bit down. Kind of play with him a little bit more than how he is right now. Bring his nose out just a little bit more. Okay, I think that's good. So let's save that. You can lock rotation and scale too. Let's save that. And we can start setting up our base terrain. And then within the next session, we'll really get into creating the different styles. So let me go over here into my project files. Just give me 1 second. Okay. There we go. Okay. So we can break this up within like an overview. So I think the best way to do this is create a texture map. So before we go into the floors, we're going to create a texture within Photoshop. Let's do file. Okay, well this is a old piece that I was doing. We don't want to look at that. That was ugly. All right. So let's just say this is the map. Now I'm going to do this without my pen tab. So this is going to be all hand right now. Let's say like this is the map. So let's make it kind of nice. So we have like a nice style map on our hands. So yeah. All right. So that is the that is the basis of our map, and then we'll come over here and come over all the way like this and kind of come around and bomb. Now this is actually going to be the like grass part of our map. So this is kind of everything within the map, and this white part, or you know, the sand part, is kind of like the ocean. Actually, kind of want to have this separated on different layers. So let's just separate this on different layers really quick. Okay, I could just create a new layer. Let me just delete this really quick. Hit Control D. Let's have just everything on different layers. So let's have one right here. Can have our map kind of like right here on a different layer. Let's grab like, you know, nice grainy sand. I guess that's sand color, right? And then we could grab another layer and we can pick maybe like a nice vibrant green. And then we can use our lasso tool and then, you know, kind of very roughly break it up. And this is really good because, you know, creating like a map, you don't want to do that off the whim because then you'll get confused and it'll get complicated. You want to kind of take your time when creating it. So let's just say this beautiful pile of color is our map. So from here, what we would do is we would break it up into sections, and very roughly. We don't have to do it like you don't have to design it like beautifully. It doesn't have to fit like perfectly in these boundaries. So you can do it very roughly. So let's just say you know, this is a tile right here, okay? And let's just come in here, lower the opacity. So we know that this is like a tile that's present, and we know whatever is in here is a tile. So you want to break it up into, is this going to be like a forest? Is this going to be, you know, maybe like a street, a highway, an overpass, stuff like that. Now, since we're creating the floor in the beginning, we want to know what the terrain is going to be. And when I mean terrain, if I bring this over, you can see that, you know, this is generally grass over here. This is more street and grass. You want to know the outlines. Over here is kind of like grass. If you want sand in your map, you can have like parts that are sand, like a beachy kind of place. But we want to know that for the main part. So if you want to get more in depth into maybe like creating pieces like the titles for the pieces, you can do that. But probably for here would be a forest for me. So you know, just very quickly I'll add some like maybe like trees over here, and then, you know, this is our forest. Control J. Okay. All right. Bring this over here. Control J. All right. So let's just say that's our forest. Again, we can hide that right now. Now what we'll do, actually we'll keep that over here, and we'll just duplicate this layer. So Control J. We'll duplicate this over here. And we can have like a different cutoff. So over here, let's grab more of like a gray. What did I just do? Let me see what I just did. Something I did something right there. Hold on. Click the button that wasn't supposed to be clicked. Okay. Whatever. So let's just say that this is consisted of 3 tiles. And then we have 3 tiles up here that consist. I know there's like excess room, but let's just say this is how it's consisted of right now, just so we can gauge it better. And then all the rest is kind of cut off, but basically this is how it's broken up to. So this piece will be a forest. Let's just say over here. So on that, we can do like the outskirts of the map could be like the forest part, and then towards like maybe like the inside part of the map, we can, you know, maybe use that as more of like, you know, street level kind of stuff. So maybe like road, and you want to see like these roads that would kind of pass over like this. You want to take to account, because you would have to, when you're creating the tiles, you would have to make these two tiles, make sure that the roads are seamless as they cross over these pieces. I'm gonna take these layers, I'm gonna bring this above everything, so you know they kind of overpass everything. So you want to make sure that these kind of go over. Actually, that's the opposite of what I want to do. Sorry. Okay. Now let's say if we kind of want like buildings, right? Let's create another layer and let's bring out over here. You can come over here and then, you know, create different kind of buildings for different places, because you want there to be kind of like a general overview of the map. So you can have different kind of buildings within different places. You know, maybe like what's it called, like construction areas and stuff like that. And maybe towards like the middle you can have maybe like a piece that's towards the middle like here. Then you can have maybe a fountain within here, and you want to draw all this, not draw it out that would take a long time, but you want to kind of map all this out. And it doesn't have to be you know, exactly 100% correct, and you don't have to follow this 100% of the time when you're doing it, but you want to kind of have it just as an idea. So when you're going in and starting to create all this stuff, you have a general idea of what you're trying to go after. So you can see that we have like the buildings in place. We have like a general like house area over here. Like I was saying, maybe have like a helicopter pad, and then typically I'm pretty sure helicopter pads is a let me draw over here. Typically they're like they have like a red like kind of dot or something, don't they? Red pad or something like that. I'm not really sure. That looks like a Japan flag right now. Come in here and, you know, maybe like erase the middle, so it'll look like a helicopter pad. But that's all reference, you know, we can look at that and kind of fix that, but you know, kind of like a helicopter landing piece. And then you could probably have like crates and stuff like that. So, you know, mapping it out and just preparing is going to help you so much. So if you prepare all this stuff and you have all this stuff mapped out, it's going to just help out so much more in the long run than, you know, just going in and, you know, creating it like off the whim. So over here you can see, you know, we're using different pieces, and they, like I said, they don't have to be exactly in the same exact place as they are right now, like perfectly within that place, but you want it generally mapped out. Maybe over here we can have kind of like a maze. So let's grab like a lighter green and then hit G on our keyboard, and we can kind of build, you know, a cool style like maze, if you know what I mean, like, you know, those grass kind of mazes. You know, I'm doing this very poorly, but go over here and then come out over here, hit G on our keyboard, and then map out something that looks relatively, you know, cool and something fun, and like, you know, maybe like over these hedges, maybe the character can't see outside of it, they only could see within the maze, so it kind of promotes like close corner combat and stuff like that. But I'm not really too good with stuff like that, like level design, but I've made enough games to kind of have like an idea of it within my head. So like I said, like when you're designing it, don't be like, oh, this is how the maze is gonna look 100%, but that it's definitely good to be like, oh, a maze is gonna be around this area of the map, you know, it's gonna be within these like pieces. And then, like I said, since you I think that's all in one piece. Since you've created something like this, feel free to like have it again, maybe like, you know, in a different way, or we'd probably create these mazes, you know, as probably simple cubes. Bring this up over here. I don't know why my 3D cursor is all the way down there. You probably have these mazes created within simple cubes. And then, you know, I'm going to do it just like this really quick. And we'll have them kind of almost as like a modular set. So we'd have long pieces, skinny pieces. So this would probably be one piece. This would probably be one piece. This would probably be one piece. And then, you know, with these pieces, we can come over here and we can set this up and make it look nice. And what this allows us to do is we could create like 5 or 6 different style of these like bush kind of mazes with the existing pieces that we already have. Instead of creating one set static maze and then not being able to alter it like later on. So yeah, we'll definitely make like a modular set with that when we're doing it. Probably for this last piece, you know, we can have maybe like a tower or like buildings or something like that. Maybe like huts or something. Trying to think. It really depends. I don't really know for this last piece. I would love to have this as like a live video. That would be sick, so I can ask you guys what we can do as our last piece. But I would probably say maybe like a construction area, if I had to just automatically, just off the top of my head, guess. Probably try to say like a construction area, and then probably towards the sides over here, you can have like maybe like little huts and stuff like that built. And then within their game, they have a mechanic where you like run into the grass and stuff, like these leaves. And within these leaves, you're kind of hidden. So you can see like you're hidden, but there's a little trail so they can see you. Now, if say that's just technically, hypothetically, your game mechanic, make areas for that. So, you know, if this is going to be an area for that grass, be sure to have that, and then, you know, be like, all right, that's going to be one area, and then there's going to be another short patch right here, and then you know create all those kind of areas that will have that patch within there. So now that I go into Blender, right, I have so much reference to look at when I'm creating. I don't think we're going to put that within our game because I don't think that would fit most of your guys' games, your Battle Royale games, and I want this to kind of be within a Battle Royale game. But we can definitely make maybe like a foliage and stuff like that to put within the map. But that is pretty much it. Now this isn't a overview on how to create like an overview of the map. This isn't how to create that. Like we would obviously put way more detail with that, but this is just kind of generally how to kind of like map it out, so when we go into Blender we kind of know all the pieces to create very easily. So that is basically it for this session. I'll hope to see you guys within the next session, and like always, have a good one. Hey there guys, my name is Steven Davidian, and today we're going to be finishing up this kind of reference page and then going within Blender and kind of setting up the tiles that we can like build off of. So as I was creating this reference, I can see over here these two kind of long streets. They are cool, but I just feel like they're a bit too big. And every time I create kind of maps, modular things to set up, I really try to tend to think of how it's going to look in the game. So how is a character going to essentially look like this small character, which the scale size would be probably around like right there to this map. How it's going to look in this big open grass area. What are we going to put in here? We could put maybe some fences and stuff to kind of like go around here. You can put bushes to supplement these trees and stuff like that. But in the long run, you know, it got to feel like a fully immersed styled map. So what I'm thinking over here is, you know, to maybe break this up a lot. Maybe have different kinds of streets to go in, and maybe have like a part of the map where it's kind of like buildings. So as I was thinking of that, I was looking at these two pieces of the map right here. And I feel like these two pieces, they don't need to kind of essentially be here. I feel like they're redundant, and you know, we can essentially get rid of them. So very quickly, you know, I'll merge these groups together. Let's merge these layers together very quickly. We're gonna just go over this. So select this, and like I said, I don't really, at this point, I don't really care. I don't really care how this looks. That's not my main goal right now. I just want the view to be better. So when I'm creating, you know, it's a very easy pipeline for me. Now to do that, we'll probably have these cities kind of on these platforms. So what we'll do here is we'll set up these cities. So we'll set these up, and we'll bring them up on these platforms. Or you can have them joint. It really depends. But I'm going to set these kind of buildings up on these platforms. And I'll probably have these random kind of dark... I'll make them lighter, actually. These random kind of lighter spots be like where the buildings will be on. So... Actually, you know what? I think it'd be smarter to have like, I think, to have like the roads be the lighter spots, and this is kind of where it would show how it would be on. So you would have the roads kind of take up where the lighter spots are, and you know, this will kind of show how kind of where everything will be on. And then, yeah, they'll lead off to nothingness. We can put probably like over here, we could probably put like maybe like dead end signs or something like that to show you that, like, you know, there's no more going over there. And within here, we can use a couple of signs to show you that. I mean, we can have like buildings within here. So probably have that. Then we'll probably have probably delete these two roads over here, just because I don't feel like we need these roads over here. So we'll bypass that. Kind of forget it. So I'll just like draw over it very quickly. I'm not gonna really like worry about it too much. Okay. So over here we'll have that. We'll probably populate the rest of these places probably with trees and stuff like that, and bushes. Have this be more of like a grassy area, and then we'll have like the little airport right there. And then for this area, we'll kind of mimic this city over here to here. So we won't even have, we'll just honestly switch the buildings up and maybe make like a couple diverse buildings. I think that would be the best way on creating it, just so there's not like, you know, this huge room for failure. And as I'm looking at like, you know, different models for the game, you know, I can see everything tends to be very, very broken down into simple shapes, which is good when you're creating like, you know, mobile games. Like if you come over here, everything is broken down into very simple shapes. So if you can see the buildings, they're very dull, very simple, you know, nothing crazy at all. You know, these buildings very dull, very simple. So that's kind of what we're going to try to replicate within this tutorial. And then obviously in the texturing process, you guys can go in and take it kind of up a notch. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create a plane. Let's bring this plane towards the middle of the map. Okay, bring this down, scale this up, probably right around there. Probably scale a little bit more up. Call this tile now. tile. Okay, so this is a tile that we're placing the entire plane on. You could duplicate this tile, probably have 6 of them, so you know, you could duplicate it 6 times. So duplicate, duplicate, and then you could just take these 3 and then duplicate it over here. Okay, now they don't have to be set up perfectly. I'll probably space them out so we can honestly know, you know, the in-betweens of each tiles. So I'll space them out just a little bit so we know. Okay, so something like this would be nice. And now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going in, and we can do this 2 ways. We can either texture on the roads, or we can go in and model these roads out. It really depends on which way you want to kind of go about creating it. Modeling them on would be, you know, creating, let's just say, let's start off with this one. So over here, you know, I would inset this face. Let's see, the inset value is probably, let's do 0.1. Let's say that's good. So I would inset this face, extrude it, bring it up a little, and that would probably be around modeling it out. Like that would, I would go about doing it like in that sense, and then I would probably, you know, create more sections of, you know, roads and stuff like that when I am modeling it out. But so like little pieces, maybe like in here. So I'd create like maybe 3 sections over here, 3 sections over here. You know, and you know, blocks within here I would use to extrude, and then, you know, extrude these up a little bit, and then these can be like the little pieces and stuff like that of the city, depending on how it's going to be. So on the outside this would be grass, and then towards the middle part, that's where that's where it would become like a city, like, you know, we can actually place our buildings. So now to kind of enter the roads, so roads are going to be, we're going to like stop it within this piece, within this square. What we would do is we would probably, you know, subdivide. So if we're going to have it within here, we're going to have to subdivide this, and I think subdividing it before we create the insertion is better. So let's Control Z. Let's subdivide this probably like 4 to 5 times. One more time. I'll probably do it one more time. So around 2,000 triangles for a piece, which is good because it's the only thing the character would be on. So this is going to allow us to create like roads and stuff very, very easily and very well. So if you want to kind of create like a streetway, let's just say, like let's come over here. You want to keep everything like 2 by 2. So if we come over here, we start creating like maybe like a couple roads. Okay. And keep going up. Then you could probably like just bring this over here, like towards the end, at like an end. And then probably come up all the way over here. Just creating like some sort of variation of these roads. And then probably come down here. And let me use my character as, I think that's good. That's good sizing. I'll probably take this piece over here, probably get rid of that. Probably make it a little bit more closed off, something like that. Okay. All right, so let's just say that's our road, right? And extrude this very quickly, and then probably push these roads inwards. So push them in just like that. So that can be our road. Now, if you want to be like, if you want to add like a little more like, a little more pizzazz, you can probably start beveling these over here. Control B to bevel them. And I usually just bevel the corners. I just feel like that's the only thing that's worth beveling. Okay. So over here, if I hit Shift R, okay, I knew it wasn't gonna work. So Control B to bevel. Okay, and I just do it to the corners just so it doesn't look as harsh. Now when you do bevel these corners, they do end up kind of getting a little messed up because you create n-gons on them and you don't want 5-sided polygons on your mesh. So what we're gonna do is you can either go in and manually kind of get rid of them, or we can do you can just Control T and get rid of all of them at once, because what that does is it triangulates every single face on here. Okay. I know this looks really bad, flat shaded. Don't get me wrong. I'm not oblivious to it, but I mean smooth shaded, but we're gonna keep it flat shaded when we put it within the game, so I'm not really too worried about it. One. Jesus. Breaking the mesh. Okay. This would be so much better if we calculated each bevel. Okay, I think that's it for all the corners, at least. Nope, that's not it. So yeah, we're gonna have it like I didn't want to do that. Now I have to go back and bevel it like that. We're gonna have it flat shaded, so I'll show you right after I finish all these up how it will look. I think that's it though. Yeah, okay. So it'll look like this. It'll look fine. And we'll add the textures accordingly to how it looks. So if you want to add some breakage, like, you know, street wear, street tear onto it, it's all up to you guys if you want to. For this, I'm actually going to just try to keep it as low as I can. I don't really want to add too much to this mesh. So if we come back here, you know, we didn't kind of copy the exact idea of what we were doing here. We kind of just used this as a base and then, you know, created our roads and stuff like that within here. So if you want to work within like textures, what you can do is actually, I don't really want to work within textures right now, but what you could do is unwrap it and start working within the texture values. So just do like an unwrap, scale down, open a material. So like, you know, any kind of material, and then probably put it in the material placement. Now you can go into texture mode, probably turn on ambient occlusion. And now since we have ambient occlusion turned on, oh my gosh, we gotta go back into texture mode. Now we have ambient occlusion turned on, we can kind of go within here, push this off. Okay, so let's go faces, hit C. Can select all of these faces over here. And you can kind of do this for the entire road. I don't want to do this because it will take some time to like go around and select all the faces. Like, you know, take this and then let's just say if we want the road to be lighter, we could do something like that. Okay, same with over here. Take this, move it up. I hit this little key right here so I see all my UVs. And this just helps you if you want to work within like the texture values. It helps a lot for that if you care. I don't really care. I'm okay with working with like my my flat colors. But if you want to work like, I'm okay working like that, but if you want to work like with this, then it allows you to do so very easily. See over here, can move this up and probably fill this out over here, and then probably just to finish it, I'll probably just fill all this out, and then these last two pieces. Okay, so helps a lot to, so you can see kind of what you're doing, and then you can start placing your pieces on here. And if you want to be really extra and you want to come all the way in here and maybe make this like a darker color, so now you can see that, you know, there's kind of like a shadow on here, makes kind of generally a darker color. You can make it a little, oh well, let's keep this white, we don't want that to be there. So keep that white. So it creates like a nice darker color on the ridge of it, so it makes it easier to work in. But that's only if you want to work within like textures from the start. I don't mind working like this, but if you do, then yeah, by all means go for it. Now what you could do very quickly is duplicate this, because we don't want to work hard, we want to be efficient. And you can rotate this like 180 degrees, negative 180 degrees. And now you essentially have like a different style like road. You know, if a player like comes along here, they'll see that, oh, it's not exactly the same as this one. It's, you know, it's flipped around. You can flip it probably around like another way. So if you don't want it like exactly 180 degrees flipped, you can flip it around here. And now, you know, from here to here, it looks like they're opposites almost. So that's something you could very quickly do. And if you want to create mass amounts of maps, like say 6 isn't enough, you can kind of do that a lot. And the more connective you get, the harder it gets. Like if you have these roads trying to connect, which we don't, we have them on these blocks. But if you have these roads trying to connect, it gets a little harder. So just mind that. I mean, that's the only like part that I would probably say sucks when it comes to that, is when they have to connect. But when you use simple flat colors, like I'll show you over here, when you use simple flat colors like this, you see how this green just connects to this road and it's not like a huge deal. That's because like there's not mass amounts of detail, so that seam is just between two colors. It's not like a seam that kind of is like ridiculous between like maybe two opposite textures, like a very texture stylized wood texture and a very stylized rock texture. It's not like that harsh of a contrast. So what was I looking for? Okay, there's my Photoshop file. See how we're doing with time. We're doing pretty good with time. So since we have this part done and we just duplicated this over, now all we have to do is create, for the flooring, all we would have to do is create maybe our helicopter pad and our piece over here, which is just a slab of concrete. And we could create individual grass pieces, but that's really up if we want to. We don't really have to, just because it's not maybe with the style of our game. So over here now, what we will do is we'll inset this face inwards. Okay, inset this, scale it on the Y, scale it on the X. Let's add another ring. Let's add another 2 rings, honestly. And then, yeah, I'll extrude this, right? And I'll probably come over here and I'll probably bevel these sides. What is this? 0.002? No, that's not it. Is it 0.02? No. Whatever, I'll just do that, and then I'll come over here, I'll do Shift R, come over here, Shift R, and Shift R. Okay, now you do have to fix these n-gons over here, so just really quickly hit the knife tool and come across here and then select that edge and then click enter, so you get rid of that n-gon. Same with this side over here. You click the knife tool and then you click over here. We got to do that for the street part that we just passed to. Okay. Just give me 1 second. I need to take a sip of water. Awesome. Okay, so this is our street part. Our fountain part. Now, modeling the fountain out, you know, this is not like an issue right now. We just need to model out kind of like the base like of the flooring. But I'll put kind of like a cylinder over here to replicate like the fountain in the middle. And like I was saying before, we're gonna be modeling out these props separately. These aren't gonna be like part of the map. These are total separate props for our map, and from these we're gonna be able to use them and you know, create almost like essentially like infinite amounts of props with this, if you kind of know what I mean. It's not going to be made just for this kind of thing. It's going to be made to create kind of like more than just one map. I don't know why I'm creating this fountain right now, but whatever. I don't know why I created this whatsoever. Actually, I'm actually curious. Why did I create this? Backslash. Let me just finish it up really quick, just so we have maybe like a one prop in there for scale. Extrude inwards. We'll just bring this down. We'll scale it. I'll have this piece over. Scale this down, and just push this down a little bit. Doesn't at the bottom. Now we'll probably make like a. This is gonna be very rough, but we'll probably make like a nice chime at the top. A nice piece, nicer than what we have now, but something nice. Maybe like a statue at the top or something like that. But for right now, that's good. You know, I have like a nice little fountain right here, and then get designs up in here and stuff like that to make it look a little bit nicer. But that's it. Okay, so just really quickly, just so I don't get confused, I'm gonna be like, what is that cylinder shape? I'm gonna name this fountain. Okay, so that's our fountain, our beautiful, lovely fountain that's gonna be spewing water. This is our main piece. So you know, all of this. Can unwrap this and just very quickly we'll just, you know, put it in the texture. Come over here, just very quickly put it in like a nice, maybe like faint green texture, and then the rest, since we know this is kind of like the stone, put it over here, and then we'll go into texture view, and then bam. Can see that it looks pretty nice, and then we'll make this probably a little bit darker like that. So that looks pretty good. And then if the fountain's over there, you can see the fountains right here, and yeah, it looks pretty nice. Just gotta make sure everything is scaled to size with like the characters and stuff. It's not like off-putting, like the fountain isn't like 2 times, or like the character isn't 2 times. Like you can see right here, the character is the size of the fountain, so obviously that's way too small. So you would want the fountain to be much bigger. That's just something, you know, it's gonna come with trial. After you see it, you know, after you see that how it looks, you're gonna come create it and then redo it. And just comes with testing and seeing, making sure everything is up to scale. But so far, you know, we have these 2 terrains, and then we have our well, these 2 as in like these 2 city like terrains, and we have our grass terrain with the fountain that will probably put like you know, more pieces of like grass and stuff in here. And then this piece down here in the bottom left, We're going to create kind of like a forest scene for it, like that. And then this piece is kind of the helicopter pad. So these and these pieces are just grass. So they're just going to be grass on top of it. So like a complete green texture. And then on that green texture, it's going to, like if I unwrap it, let's just say hypothetically, I don't know which green this is, but which green did I use? Did I use that one? I don't think I used that one. Which one did I use? That one? Yeah, that one. So this would just be literally green, and then we would have grass on top of this to make it a little nicer. If you want to create maybe different areas, you know, of like grass, you can, you know, add more textures to this. I would say I would probably model it out if I was doing it, but like, you know, you can create like another like patch of green, maybe like a darker piece of green over here, and then, you know, make like pieces. It really depends on how you want to do it. Or maybe make the entire outer rim of this piece green, kind of like inset it a little, and then select the entire outer rim, maybe make that green to make it like a little bit neater. Same with this one, you can maybe select the entire outer rim of this, and same thing, make that like a nice green. So it really depends on, you know, what you want to do with it. So grab over here, push that in a little bit. The more you kind of work with it, the better you'll understand what you have to do, and then the nicer you can make your meshes. So right now we kind of have 2 of the 3 done. We have 4 of the 6 done. Now we just need to create like the helicopter pad one. We need to create this padding right here. I'm gonna bring the character back over to this middle piece where the grid kind of is, and create this pad over here. Now I want to make sure that it is up to scale. Like this is supposed to hold a helicopter, so it's supposed to be kind of like a big pad. It's not supposed to be something that's small. So I want to make sure it is up to scale, and I don't want to make sure this is too steep of like a platform to where, like, you know, it would look weird if the character walked on it. I think that looks good. I would probably add now just for my visual. I don't want to make too many props, but just so I know, I'd probably add a placement where I'd want the helicopter to be. So we can even remove this later on. But let's just say we add like a placement over here, and then, you know, we make another one. We add another placement over here, just so we know where like the helicopter would land. So we can kind of gauge where everything else would be. So we obviously don't want it to be like just the helicopters right there. Let's look at it from like a top view. 7 is top view. Okay. Okay. Obviously we don't want the helicopter to just be there. We want maybe like a couple of like barrels or stuff like that to be kind of around the map, so it's not just like plain. So right here we have like little crates and stuff like that we can put around the map and things like that to make it more like vibrant and nicer. Probably over here now, probably create the this part would probably be grass, honestly, like the bushes and stuff like that. So we wouldn't even really technically have to create too much for that, just because it's going to be let me go back over here, back to Blender. It's just going to be like how this texture was, where this is the base, and then we'll create more texture on top of it. Now for this game, mainly it's flat, besides these subtle like street indentations, and like the indentations for the extrusions for out here and stuff like that, but it's mainly flat overall. There are some you could add maybe some. Let me come over here, let me come to somewhere where it's, let's just say I'm gonna do like a test little run. I'm gonna subdivide it again. You could maybe, if it fits the style of your game, if you're saying this environment is too flat, you could maybe add some variation of like some hills and stuff like that to maybe put like on top of the on the meshes. to add like some sense of terrain over here so it's not flat. The only reason I'm not really necessarily doing that is because, one, I want to make sure that it is seamless. It is going to be able to stick everywhere. So let me like go to Control Z and go back really quick. I want to make sure it's going to stick everywhere. And then two, for a style of game at least that we're creating right now, that wouldn't really work. The character can only move on a flat plane. He could move across bumps like this, like that are right along here, because these are very minute, small bumps. But there's no jumping mechanism or anything like that. And the character's bullet shoots completely straight. So that's the main problem. There's no kind of vertical. I mean, is it vertical? Yeah, it's vertical aiming to the gun, so you can't shoot up or down. So if you're on a hill like that, you wouldn't be able to, you know, shoot an enemy that's below you, just because your bullet would go straight and it wouldn't be aligned on the axis with you and the enemy player. So that's why I'm not really creating any kind of depth to the map. Like, I'm not creating hills and stuff like that, just because one, that like it would make it harder to make it completely seamless. We would have to make sure we don't affect any of the sides, and then two, that when shooting characters or whatever, you have to make sure you guys are on the same axis. You guys are exactly the same, because there's no vertical aiming within the game. So that's a pretty big issue when it comes to mobile. When it comes to mobile third-party games like this, I mean third-person games. Make sure, you know, I Control Z that. So we have them set up. Over here we have our pad set up. And then probably over here, I'm thinking to maybe add something kind of new. So we have our forest piece. We have our two maybe grass pieces over here, our darkened grass. I don't really know what we can kind of do. I kind of want to add maybe like a cliff or something that goes off of this, but I don't really necessarily know exactly what. Definitely when we get into it, we'll be adding like huts and cool kind of terrains and stuff like that, but for props. But for this piece, I don't want it to be kind of essentially the same as this. We have our pad on this one, we have our fountain on this one, and we're gonna have probably like other pieces around here. And I think that should be it. I think we should just get into, you know, start creating like props and stuff like that, because there's no need for us to create more terrain, just because we're going to be populating all of this with props. So we have our fountain. Let's join these together. No mesh data. No way. Yeah, okay. These are joint already then. Okay. We'll call this helicopter pad. I'll just type helipad. Oh, spelled that all wrong. All in capitals. Helipad. Okay. So we have our helipad, we have our fountain, and we have our tiles. So it's gonna be kind of cool, I guess. Now let's get into starting to model things out. So the first thing I want to probably model out is probably like maybe some sort of building, you know, that we can probably use to, you know, place in these two kind of sets. So I'll start off by creating a cube. Now I'm going to create it within reference at first to this, and I'm going to create kind of a big set building and make sure it stays within style. We're not going to have like this crazy complex building in this kind of simple styled game. So I'm going to make sure it stays within the style. I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to add probably 3 over here, and I'll probably add 4 over here. I'm going to turn proportional editing on. I'm going to scale it on the Y. I'm going to bring it out. Okay. Scale this down on the Y now. I just want to get that kind of roundish shape. Turn proportional editing off. I'll use an edge loop up here, and I'll extrude out Get something like that. I'm gonna extrude inwards now. Push this part in. Probably now that it's to scale, probably go back in here. I'll start mapping out like a nicer low poly style building. Okay, so add 3 more lines. Each one of these bevels I'll probably add over here. Control R. So that'll probably divide each side. And now within each side, I'll probably add like that. Let me go and do this kind of along each place. Okay, so I'll inset these faces. And I'm gonna extrude them in, but you could just not extrude them and just have them be textured within. But just for my sake, I'm gonna extrude them inwards. Okay, so extrude those in. Now on the side over here, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna take all of these on the side, and then on the other side. Oh, I don't want to mess anything up. Okay, on the other side, I'm gonna do the same. Take all of these. I'll inset these in. I'm gonna try to inset that again to get a better look. Yeah, kind of like that. I'll extrude and then scale down on the Y. Okay, so now you get a nice little piece like that. And you can probably add a door right here. You can just probably extrude out for a door just because this style will allow you. Or what you could do is just extrude inwards with it. Probably just delete this face. I would probably delete, realistically, I'd probably delete all of these faces down here. Just because it's going to be sitting on the floor and you're never going to see it. So we're trying to conserve polys. And there's no need to kind of have it there if it's just never going to be seen. So this is kind of like a building that you can use to scale this down a little bit. This is kind of like a building you can use to kind of put around anywhere within your map to make it look more filled. So if we come here and hit backslash, you can see that if I push this around. This is a building you could probably duplicate and put it on this side also. Maybe rotate this one around. Maybe put it on here. Maybe duplicate it and then put one here too. Like you can do a lot with it, and especially if you add some diversity to it. Like if you get rid of this door, and then maybe you add like maybe make it like 2 stories. Something like that. Now this door is making it look weird, but if you can make it like 2 stories and then maybe add like more windows over here, like how we just did on all of these other ones. You can make some different kind of sets, but for right now we're gonna call this building 1. Building 1. And we are, oh, I spelled building wrong. Okay, building ing 1. We are trying to look for as much reference as we can. Like I'm trying to stay true to their game. I'm not trying to, like, if you come over here and I show you guys, I'm trying to stay true to this kind of style. I'm not trying to really go off of it too much and kind of do my own thing. You can see like it's a very like cartoony, like low poly style, and I don't want to kind of evade that. So something like this should be good. And then now kind of try to replicate that building we just saw, this red building right here. Try to replicate this building. I think that would be a good building to do. Let me see it in a better angle. I think that's a cool style building. So for this, what we would do is we would add a cube. So, add the cube. Scale this cube up. Probably scale it down on the Y. Okay, and then take the face, probably bring this face up. I don't know if I would want it as big as this building. I feel like this should be like almost the one we just made should be almost like one of the biggest buildings. So I don't want it to be like like too much bigger than that. So I'll probably add like a edge cut right there. Okay, now I'll probably scale this up on the z-axis. I mean the x-axis. Scale this up on the x-axis also. Scale that up. Kind of create this kind of sense right here. And now I'll scale this on the Y to thicken this out. I'll duplicate this on the other side now, and I'll create another cube. Okay, so now we're trying to get kind of the same style building as the one we just saw. Now, the building that is in the game is kind of within these two boundaries. This is kind of a weird building. I've never seen a model like this, a building model like this. It's kind of weird style model, weird architecture, but it's within their game, so I don't want to really argue with it. You know, bring it up to probably right around here. And we'll probably add 3 cuts and 3 cuts. Actually, we won't add 3 cuts there. We'll add 3 cuts here. Okay, cool. So with these 3 cuts, we'll probably, you know, inset these faces, put them right there. Actually, let's just do it on both sides real quick. Okay, awesome. So we'll inset all of these faces, put it over here. I'll extrude, scale it down on the x-axis, not the y, sorry. The x-axis like that, okay? And now we'll place another cube on top of it. And you can tell this is all made out of basic primitive shapes. Like, they're not made out of these obscure kind of shapes that you kind of have to go and model out. They're very basic shapes and very easy to do, especially if you're just like a kind of beginner trying to make a Battle Royale game, or you're trying to make kind of like these low poly styled buildings. These kind of shapes are very easy to do. Now I would probably just add like an AC vent too, just to add some like character to it, you know, because it is kind of like mundane right now. So probably add some sort of like AC vent, inset the face, scale this on the Y down, scale on the X a little, extrude it down. Okay, bring this up. Now I'll probably delete this face underneath here. Just backslash that, delete this face. Come down. Okay. Now over here, I'll probably inset and kind of have like the air conditioning part in here. To very quickly, like, I'm not trying to put too much effort into this. Very quickly, I'll just add like kind of blades for this piece. So, you know, I'll bring this out here, scale down on the z-axis, push it in. I'll rotate it on the y. Actually, let's scale it down more. Now I'll rotate it on the y. I'll duplicate it, and then we'll get something that looks like that. So, you know, we have like a nice little AC, and you can do it on the other side if you want to. I'm trying to keep it simple, nothing crazy. It's just like a piece, kind of like how they have it up here. I'm just trying to replicate what they did right there. So, you know, we're gonna have to make a lot more props within the next couple of sessions too. So right now I'm just trying to kind of get over like these let me show you these kind of style buildings right now. I want to get all of these done, these kind of style buildings, and then we can move on. And I might put a little more detail within them. So let's just say it's like typically I'd probably, for myself, I would probably add like, you know, like let's just put like a cylinder over here. I would probably add like, scale it down, and I'll probably push it up all the way up here. I'll probably extrude it and then rotate it on the Z axis. I mean, not Z, on the X axis. Extrude it again, rotate it a little more. Extrude it and rotate it. And then we're kind of aim it into the ground almost. Rotate. And then extrude straight into the floor. Bomb. Okay. I think that looks pretty good. Now we can keep this in. Now you can add another layer. You can like push this over. And you can rotate this on the Y. And what I'm doing here is I want to kind of have it so it's not just looks like it's going straight on one section. I kind of want it to make it look like there is a little shape dynamic going around. Okay. Just so it doesn't look so boring like on the side of the place. Okay, I'm gonna start scaling this down. Come down to the bottom. Now we can just probably put this into the ground. So we can probably just delete this face. Maybe add like probably a bigger end right here, extrude it out. Probably just have this go into the ground now. This big piece. Okay. Take this edge and then I'll bevel it. Push this over here to kind of soften this piece out. Okay. And probably the last piece I would probably add is I'd probably create another cylinder. I'd probably make it a bit tighter, like an 8-cylinder side. Probably delete, take the top two faces. Let me hit backslash. Oh, this is actually part of that, or no? Okay, yeah. Let me hit backslash. Take these two. Let me inset these faces. Let me delete them. Let me try to fill as many as I can up right here. Fill. Okay, just fill all of this up. Just get rid of all of that. Okay, now let me hit backslash again. Let me hit L to take everything in. Bring this over here, scale that up. Bring this over. I need to kind of push this more in. Kind of to where it's like inside of the building almost. Okay, awesome. Set this to origin. Okay. Scale this down. Scale it up. Making sure it's kind of centered in. Bring this out now. And I know that we can delete these two, right? And now I'll push this back in here. Take these now, I'll extrude and push them out. Take these, push them in on the X. Okay, these are kind of just like the clamps that would technically like hold these things on the walls. That's all these would be. Just trying to like better space it out right now. Backslash. And just trying to make it a little bit neater. So it's not too tight on the corners. And if you want, you can maybe put like an obnoxiously big screw on here, because I know a lot of stylized games, if they have like a bolt or something along those manners, they would put like, let's just say like a cylinder right here. They'd make it like 6 sides. They would scale it down on the, they would rotate it, on the X, 90 degrees. Scale it down. And they would make sure it's like really big, you know, just so you can obviously see it. And rotate it over. And now this entire mesh, you know, you can use this to kind of hold up all of this. I'll rotate this 90 degrees. Have this kind of hold this part up. And duplicate this, rotate this again 90 degrees. Or just having it like hold up right here. I think that's it. I don't think we need this one. If I'm being 100% honest. Delete those faces. Okay. Just need a couple. So adds a little bit more diversity. And if you want, at the bottom, what you could do is you can add like, kind of like what we did. At the top, not the bottom. Kind of what we did at the bottom where we took the faces, and extruded them. We could just do that at the top to make it look like it's kind of going into something. Yeah. Okay, cool. And see how we're doing with time. Doing pretty good with time right now. Not really pretty good, but I would like to think we're doing good. I think we'll probably wrap it up around here with this building. So let me join these together. Join. Set this to origin. Call this building 2. Building. Spelling building wrong. What the heck? Building 2. Enter. And that's building 1. I'd probably place this. So these are big buildings. Like, oh, actually. Oh, these aren't joined? Oh, no. Join. Okay, now I have to rename it now. Build. Okay. So these are like the bigger style buildings. Like we'd probably want to, you know, probably not want them to be like right next to each other. So, you know, this would be probably over here, and then, you know, we'd probably put this one over here. We can maybe make like a door on the bottom if you want, like extrude this in, and then just extrude just like a little bit. Pull this up a little. Now this is a problem right here. Let's delete those faces. And we can bring all this down. We'll solve that problem very fast. And let's very quickly just delete these bottom faces, and that'll probably be it. Oh, delete faces. Even honestly, let me hide this real quick. Let me hide these. Trying to see if there's anything else I can delete. Probably delete these, honestly, like these right here that get covered by the building. Let me do Alt-H. See, you don't really see those. I guess you see them on the side. You wouldn't really want to delete them. You would see them right here. So you wouldn't really want to get rid of them. That's basically it. If you want to do some touches ups, you could probably, you know, add some bevels here to smooth out the sides and stuff if you don't want hard edges. But it's basically about kind of repetition, creating it, making it look nicer, things like that, to kind of fit with the whole like low poly, like kitty style of the game. So if we come back over here, you can kind of see. Let me pull this up because it's not. Oh, it's actually at floor level right there. So we have one building over here that kind of has like its structure that's going down. We have another building over here that kind of makes up within the city scene. And then we have our helicopter pad. We have our fountain area, which we got to fill up these grass areas with trees, bushes, things like that, mazes, stuff like that, so it doesn't look empty. And then over here we got to make like a helicopter, obviously, to make it look like more filled up and impacted. But and then treat more buildings and things like that. I'll probably do maybe 1 or 2 more buildings, and then from there I'll probably finish it. The next 2 buildings we're gonna do, a 2-piece building, like a modular set building. So we don't have to, or a 3-piece modular set building, so we don't have to keep creating buildings. We'll have like these 2 individual style buildings, and we'll have simple buildings to just fill around the entire city. So yeah, that's basically it, guys, for this session. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you learned something. Maybe about, like, I know this is not the hardest style modeling there is, but maybe something about the workflow on how you create kind of maps. Next session will be, like I said, going over and creating more detail, more props, and things like that. Thank you guys so much for watching, and like always, have a good one.
Hey there, guys, my name is Steven Davidian, and today we're going to be starting off, I think this is session 4 of this tutorial series. So in the last couple sessions we basically covered off making like the character for this scene. So if I kind of come over here and let's zoom into the character, we made a base character for this scene. Then we made a couple of different kind of terrain paths, and then we made like a building or 2 to put into the map. So within this session we're going to be going in, so like I'll take over this this screen and put a couple of images over here of these kind of style of buildings. So if you see over here to the left side, you can see how these buildings are structured in a very low poly manner. What we're going to be doing is trying to manipulate these style buildings, and for that, the reason for that is to populate kind of this map in a better light. So we have 1 building over here. To make it feel more immersed and better, it would be obviously nicer to have a couple of different buildings placed around the entire map, at least this city part of the map. And then you can have like different places over here and stuff like that, but mostly places that we can place around. So we'll look over here, and you can see, if you can just look over here, you can see that these buildings are just basic kind of primitives that you can base off and build them up. So let me come over here, give me a second, guys. Okay, so yeah, these are base primitives that you're going to just basically build up from the ground. And you see little things like these little plants on the floor, cars and stuff like that. That just adds a nice little texture to the map to make it a bit better and make it a bit more lifelike. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this over so we can have a separate screen. And I'm going to start creating kind of, let's create a cube. Scale this cube up. I'm going to start creating kind of some sense of scale up, some sense of like buildings. So something like that. I'm going to inset this face over here, and I'm going to extrude this up. Now you don't want every building to be like this kind of size. You want there to be like a nice variation in between each one. So I'm going to take a couple of these, I'm going to bevel out the edges, I'm going to extrude them out by hitting Alt S. Maybe scale this in a little bit too, just like that. And then towards the top, bring the top up a little, and then I'll create an edge and extrude out. And okay, let's click over here. Let's bring this up. And you can probably just extrude this down a little bit if you want to kind of have like a middle piece. Let's bring this face up to kind of thin that piece out. Kind of something like that. Probably scale this down just a tad bit. So hit Alt S to scale this down just a little bit to get something along the lines of that. And then we'll add probably 2 vertexes on each axis. And over here you can start, picking out some different variations. Okay. Alrighty, and then over here. So I don't want these to kind of connect, so probably keep it like that. Alright, so I'll inset these faces, scale them down on the Z-axis. Actually, you know, if I scale all of them down, it's gonna actually lead to some problems. So let me scale it down. Let me do Shift R, Shift R, Shift R, Shift R, Shift R, Shift R. I'm gonna come over here and just kind of Shift R to duplicate my actions that I just did on the other planes, and then I'll now come in here and select all of the faces so we can extrude these in for windows. And you can make like a multitude of different styles, whatever that kind of pleases you, different window styles and stuff like that. If you want something like that, I guess. But I keep it kind of fairly simple just because for the style of this game, we don't need to add like a crazy amount of detail. So I try to kind of keep it as low as I can just so we can keep, you know, the style pretty decent. All right. Over here, I'm going to delete this face. I can delete the entire bottom face too. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a edge loop right here. I'm going to extrude this piece out, and then I'll probably take these edges right here, extrude them down. I'll take these, I'll push them in here. Are these edges flipped? I think these normals are flipped. Let me lock the rotation and scale. Let me see if I flip these normals how they'll look. Flip normals. Okay, they look much better now. Alright, so I'll take that, I'll flip those, and then I'll take the edges right here on the outer side and I'll fill that by hitting F. Okay, and then you can take this bottom piece and level it up with that ground. And now from here, I'm gonna add, so we have a 5-sided polygon right here. So let me check. Select by all by trait, select faces by size, and then we'll go to 5-sided faces. Let's hit backslash. And okay, let me see. Select all by traits, select faces. Select all by trait, select faces by sides. No size is equal to 5, so I'm kind of curious on why it's not doing that. Okay. If I set that up and then I link these together, I think that should be fine. Okay. Awesome. I'm gonna probably take this entire edge right here and I'll bevel this probably out to, I'll take the entire thing, bevel it out to probably right around here, and then from here I'll take these two pieces, extrude them in. Let's delete that face. I think that was the issue that was causing it. There was a face in between these causing a manifold, so we'll delete those two faces. And I think if we look around, I think that should be good. You could delete these faces on the bottom too, just because stuff like this you're not going to really see within the mesh, so it doesn't matter too much, you know, if there's faces down here. So you get rid of that if you don't want it. Now if you have backslash, now you can see if you maneuver this into like a nice part of the map. Let's rotate it 180 degrees. Like right over there. It looks a bit nicer. I'll probably rotate it so this is kind of aiming the door. So this would be around 90 degrees. Okay, so I'd probably aim it like right around there. And you could kind of put it wherever you want, but you know, just creating some general sense of buildings. Now, for me at least, I like to create more like abstract style buildings.
I think, you know, if everything looks like a rectangle, it's going to look pretty ugly. That's why you can see these buildings are kind of within different shapes. So, you know, I create a cube now. Okay, scale this cube up. Kind of scale it just like how a building would be scaled. However big you think the building would be, kind of scale it along that size. Take this over, and I'll probably just extrude to make kind of like an L shape. Okay, I'll add 3 subdivisions. I'll bevel all 3 of them. I don't want to make the bevel too big, so I think right around there is good. I'll extrude all of these slightly. I think that's good. Okay. Take faces now and scale the face up. And I'll take this, Shift R. I'll take this, Shift R to duplicate the face. I'll take the top set of faces over here, scale this up, and I'll extrude the top side faces now. So extrude those. Okay. And then you can probably just extrude this down just a little bit to get a nicer shape. Push this in to kind of level this out. And if you want to go within more detail, you could. Like I said, I keep it kind of general just because I don't want to really go within too much detail of making this, just because I feel like you've kind of centered this out. Just because I kind of feel like it would be kind of like, if I show you over here, this is generally what I'm trying to replicate. Maybe in a little different manner. You can see this is a flat top on the top of it, and I'm making it curve in. This has no windows and stuff. I'm trying to maybe detail it a little bit more than what they did. But if you want to go in and, you know, maybe make some more edge loops, and then from here maybe like push some of these down to make it look like it was worn out and stuff like that. Maybe even create maybe some chips within here, you know, like delete this and then you know, fill this and fill this, and you could create kind of like some cracks in here and maybe texture it a bit better and stuff like that. And then there's a lot you can do. I'm keeping it simple just for my sake, but you can go in more complexity and create more of these shapes. So I'm going to save this too. Okay, now what we're going to do here is we're going to probably add 2 splits. Add one, I think 1 split should be fine right there, and then we'll add 2 splits right here. Then 1 split right there. Okay, so now we can take, you know, different kind of faces randomly. Okay. Just picking basically random windows where I feel like it would be okay to put like these faces. Not doing like any sort of general order. Just basically picking random spots that I feel like, you know, wouldn't really disrupt the mesh too much. Okay, I think that's about good. So we'll inset the faces. And probably right around there. I think that's a little too small. I mean, a little too big. We'll inset them right around there. Hit extrude, we'll hit Alt S, scale it in just a bit. And now you get something that looks like this. And then if you want, you can probably create another inset, kind of like a longer office window, just like that. Extrude it, you can just push this in like that. Just so it doesn't look so plain and similar. And you can create the door. I'll probably create the door on, I don't know if I should create the door on this side or the inner part. Kind of torn on which one to create it on. Probably create it over here then. Let me bring this. Oh, actually, let me just hit backslash. Let me delete this face. We could delete the entire face of all of these underneath of it to kind of save on the poly count. bring that down right around there. I'll take this, extrude it in to kind of get our doorway. And like I said, this is very, very simple doorway. You can probably make it a little bit more complex and make it a little bit nicer if you want to. But you know, just for the sake of this video, I'm trying to keep it fairly simple. You know, make it a little bit more thicker over here. I'll scale it on the x-axis and then scale it on the z a little. All right, and then bomb, put it down. Bomb right there. Take this, bring that down, and then you have a nice little doorway. And you can even cut this in half also. So you can probably bevel this. Actually, I don't know why we triangulated that, but we shouldn't have. You could even bevel this too a little bit. You could probably extrude these doors out too to make them look like they're like a, I don't know, automated doorway or something. And then maybe you can use like a light blue color to texture it to make it look like it's like, you know, clean or whatever. For that, I mean, for this, I mean, like we can probably take like some materials, like we can probably use this as a reference, like not as a reference, as something we can probably use, like duplicate this and then separate it. So separate by selection. Let's set this to origin. And we can use this, push this over, scale this down. And use this asset to kind of help us out and, you know, put something over here and stuff like that. And then, you know, maybe duplicate this, rotate it around the other way, negative 180 degrees. You can even scale this down too a little bit. And then you can use this also as like maybe another piece. It's just a lot of reference. You could put a lot of different kind of things on there. Like if I show you kind of what they do on some of their roofs, very, very like low poly. They take things and they simplify it to probably the maximum. It's just a very, very low poly approach on creating things like that. And you know, let me see, simple like boxes on top of things just to add some nicer shape dynamic. But on an artistic standpoint, it's not beautiful. It's not the nicest mesh. Let me try to see if I can open up Unity really quick. Just because I don't know if I opened up the correct browser. Because I do make a game and I kind of want to show you. I kind of want to show you pieces of the games, of the game environment I made, to show you how I use a system like this for creating mobile games. While that loads up, we'll continue on and start creating some different kind of buildings. So let me open up my reference files now. Okay, we're right around here. Okay, so now that we have this building, let me join these together. So to join that, we're gonna have to flip the geometry on these guys, just because the normals got all flipped. Okay, select all of these. Just go hit the space bar and type in flip, and then flip normals. Then you should be fine after you flip the normals. Move this probably over here. You can just name this building 4, and then we'll name this building 3. Building 3. Awesome. I mean, yeah, so you can see we have different kind of shapes within our buildings. It's not kind of all one generic shape. It's not just like a regular square on most of it. It has different kind of elements to this, and I feel like that's what makes it a lot nicer to look at. So you can, you know, put one over here. Now these are one-off buildings, but something like this you could probably just duplicate it and put it on this side over here. I don't think like the user would notice, because these are, if you come here and look at the character, look how small the character is. Movement speed in a mobile game like this is fairly slow. Okay, let me just see if I can open up. Now this is a very pre-alpha game. This is like a work in progress. So this is by no means like a finished game. Let's see if it loads up though. If it doesn't load up, I'll just go within the scene. Okay, so I just want to show you kind of a general idea of how all of this is, you know, ugly, but a general idea on how we kind of do the building creation within a mobile game. So we obviously look at optimization, but we took it a little bit further with our game. So it is raining right now. And I think since I'm rendering a video down here, it's going to be a bit laggy. So you can see over here, yeah, it is going to be a bit laggy, especially as I'm creating it. So I'll go into the actual game scene. I'll go into the scene. I'll bring you guys in, and then you can see. I clicked something off. You can see it's a very small map, but it feels big when you're in it, and you can see kind of like how I created kind of like broken off pieces of it, maybe little pieces of brick, fade them out, little stuff like that, maybe like moss around here, and I created more of like a wore down, beaten up kind of environment. And you know, later on I'll probably put more stuff within the sidewalk and things like that, like trash cans and boxes and like numerous amounts of things. But you can see over here that it's all based on the same thing, and these things are all broken up into modular sets. So if you look through here, I think these are all broken up through pieces. I don't know if we can find the exact piece, but most of these things are broken up through exact pieces. So that's kind of what we use to create this modular set also. You can see over here at the top all the individual black pieces as it's broken up. You can see, kind of view it at the top. So, you know, this is something I created in a matter of maybe like a week and a half of working. I jiffed up something like this, and then when we're making a game along the lines of like a mobile style game that you can essentially run around in an open environment, you're not going to be able to create like these triple A quality assets. You're going to kind of have to step back and kind of like look at it in a different way and simplify everything as much as you possibly can. Okay. So over here, I'll create another cube. Let me just see how we're doing with time. We're doing really good. Okay. Create another cube. I'll scale it out. Okay, I'll scale it on the Y, and probably this is one of the last buildings we'll create. Maybe this and one more. Or, I don't know. Maybe this is just it. Just because it's starting to get redundant, you can kind of see the pattern which we go upon. You know, create something nice and simple, and add maybe 3. We'll add 4 vertexes. Take the top vertex, pull that up, add a line, extrude this line. Extrude this out, probably like right there. Extrude this in. I'll add, I think 2 is good enough, and then 1 over here. I think that should be good. And like I said, just like before, actually I think we should add a couple more to make it look like maybe like a business style building or something. Maybe 4, and then 2. I think that's a lot better. So. Over here, we'll double it up. So inset, double that up. We'll take it over here. We'll scale this down. Shift R, Shift R. We'll inset this. I think that was a little bit too much. Inset it to probably right around there. Oh. Scale this down. Scale it down to probably right around there, and then repeat the action just by hitting Shift R. And then over here, you can just you know, find places to put these next kind of couple of windows, kind of everywhere. Okay, so I'll scale this down to around right there. Hit Shift Shift R, Shift R, and Shift R. And then the last piece, which is right here, I'll add one, and probably add one right there. Making sure there's nothing on those other sides. Scale that down. Okay, now I'm gonna take all these pieces that we scaled and we're gonna do that same thing which we always do. That's why I'm kind of saying it's getting redundant. We're gonna do extrude and then Alt S. E and Alt S to push it in. And we push it in a bit too much. Right around there should be good. Okay. Okay, so let's hit backslash to kind of get our placing within here. We'll take this, we'll inset this face. We'll delete this bottom face. Actually, delete all the faces on the bottom, actually. Delete faces. Take this down. Delete that face. Extrude this in, and then hit F to fill it. So that can be our door. And then this might be a little bit too big, honestly. So easily you could just take this top face and bring this down. And then boom, that could be our door. Add a cube here. Like I said, simplification. We don't want like complex things. You can add a cube here, and then this could essentially be like, let's just delete this back face. This could essentially be like almost like a greeting sign to like a bank or something, or maybe like a you know, a sign to like say what company it is that you're going into, or something along those lines. Can kind of fill up all of that. Okay, so put that here. I think that looks good. I think it might be a little bit too wide, so I'll bring that in. I'll probably stick this out a little too. Okay, now I'll take a piece over here. I'll actually, let me unselect these three faces. Now I'll extrude out just like that. So it's kind of sitting on something, which is a bit nicer than, you know, it just sitting on nothing. Okay, this selects everything, which is not good. All right, we'll just keep it like that. Hit save. If you want to add more detail to the door, you can. I think I'm gonna keep it generally like this. I don't think we should add too much more detail. Maybe add like a couple more windows, like, you know, inset this and then scale this down. Extrude, Alt S. But I don't think we're gonna add like more variation to the building, just because we're trying to keep it simple. And I always follow a rule that was kind of taught to me by like self-teaching myself, essentially by picking other people's brains, is whenever you're working and trying to keep things efficiency, and unless you're trying to make like a totally beautiful piece, then you want to really take the time. But if you're trying to make things efficiently and stuff like that, you tend to use a saying called KISS, which means like keep it simple, stupid. And every time I see myself going in and maybe like detailing out like these beautiful pieces of like architecture, I come back and I realize like a game like Battlelands that's very quickly created like this kind of environment, you know, made it so there's no need to do really too much more if this is your style. Now if you're trying to make a realistic game and you're doing this, like this is the building that you're putting into a realistic game, that's a whole different story. But if you're creating this as your style, don't get lost in trying to do like other things and making other pieces look nice, and just try to keep it, you know, very simple and very easy to do, so you know you don't get lost at the end of the day. It's very easy to keep up and stuff like that. So okay, there is one problem. I feel like over here I'm gonna select these. I'm gonna try something out. I do want the barriers around it, and I feel like that it not having it may affect. I'm gonna bevel this. Let's see if I hit 1. That's way too much. 0.01. That's too little. 0.05. That's too little. 0.08. I think that's good. So 0.08. I'm gonna remember that number. I'm gonna select all of these. See if I hit Shift R. Oh, it does it for me. Awesome. And then select all of these. I feel like since we did this already to all of the pieces, it would look weird if a building at this point doesn't have it. So that's why I'm taking all of these now. All these faces. Oh, actually over here I gotta do this one too. Shift R. Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay, bevel 0.08. Enter. Alrighty. So it would look a bit weird if we only did it to, every building besides this. You know. That's why I'm gonna just try to keep it part of the style right now. I don't want to really stray away from it. Towards the top over here, you know, create some different kind of style of windows. Extrude, push in, and yeah, inset, scale, and then extrude this, push this in. And like, yeah, adding AC vents, maybe like a ladder on the side or something like that. I know they do that. Yeah, those things would be obviously cool to do, cool to implement, but not a necessity, I would say. Let me see if I can grab our old reference image. Okay, give me 1 second. Uno momentos. Okay, I'd probably now see if I can just very quickly okay, I think I'm just gonna copy this piece then. Where is it? Alright. This will be our universal like AC vent. Now it'd be nice to make maybe like a couple different kind of ones of these, you know. File, separate by selection. Set origin to geometry and then bring this over. Lock rotation and scale. And then we'll flip the normals. Flip normals. Place it over here. Hit 1 on our keyboard. And bring it up. Okay. Be cool to have like I was saying, a couple different variations of this, but yeah, we're just trying to kind of get it done. We don't want to spend all day. If you're making this for like a game on your own, then I would say, yeah, go for it. Make 15 different AC vents. But since it's a sake for the tutorial, we kind of -180. Okay. Since it's a sake for the tutorial, we're trying to kind of keep it simple and not really do too much. So let's join these. Okay, so this is another building. Now we can place this building over here. Place it. And now, since you know how you can create buildings, you can kind of, I feel like, just go in and make as many as you want now. Since you know already how the basic steps are on how you create them, I feel like you can go in now and just make as many as you want. So, oh, I'm rendering this. So we have, I think we have a couple different. So building, this is building 5. Building 5. Oh. Building 5, I think it's called. Yeah. So, yeah, we have a couple of different variations of them. And you can just put them anywhere. Like I said, it's going to be a big map. You can probably switch the texture color on a lot of them. So you can take this building and you can move it over here. You can rotate this -180 degrees. And then probably rotate it again. I'll probably rotate it this way. -90 degrees. Okay, keep it something like this. push it maybe on the corner over here like that, and just keep it like that. They tend to space out their from what I've seen, they tend to space things out because you don't want buildings kind of like this in a game like that, just because in your camera when you're moving around the buildings it'll be really hard to kind of see the character if there's like a building on every corner. So they try to keep it as simple as they can and not make it too complex for the players. So, you know, something like this, this kind of placement probably be more than enough. I would say maybe these buildings are even a little too close to each other. I'd probably move this over. And same with over here. This kind of placements would be more than enough. I would probably take this over here. Probably move this into this structure just because I feel like it fits more naturally. And I'd probably move this over here. And then bam, we have two sets of different buildings. And you can create more buildings by all means. It doesn't have to stop here. You can make as many as you kind of want. Just the reiteration of it, you just got to make sure your workflow is efficient. Now these are big buildings. If you see in their game, you can see over here that they have houses too. Very, very low poly. So this is more like a cul-de-sac of houses. Over here they have like this different style building, which, you know, is basically made up of a cube. The bottom part is made up of something like that we did like this, and then they just put on a cube on top of that, like a elongated rectangle, and then they put half cylinders for these top pieces to make it look like, you know, I think it's glass or something like that. But yeah, so once you have the general idea, the general structure on how to create these kind of things, it's fairly easy to actually implement it in practicality. So just a little complex to do it in the beginning, just because you don't, it's hard to kind of, you know, create these low poly things. But once you have it, like if you see over here, let me bring this back. If you see this red car over here, like that really doesn't look like the best car you can create. The airplanes look pretty nice, like the helicopter and this big airplane. Those look pretty decent. But if we come over here and, you know, we look at the grass and stuff like that, we look at like the trees. Trees look not bad. But right now we're going to be getting into creating like the car. So if you come over here, you see these red cars. Come over here, you see these little low poly cars. We're going to create kind of some sense of, some kind of models that look like that right now. Just to fill up kind of the street, just so it doesn't look so empty and plain. So do a cube. Come over here. Scale this cube down. Okay, we're going to be scaling this down. We can do backslash to kind of only have this on our screen, and then we can probably delete one of these sides and bring out a mirror modifier. Okay, why isn't it modifying? I'm confused. Okay, delete these faces. And then add a mirror modifier. Am I lost? Where is the mirror? Let's just delete this entire face. Let's bring a cube here. Let's scale this down. Scale it in. On the y-axis, let's do Alt-A, Control-A, lock rotation and scale. Control-A, lock location. Now we'll take half the faces. This should work now, if I'm not mistaken. Now we'll add a mirror modifier. Wow, I'm shocked. I don't know why it's not working. Okay, let's add a cube. I'm kind of confused right now. Probably doing something so stupid that, you know, so simple to do, but I'm kind of messing it up. Pretty sure that's always the case for me. having something always go wrong. It's always a bulletproof plan for me to create something and make something go wrong. Okay, so let's create a piece in the middle, and let's create a bevel right here. Now I'm gonna get rid of this because that's annoying. Let me just, sorry, really quick. I hit close on that. Get rid of that. I'm gonna go back and see my reference over here. I'm gonna take a sip of water too because my throat is killing me. Okay. So, in their style, the back part of the car right over here is like pushed in to something like that. This entire piece of the car extrudes upwards, and then you kind of want to scale it inwards and then scale it in just like that. Bring this top piece a little bit up, and I'll probably bring all of these pieces up with it because the car is not that big. Probably just to create more of a cartoony effect, I'll probably put this piece up a little, maybe bend this down to create more of like a cartoony effect. Now these cars are very zoomed out from the angles that I'm looking at them in. Like, I don't have a pure nice angle of a car. I've made a bunch of low poly cars. I don't know if you saw them within the last video, but I've made a bunch of different style low poly cars before. Let me see if I have. Oh, sorry, this is for something else. Let me see if I have a car asset that I could show you. Let me see if these are it. Okay, awesome. So you can see I made these two low poly cars. Not amazing. They're just supposed to be, they're not supposed to be viewed from like right over here, you know? This is not supposed to be where they're viewed from. They're supposed to be viewed from more of like a farther angle. Probably back here or something. And then in like a nicer light. Like the lighting in here looks really bad, but they're supposed to be viewed from farther out. And I don't even think these are the final pieces. These aren't the final models. I think I went over this and did like another pass through from texturing, but like the headlights and stuff I redid, I remember. But this is kind of what I did when creating cars. Now this is a little bit too higher polygon. Like you want simplistic. Like if you see over here the orange car to the right, the red car in the bottom right corner, you want really low poly simplistic cars that, you know, you can look at them and then they'll be like instantly readable, just like, oh, that's a car, that's it. Like you don't really want complex assets. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going into Google and searching up low poly cars and then trying to find something that is low enough to where like, oh, that kind of matches the style, because their style is very, very low. I would say something upon the lines of this, you know, very cheap assets, low assets, things we don't have to use a lot of resources on is kind of what they do. So probably try to copy something along the lines of these kind of assets. Big top parts of the car and then shorter bodies, like the trunk and the hood are shorter. They just inset their cylinders within here. So you see if I grab a cylinder, I probably make this an 8-sided cylinder. I'll take clipping off. I'll rotate this 90 degrees. I'll scale this down. Scale it down on the x-axis. Scale it down. Bring it over here. And what they do is, you know, probably put one over here, because they're not going to go in and model everything out, you know. For them, it's not worth it. They would rather just do it kind of like this, because especially from the top view that they have, they don't really need to model out like kind of like a barrier for these wheels to go to, because if you look at it from up here, it reads as a car, and that's exactly all you need when creating something like this. You just need it to be able to read as what it is, and what it is it's a car. So I'm trying to get some more reference right now. Just give me a second. Okay, I'll probably split this into two. You know, now I'll take all these. I'll take these faces right here. I'll inset them. I'll take this face over here and this face over here. Actually, these two faces. Since this is mirrored, if you try to inset them, it'll separate them. So you have to extrude and then scale. Actually, hold on. Clipping isn't on, sorry. Turn clipping on, extrude, and scale down. Okay, now you can take all of these. Oh, I didn't do it for this side. Let me do it for both sides now. Extrude and actually extrude, scale down to right around here. Shift, extrude, scale down to right around there. Take all of these and then extrude and then scale inward just a little bit. And this could be your window for your car, you know? I mean, not your window, your... Oh, yeah, no, actually your window. I was right. Your windows, I would say. Push that up. Yeah, there's not a lot of reference to use. It's kind of just off the top of your head. You kind of just got to create it. What I can see, actually, though, is right here, the thickness of these barriers across the windows. I feel like they are too small. Within their game, it's a lot more thicker in between each window. So I'm going to try to gap it out a lot more. Kind of something like that. You know, extrude this and then maybe scale it down to something like that. And make sure there's a lot of room in between. And then extrude and scale in. To grab something along the lines of that. Maybe for this last part, you know, inset this, scale this down, scale this up maybe a little bit. Okay, move this over and then just extrude out for the tail lights. Just trying to get a better shape, you know. All depends what you want. If you want to make it wackier and kind of like more cartoonish, maybe don't make it perfectly like square shape, maybe make it a little bit more wacky, you know, something like that. All really depends what you kind of want to do. Probably for the top over here, you know, I'll bevel this, okay, and then maybe extrude this out, kind of like a spoiler for the car, if you want to. If not, you don't have to. Actually, you know what? I don't think that's even necessary for what we're doing. I don't really think that's 100% necessary. Let me see if we bevel this, how that will look. I don't think this is gonna read within our game. That's the only problem. I would love to do it, but I just don't feel like it would read. Okay, let's extrude in. I'm gonna extrude this inwards, and then for this, I'll probably inset this, scale this down, and I'll pop these out just like that. Over here, okay, what I'm gonna do, very quickly, start finishing up the entire kind of car really quick. Inset, extrude, scale. Actually, no, hold on. Sorry. Push this in, and then I'll extrude. Scale that, and extrude outwards, and then scale down, just to create a better sense of like a rim very quickly. So over here, what I'll probably do is, I think I'm done with this really for right now. You know, select this. I'll push this in, probably push the back part of it down, just like I said, to make it a little bit more toony. And start playing with some shapes. Use proportional editing to kind of move the entire mesh in certain directions. From up here, I'll probably take this and scale it in a little bit. Maybe push the front of the car out a little bit. Maybe scale the proportional editing. I'm just playing with some different styles. I think the front of the car though really needs to go inwards though. Like, needs to go down. Okay. Take proportional editing off. Bring this down. Okay, so now, like I was saying, I can apply this can change the title of this to car. Enter. Let's see how we're doing with time, so we're not wasting. Okay, we're around 50 minutes. Okay. Take a plane, and I like to do this just like how we did it with the AC event. I like to do this for low poly, like the grills of cars. I like to just take, you know, basic planes like this, bring them out, and rotate them on the x-axis. Bring it up right here, and then just duplicate it down. You can select a couple of them and duplicate them simultaneously down, just like that. And now you have kind of like a cooler vent to your car. Rotate. Actually, I'll just keep it as is. And bah. If you want to pop out the hood, like maybe take these faces, inset it, and then maybe like pop up the hood a little bit, you can do that. Depends, there's so many different kind of styles that you can do, but for this, I think that should be good. I'll save that. Let's pop it into the world. Like when it's into the world, it's gonna look so much smaller. So okay, move that here. I'm gonna move my character because I use my character as a reference to the entire game. So if my character is like 2 times bigger than the car, then there's a problem. And bam, you can see it is. It's actually bigger than everything. So you can see that there's a problem. What I would have to do is I'll probably take him. Probably bring my 3D cursor right there. Bring it kind of at the bottom of his feet. Hit 1 on my keyboard. Make sure it's right around there. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to scale it down towards the top of his head. Okay. Come over here. I'm going to bring this down. I'm going to start adjusting the scale. Now, I'm going to worry about the character to the building scale first. Probably which is right around there, I would say. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hit Control A, lock rotation and scale. So now if you come here, you can see the rotation and the scale are 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. Now if I Control Z, you can see the scale's all out of whack. So if you put it into a game engine, it's going to look really bad. Like it's going to be all out of whack. It's not going to be scaled to 1 or 0. So you lock that, and then you can lock the location. The location doesn't matter. The location is just like where it is on the map. So if I move it over here, I move it over here, it changes the location. So since that's scaled up, we're going to scale up our car. And we're going to bring our car up. Probably right around this size is probably good. And then same thing, lock the rotation and scale. So now it's perfectly set. For this car, since it's going to be like a low poly style car, you know, you can take it, duplicate it around, push it around, and then you can probably keep it, you know, probably make it as one car. Or what I would like to do is I would probably duplicate this out. Hit backslash now. Okay. So on the top over here, what I'd probably do, actually to make it really simple, I'd probably just take a cube. First we have to like actually rotate this out. Straighten it out a little bit. Cube. Scale this cube down. Scale it out. And I don't know if you guys can know what I'm already doing, but I'm just going to make a simple police car. So you get something kind of along the lines of this. Probably put it towards the middle of this. Flatten this out. Create a bevel. Take these, inset each face, and extrude them outwards. And then I'd probably inset the faces again and then pull them up to make them more curved like that. And you have kind of like 2 very nice police style lights, and then you could just very easily texture one of them red and texture one of them blue, and then bomb, you have like easy police style lights. And if you want, you can texture probably like a piece over here, like put a sticker over here that says like so and so police station. And if you want to make it really different, what you can do Since I insetted these faces, it's going to make it a lot harder to do it actually. Okay. So what I would do actually in this situation is I'd take all of these. I'll duplicate this. Scale it down. So if we didn't inset those faces in the beginning, this would have been so much easier to do. Since we did, we're going to kind of have to do backtracking. So G on my keyboard, G on my keyboard, and I'm going to take these, extrude them up, extrude these up. Okay, I'll fill this, and I'll fill this. Same with these over here. I know this isn't the funnest part of game development, and you know, you're not making the prettiest meshes, but we are doing like something that is generally an optimization point for gaming, and we're kind of using it in that sense, creating something for optimization use, because you know, we are making a mobile game right now. Let me take this face right here, let me take this face back here, and I'll probably push these up to right around there. And I'll probably push this down a little more down, just like that. And then this could be the like basically the bumper of the car. Probably thin it out, so it doesn't look so plain. It makes it maybe look a little more aggressive, since it's a police car. It has maybe a cool bumper and stuff like that. You can maybe put a muffler underneath that, and you can maybe put a front bumper, and you can kind of get endless with it. I'll call this police car, and then bomb. So that's that. You hit backslash on our keyboard. Now we have our police car. We rotate that, and then you can put that within the city to make it look a little bit nicer. Over here, you can rotate this, rotate that. Just kind of fixing it up, making it look as neat and nice as possible, I would say, is the main key to making a nice environment. You know, within this game, you can see there's a lot of like pieces that, you know, don't look really neat, don't look really nice. Even like over here, maybe creating like even a patch of grass, I would say, since we already have our building structure out, even, you know, maybe extruding out and extruding very subtly, like right over there, a patch of grass, right? And I think this is already in here, so take over, I don't know which color we use for the grass, but take over something like this and then move it over here. Let me just move this over here. So let's go into texture mode, and bomb. You can see it looks just a lot nicer that there's like a patch of grass now in the middle of the sidewalk, maybe to add like some sense of like nature. And then you can add a lot of those throughout the map. You know, you have the roads, and then now you can go in and you can add a lot more like detail and subtleness. Just the thing is, when you have like different characters walking around and you have 20 people online, you have to keep it efficient. You can't have PBR shaders, which is one. So you can't have multiple shader textures on one object. So you don't want like a metallic map, a normal map. Obviously you want an albedo map to give it texture, like color, but you can't have like specular, albedo, height, and all these different kind of maps if you're trying to make a mobile style battle royale game and have it run efficiently, and especially having it run on multiple phones. So that is basically it, guys. Thank you for watching this session. We created a couple more buildings, created some cars, had a lot of fun doing this. Within the next couple sessions, we'll start creating out a little bit of props, and then we'll go into texturing between sessions 6 and 7. So thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys all have... Hey there, guys. My name is Steven Davidian. So I think this is session 5 that we're starting, and within this session we're going to actually be going in and creating the bushes for the environment. So all of the different style of bushes, we're going to be going in and creating them so they can kind of fill up the map. That coupled with like trees, maybe little like branches and stuff like that to fill in the map. And then like the helicopter that we created, we'll probably enter that in. And just kind of keep on populating the map with different terrain to put on these tiles so we can have different pieces. So let's get in really quick. Let me show you a reference of the maze that I kind of showed you guys when I was drawing it within Photoshop. This is the kind of same maze that we're going to kind of create. Very simple, you know, you can see it right off the bat. They're just rectangles and they texture them a certain color. So we're not going to really go too complex. We don't want to kind of stray off from what they did. So to lay off some groundwork, what we're going to do is kind of replicate what they just did. You know, maybe make them a bit thinner. And trying to replicate what they did. You know, bring this piece out, extruding it, and then if you have a maze already in mind, that would obviously help a lot. But unfortunately, I don't have a maze already made up. So you're gonna see me over here creating like different style of patterns, kind of going all around the map. So over here, you're gonna see me bring this out, creating edge loops, and you know, just copying this in. I do think this is a bit too thick, so I will push this in just a bit. Edgy twice. And the whole point of these kind of style of games is they make like these objects that, you know, making a bush maze like this in a realistic style would be kind of hard to do, I'm not gonna lie. Or not really hard, it'd just be a little taxing on your software, like having to go in and Blender and create maybe like a realistic style bush. You're not gonna be able to create it with cubes and stuff. You're gonna have to kind of go in more and let's grab this entire face over here and push this back. But you're gonna have to go in more and kind of methodically place, you know, certain things out. With this, you just generally get the idea of it, and then you know you can create like a very quick general idea without having to really put too much time into it, and then it fits with the style, which you know it works kind of perfectly, which is awesome. So come over here, kind of fix all the rest of this up. Okay, just extrude this out, and then maybe, you know, create one over here, bevel this out. We extrude that, and then bam. I think that would be good. Make sure, you know, it's not like too narrow to where like a character can't even move within here. But let's just put this over here. I think that it should be a little bit more complex if you ask me. I think we're kind of cutting it short, and you know we should probably add a little bit more complexity within this maze to kind of make it a little bit harder to kind of navigate through it. Kind of make the players, like, once you get lost within it, it's kind of hard to navigate around it and get out. So if it's simple and easy, then there's really no point in making it, I would say. If it's like really simple to get out of and stuff like that, what's the point of essentially even making the maze? So. I think that's good. You know, now we can add probably bushes and stuff like that to it. I'm gonna grab our character, our small little character right here. I'm gonna grab him, and his origin point is all messed up, so I'll set the origin point to the center of the geometry. I'm gonna reset his location, even though it doesn't really matter right now. Okay. Set to origin. Let's bring this guy all the way over here, and I'm gonna kind of measure him out. I want the bushes to be bigger than him, but like I think these are a bit too big. So I'll scale this down just a bit. I'll push this in. I think that's good. It's about like it's about the same height as him. It's just a little bit bigger, and yeah, that looks pretty good. Now you can run through it and stuff like that, and then you can call this maze 1. Okay, enter. So this is one of our mazes, and we can put this over here, supplement it with trees and stuff, and then we can duplicate this maze over here and kind of put it over there. If you want to make a different style one, just, you know, very quickly, just keep on adding some variations to it, just to make it kind of like in its own style. Like if you don't want it to look like an identical maze, just got to put a little bit more time into it then. You know, I'll just do very subtly create like you know, a couple different pieces and stuff like that. So that's a different maze right there. I'd probably rotate this around. Let's do 90 degrees. Enter. To kind of off-put this a little bit more. Probably put this dead in the center of the map. Same with this. I'll probably put this more like kind of in the center of the map. Now we have two generally nice looking mazes. Now what I'd probably do is you know, create some nice low poly trees. So I'll create like a nice cylinder, 8 sides. I'll scale this up. I'll scale this in. I'll bring it upwards. I'm gonna hit backslash. I'm gonna delete the bottom face. Scale the bottom out. Use this in. Extrude over here. Okay. Alrighty. Extrude all of these out and then, you know, scale them down. Actually, you know what? I think since they're gonna be within the ground, we're gonna hide the face. That's why we're deleting the bottom face. Since they're gonna be within the ground, I don't even think we have to even go about creating the tree stump of the actual tree. So if you delete the faces, since it's gonna be top view too, what you can do is merge this to center, so you don't have to waste geometry. You push this up maybe a little, and then probably add some variation to the tree. Yeah, like move this up a little, and okay. Over here, we'll add a nice cube. Let's subdivide this cube. Oh, we'll subdivide smooth it actually. So let's grab the cube, hit W, subdivide smooth, scale this up, scale the cube downwards. And we'll probably place it right around the dead center of the cone, of the cylinder. Okay. Just like that. And you can probably delete these faces, and you could scale this out, probably extrude this down. And then you could probably have like something that looks like that. If you want, I think you can probably scale this down, honestly. You can probably take this, scale it out to get something like something kind of like this, and then duplicate this to have it a bottom piece, right? And then you can scale this bottom piece down, and you can scale this piece out and this piece out to kind of make it look like it's kind of falling over a little. Probably scale this in a bit. I'm just testing out. I'm not looking at any reference right now. I'm just testing out different styles of like creating these kind of trees. And I'll probably push some of these edges down to make it look like, you know, leaves are essentially falling, which, you know, it's a low poly game. It doesn't really matter. And over here, I'll do the opposite. You know, everywhere where the lowest part is kind of present, I'll bring down this part over here. So you create something that looks necessarily like that. I'll turn proportional editing on to kind of enhance this a little bit. Turn that off. Thinking about bringing this down. I think that looks similar to what theirs looks kind of within their game. What I would do very quickly to show you, let's just do a quick unwrap. Actually no, I'll do that within the texturing. But basically, this top part would be a lighter color than the bottom part, and it would add a sense of like depth to the actual texture. And then you could probably texture something like over here on top to maybe make it even like a lighter part. So yeah, all right. So we have something that looks kind of like that. We can name this our tree 1. We just name this tree actually, because I don't think they have various amounts of trees within their game. Get a backslash now. Probably smooth that out if you want, and then you can place that. We're not going to duplicate it right now because we only need one of these right now, and you can place this kind of wherever you want within the mesh. Well, I mean wherever you want within the map, and we'll have probably like a bunch of different kind of trees set within the map. So we have that, and now we're going to come over. We have our maze. We have that. I'm trying to kind of see what else we can kind of add within the game. Well, I'm not trying to see. I'm trying to find the reference images I had. I'm sorry. So come over here. There's a bunch of different reference images. Okay. Very quickly too, within the street, probably add just street poles very quickly, just to kind of scale this down and then scale it up, and just add like some or only make one right now, but just in general have a street pole within here. So I have their reference file right now, like how they made theirs. I'll hit backslash so you don't have to see anything else. We could just focus on this. We can inset the face. What I'm going to do is I'm going to inset, pull it up to kind of make this sphere shape. Then I'll inset again, and then this piece will be the actual pole. So this piece will be the actual pole, and then if it is, say, let's just say it's aiming this way. So I'm going to bring it over. I'm going to rotate it on the y-axis. Okay, I'm going to start aiming it this way, and I'm going to start extruding and then rotating it on the y. Extrude, rotate, and then extrude, rotate, and then extrude it like right there. Okay. Probably narrow this piece out now. Probably make one over here to thicken this. Delete those faces. Alrighty, I'm gonna kind of focus in over here on this. I'm gonna extrude these out. I'm gonna scale them out, and I will fill underneath here. I'll create a face, and over here I'll fill, that's a four-sided, and over here I'll fill, that's another four-sided. Same with up here. These are four-sided. Okay, so now this is kind of like the light pole that's kind of placing down. If you add like some cool game mechanics, you can probably add. I'm gonna stretch this out, by the way, on the y-axis, and then I'll probably bring this out just a little like that. Trying to make this look kind of neat, as neat and nice as possible. Okay. Take all this, I'll inset it, and then I'll extrude out for the actual light. And then this could be our light. And then over here, we could probably take these edges back here. Could probably push these down too to kind of smooth that out a little bit more. Now, I don't really like how small that is, so I'll take this and I'll scale it up. I'll take this piece and oh, I don't want that right there. I'll scale that down. Move it over. Okay. Let's rotate this on the y-axis down a little bit. Move it, and then bop. So you have a nice street pole. If you want to add some more edges, you can probably add a couple more edges over here to kind of smooth out these pieces, so it doesn't look like it's so sharp at the tip. Take these pieces and probably bring this out to smooth this out. And then you can probably hit G twice over here, and then same with over here. Oh, sorry, same with over here, hit G twice. Oh, no, opposite way. Hit G twice this way to kind of make it a bit more smoother of a light. And then I like narrowing out the light a little bit too. So I like narrowing it out, like pushing it in. And that's probably it for the light pole. If you want to maybe make the bottom, I'll probably delete these faces on the bottom. Make the bottom over here, make it a little bit wider, and then maybe add another edge. And probably one more edge over here. Kind of widen it up like that. Maybe make it like it has a base. You can do something like that. You can hit backslash now. Now you can set this in. Set this in your world. You know, right here, bomb, you have a light pole. You can call this light pole. Okay, enter that in. So now you have a basic light pole within your mesh. You have, you know, some basic buildings, and obviously we would duplicate the heck out of that, but just for right now, you know, we have that within here. Let me go here and let me kind of get a look at the helicopter. Pull this up. Hold on, just give me a second to kind of take a look at this. Okay. Just looking kind of at different variations of the helicopter that we can make. Now the helicopter is a very high poly asset. It is something that, you know, tends to be much more used. So for like higher poly kind of assets. Okay, so over here, what I'm gonna do, so since this is, you know, we have the maze, we have the tree, we have the light pole. This maze over here, I'll probably scale it down, like right around there. I'll probably move it in, move it over, and then on this terrain, very quickly, I'd probably add some patches of grass now. So on this terrain right around here, I'll probably inset right around there, maybe scale out and then scale up. All right, and then I'll extrude, and I'll probably pick this up very subtly, just like that. This will be like maybe a darker patch of grass. And then over here, I'll probably do the same thing. I'll probably take these two pieces, I'll inset, let me inset it a little bit. Right around there, I'll scale upwards, and I'll probably take this piece and I'll push it in just like that. Take this, I'll hit extrude, and same thing, I'll pull it up just a teensy bit. And now these will be like maybe darker fields of grass opposed to like the lighter grass that's gonna be like within the whole mesh. we'll just put darker fields of grass with on there. I just wanted to add like little pieces of that. Probably add maybe like a piece of that over here too. Just so it's just has like some variation on the map. You know, little pieces of grass that are maybe sticking out that are lighter. I really don't want them to stick out too much, to be honest. I want them to be very subtle. Just kind of like that, honestly, like almost to the point where it's unseeable. I want it to be. So I'll hit G and then Z and move it down probably like as much as I possibly can. Probably like right there. And then we can add trees around that and stuff and make it look all neat and nice. But you know, generally that's kind of what I would want. Now over here, I'll probably add, originally we had it to where like, we would have maybe like a house or something. That's kind of easy. We'll probably just add a cube, scale the cube up. We're going to scale it on the y-axis. And I'm copying generally this style. Everything I want to do, I want to show you what I'm looking at. So I'm looking at these style of references for the houses, stuff like this. Not, you know, exactly copy it like piece for piece, but use that as a general reference for our games. So model maybe like first we'll model maybe like a base house, so something maybe long and narrow. From what I see, that's kind of what they do. Take this top piece, probably duplicate it out, scale it on the x-axis. Okay, extrude upwards. Kind of bring this over, and then bring those. Let's bring those down and bring this down. And then let's remove all the doubles. Okay, so now we have a nice basic house plane. Pull these out on the y-axis. We have a nice generic house. Probably gonna make this a little bit wider, like that. And then over here, I'll probably take this, I'll bevel it out, and I'll make kind of like a entranceway on both ends. So I'll extrude and then extrude in. I'll probably push this out a little and push this out a little. So these are kind of entranceways. And from what I see, there's not really any doors within their house. There's not any windows or anything. And I'm going to keep it simple like that. Not going to really try to overcomplicate it in any sense of the way. So I'm going to, you know, keep it nice and simple and then delete some of these faces that we don't need. And then we could call this house 1. So let's duplicate house 1. And now what I'm going to do is, since we already have house 1 duplicated, let's see if I can take this and this. Oh, no. I could duplicate it again. I can scale this down. Rotate it on the X 90 degrees. Okay. And I keep scaling it down. Now I'm going to try to plug this in here. Just going to bring this down. I'll scale it. And then bring it down, leveling it out a little bit. And then we can scale this kind of within here. I don't want this to kind of be messed up, so I'm gonna move this over, fit that there, and then I'm gonna pick these up and then push it right around there. Okay. Pushing this further in, and I'll push this down a little bit. Just trying to make it look a little bit more nice, and we'll have some more shape dynamic. And I think that works pretty good, like a separate kind of house right there. You have like a elongated one, then you have one like that. Now what I would probably do is I duplicate another one, maybe scale it down just a tad. Actually, you know what? It'd be actually a little bit easier to do it with this one. So I'll take this and I'll copy both of these. I'll scale these down. Okay. I'll take this and I'll I'll bring it up, scale it down. I'll put it in right around here, and I'll probably leave it right there. Let's move this up a little bit more. And it's just kind of playing with it. Since we already have, like, you know, one of these basics, base meshes kind of done already, there's no reason to kind of have to do it again. I'm gonna hide this piece really quickly. So I'm gonna hit hide right here. Okay, and on this back side over here, you can see that it's kind of like a door face, and we don't really want it to be a door face right now. We want it to be more of a maybe like a window over there or something like that, because it's like another piece. So I'm gonna fill that in, and same with this over here. I'm just gonna start retouching this up, like delete these faces and fill this in, and then probably, you know, add another edge and move one up, and, you know, move some edges to the side, and maybe add a nice inset right there. Scale it down, and then extrude it in. Now if we hit Alt H, now you can see it's a bit nicer now. We have like a nice window in here. It's not as bad. If we move all this all the way up, take this top piece, kind of emphasize this window up here. Have it like a nice big window, and then typically these houses, they kind of have like two of these on like opposite sides, so we can have another one right here on the opposite side. Just like that. Okay. So Alt H, I mean not Alt H, backslash. Now we could face this house right around here. Push this down. Maybe rotate this around so it's facing. So negative 180 degrees. Maybe rotate it a little off to the side. Maybe take this house now. Take this, rotate it off a little to the side. Have this house over here, rotate this off. And take this, rotate this, negative 180. Well, no, actually, positive 180 degrees, sorry. And then take this over here and just kind of start placing them a little bit better and neater and nicer, and, you know. This is just a very, very simple way to do it. You know, these aren't like beautiful, complex houses by any means. It's not like hard to do kind of environments. Just something simple to put in, very quick and very fast, and then have it like kind of fit within the game. So now that we have that, and we have that middle piece inset, this tile with probably a couple of trees and stuff like that is pretty much good. Let me see where the character is. I kind of lost him. He just goes hiding sometimes. Where's the base? Oh, he's actually hidden. Literally hidden. Alright, take him over here. Comparing him to this house, I think these houses might be a bit too big then, if he is, but that's just a sizing issue. We could size that within Unity or something, and then come back into Blender and reset the transforms. Just the basic point is that, you know, it is the house and it is, you know, finished up. So now what we'll probably go and do is I'm gonna go look at kind of my reference for the airplane. Okay, so what we're gonna do is kind of create some sense of some kind of helicopter. Okay. All right. Spelled the word helicopter so wrong right there, but we should be fine. So we're gonna make some sort of helicopter kind of like on this pad. So create a nice mesh. We can hit backslash if we just want to focus on this. Could delete half the sides. Come over here into the modifier panel and hit mirror. Turn the clipping on. Bring this down, add a nice cut, extrude this out. And just kind of like how we were creating the cars, we want to take into account just how we create the push this up, just how we would create the helicopter. We don't want to kind of make like a beautiful high AAA quality helicopter and then, you know, it doesn't kind of match our scene. So keep into account how you kind of make all of your assets. Don't just follow how you make one of them. So if we make the car a certain way, we gotta have to kind of follow those same guidelines on how we make like something like a helicopter. Okay, so we could take all of these now, hit O, take proportional editing off, extrude that in. We can start scaling this in on like the x-axis. We can start pushing this up on the z-axis. So, you know, we can push all of these up to kind of narrow it out a little bit more. We could probably extrude it again. Okay. You can see we're starting to get a nicer shape out of this. Nothing like exactly like what we want right now, but generally a nicer shape. Okay, we're going to turn proportional editing on. Move this over. Okay. So we want kind of like that curve where it goes into that certain place and it curves up. We want that kind of curve right now. So we're going to take a couple of these. We're going to take proportional editing off. And we're going to push this up. We're going to kind of have that that curve kind of pushing this all together. I'm going to push all this up. Start moving these vertexes. I'm hitting G twice to move them on their axis. Then we get something that kind of looks like that. Now we'll probably add a... Oh, actually add the windows and such really quick. First, before we add windows, I'm going to bevel the front of it to kind of make it a bit softer. After we bevel that, take this, hit G twice to push this up. This will kind of be the front of it. So I'll hit extrude and I'll scale out. And I'll extrude that inwards. So this is essentially the front piece of the helicopter. Let me use a knife tool right here. Come down all the way, probably to right around here. Narrow it in. I'll add a nice piece right there and I'll inset these faces. I'll hit I twice to inset them separately. And I'll extrude inwards just like that. So now we have two pieces that are kind of extruded inwards. Probably push this piece down. Push this up. Push this up. Push this up. Okay. Take all of these, hit O to turn proportional editing on. I'll start curving these in. I can even hit bevel on my keyboard to bevel this out. Hit G twice to start curving these in a little bit nicer. I'll come over here. You're going to see it kind of cause some errors over here. You can see it very easily. Use the knife tool now. Kind of come along. Over here, click enter. Hit G twice on the keyboard. I'm gonna have to kind of fix this up actually. Let's actually Control Z this bevel initially. And we're gonna have to fix this root problem right here, right around here now. So it doesn't kind of get worse. I'm gonna start curving these pieces down a little bit and start aligning all of the vertexes kind of in a nice clean edge flow. probably push this in. I'll probably create another edge now. Start rounding this out. Now towards the bottom edge, I'll take these, hit proportional editing, and I'll push out. And then towards this, I'll probably push up a little. Start softening these pieces out, and then towards here, I'll push out. All I'm trying to do here is soften the bottom part out. I'm trying to make it a little bit more round and stuff like that. Okay. If you want to make the front a little bit more round too, you could do so. I'll probably just bevel the front. And I'll take this, hit G on my keyboard. Just trying to make it as nice as I can. As we beveled it, I'll probably take it in. So I'm not going to go all the way around. I'll probably just take it and cut it in here to make a triangle very quickly. At the top over here, I'll probably take this top piece. I'll extrude it and I'll bring it out. I'll scale it inwards. I'll bring it out a lot. I'll scale it down on the y-axis. This is kind of where I'll place our cylinder. This is going to be a separate object right now, the cylinder mesh. I'm going to scale this down. And to create a realistic helicopter, this would take a lot more time, It would probably be an entire video series, to be honest, to create a helicopter that is like a realistic with all the moving parts and stuff like that. But you can see we're just taking simple shapes and we're taking, complex shapes and just simplifying them very quickly. Okay, so very quickly, let's delete the back face to this. Okay. Let's take this now. Let's inset this face. Extrude it out. Actually, that's a little bit too much. Let's inset it to right around there. Let's extrude it outwards to right around there. Okay. Let's duplicate this. Actually, I'm starting to think we can do this a lot easier. So let's add another cylinder. Okay. So we get approximately a correct size, something that we like. Let's inset this in right around there. We'll extrude. I think that's a little bit too much again. Let me try to get like a perfect inset. Okay, we'll extrude out. Now what we'll do, we'll duplicate this top face over here. We'll extrude this. We'll scale this out now. We'll take both of these faces, inset them, and then delete the faces in the middle. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to kind of fill up all these faces now. So by hitting the edges and clicking fill, to kind of fill up the rest of these, just fill, fill, fill. Just to make it nice and neat. And then take this over here, bring it down, scale it out, and we can scale this piece out now too. So this can be like the basis of what we're going to be using for the propellers of the helicopter to kind of come out of. You can take this. For the propellers, I would probably take 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll extrude, and then I'll extrude outwards. And, you can just scale. You could scale these all on the Z-axis to make them a little bit nicer. So scale it on the Z. I mean, not the Z, the X-axis. Scale it on the X. And then scale this on the X. Just to make it a little bit neater and nicer, I would say. Okay. Over here, I'll just triangulate the top of that. It's pretty simple. This might be a little bit too big, honestly. I might have to take this and then bring it down to maybe right around there. Honestly, I think that would be the best case. Okay. Scale down, create a nicer kind of thinner edge. I think that's pretty much it for this. So if we do \, this is all one piece. If we bring this in, put it around where the helicopter is, we'll obviously have to position it nicer. You got a pretty decent kind of helicopter pad now. Probably make it a little bit. See if we can make this piece a little bit bigger. I don't know how big we would necessarily want the wings of the helicopter. That's the problem. Probably like right around there, I would say. Yeah. These tips, you know, we want them to be kind of generally the same size. So you can see I'm scaling them. I'm moving them around to make sure like they're scaled about the same. And then over here, I'll scale this inwards so it can connect. And then let's go back into this piece of the helicopter to kind of finish this off and, you know, have it done. Push this in. Okay. Now we just need like 2 side pieces. So we'll take 2 cubes. Scale these cubes out. And we're gonna create 2 like side panel pieces. Because like I said, I'm using just, you know, basic reference on a helicopter because I don't know, I don't study helicopters too much. Like they're not my #1 most studied kind of thing. So I just take basic reference on how to kind of create them, and then I just go about how I feel like would be the best way on, you know, taking like a complex object and then just simplifying it the most I possibly can. This is kind of how I go about doing it. I take I take these complex shapes and then I just try to simplify the shapes as much as I can. And if I can't, then move that to 6. I'll rotate that 90 degrees. Like I was saying, if I can't, I just try, you know, to do it again and do it again till it can look like something, you know, I'm proud of. But typically it doesn't take too long for me to get it. Inset, extrude, inset. And I'll extrude this again. I'll create a piece over here. I'll extrude this piece out. And then, like I said, I'll take maybe 3 instead of... Actually, I'll take only 2. I'll take 2. Extrude outwards. Kind of like 2 propellers. And then I'll take 1 edge over here. Make this a little bit bigger, and then same with over here. Take this edge down here. Maybe make this a little bit bigger. And then boom. And we have now 2 nice propeller rings. I'll probably make them I should probably make them a little bit longer too, like, because they are supposed to make this thing fly, so it shouldn't be like too short or anything. This, we'll move this kind of like over here so that it can have like room to technically spin. And then boom. That's basically it. You can rotate this. Technically spin 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I don't know what I'm doing. It's pretty late right now, but okay. Have them like that. Now the last kind of piece I would probably do is, you know, add one more cube, the last cube that we're gonna add. Scale this cube down, scale it down on the y-axis, scale it down on the x-axis. Put it kind of on the under railing part of what we just had. Put it like right there. Rotate it on the y. Actually, let's just keep it as is right now. Let's not rotate it on the y. Keep it like that. Bring it out, extrude. Rotate, extrude. Rotate, extrude. Rotate, extrude. Okay. Keep it like that, and then I'll duplicate this. Push it over here. Now this is what I'm creating here. If you don't already know, is I'm trying to create the railing part of this helicopter thing. So kind of like the part that would land, because obviously the helicopter can't land on its bottom, so it needs kind of something to land on, and this is kind of that part that, you know, it would technically land on. So, you know, you can leave it just like that. I'll probably be a little extra and, you know, extrude and then, you know, rotate it on the Z a little, the X, and then rotate it on the X a little, just to have like a nice little curve. And do the same thing over here, like extrude, rotate it on the X and pull this up, and then extrude again, rotate it on the X and pull this up, and then have like a nice little curve that it kind of goes along. So, boom. That's basically it. Now, the last piece I'd probably do is I'd probably add like, let me see if I can add it within here. I think it's smarter to do it the other way, but let me just see if I can add it within here. Let me turn clipping on. Let me extrude in. Let me scale down. Okay. And let me take these pieces and let me extrude this up. So most of you guys know that, you know, helicopters at the end of them, they have this kind of piece, and that's kind of what I'm trying to replicate right now. And I'll probably scale it in to get something like that. And then typically they have it on the same thing on the bottom side, but typically it's like a lot smaller. So okay, why is this? What is this? Why is this like this? This is connected, that's why. Alright. Need to move that out the way, turn clipping off so I can move that out the way. I can turn clipping back on now, and now I can create the bottom piece. So we can extrude this in, we can scale this, you know, scale this down on the Z a little bit, and then extrude down. Obviously that's all messed up and wacky, so you kind of connect it, fix it. This bottom piece typically is smaller, so you want to keep it kind of smaller like that, kind of tilt it back. Now if you're actually doing like a realistic helicopter, then obviously you would want to probably put more of like the anatomy of a helicopter in here a little bit better, make sure it looks nicer. But since we're just doing it roughly, I think this looks good for like a nice prop within the map. So you can apply that, and then you can apply these, and now we have our helicopter. Alright, awesome. So let's look. Okay, we're around 49 minutes. This helicopter took a long time to kind of do, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. I don't like really taking too much time on like a simple object like this. You know, rotate it down the X. Push it down. I don't like taking time like on a simple object like this that we're not going to really be able to reuse that much. I feel like it's a waste of time when you know I take like a lot of time on something simple like that. So the last thing I'd probably do is add a couple of crates, like these low poly style crates within the map. You tend to see them a lot. You tend to see them a lot in a lot of games, but you see these like colorful crates right here. They're just basically essentially a box, and we can texture them on. I'm gonna do a little bit more just because, you know, it's kind of what I do. I just tend to do a little bit more of stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scale this out a little bit. I'm gonna bring it up right around here. Okay, and now instead of texturing out everything, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll probably add, I think that's it. Instead of texturing out everything, what I'm gonna do is, let me see if I inset these really quick. How that would look. Okay, that looks pretty cool. Shift R. Shift R. Nope. All right. Let me just redo this really quick. Let me pull these out. So we'll scale this out just a little bit. And now I'll do the inset again. Make sure you hit I twice. Actually, before, I don't want to really scale that out because then the insets will look weird. So I'm going to keep it as scaled. I'm going to inset twice right around here. I'm going to select these, do Shift R. Then I'm going to select these and hit Shift R again. Now I could select all of these and very subtly just extrude them in, and these are kind of the crevices of the container. So this is kind of like how the container will look. And now towards these ends, I'll do like a nice big inset, and I'll hit and I'll extrude these in. And then let me hit backslash. And then typically on these, there's like you know, little pieces over here that you can kind of see, like you can kind of push out maybe like a piece over here. Maybe over here you have like another piece in the middle, push out, and then they have kind of like different pieces of like container. Maybe like typically they have like a handle. So let me actually do that instead of just creating like, they have kind of like a handle. So let me scale this out. Let me see if I can add two. Yeah, I'll add 2 edges. Take this, I'll extrude this out. I'll pull this out to make it look kind of like a handle. And then if you really want to, this is totally 100% unnecessary. But if you want to, what you can do is you can inset these faces, delete them, extrude inside, and then, you know, you can fill these together and you know, get them looking right. Let me do Z on my topology and then fill that, and then fill that last piece, and then you can get something that looks like this, and you can use it as a handle, and then you could probably push this up to really make it look like a handle, and maybe like push this in. And it's a process that you kind of got to go to. You want to make sure that this piece is kind of seen to make it look like you can pick it up on this side or stuff. You can maybe put like a lock over there. You can maybe put like a key code and different kind of things in there to make it look better, to make it look more, you know, rubbish. But hit backslash now. We could call this crate, and I'll have one crate, but I'll have like I'll duplicate multiple of them, and I'll make sure that they're different colors, so it'll make it look like we have different crates. Because if you look over here, this model is a box, right? And it's the same model every time. There's not different shapes. They're just in different positions, and they're different colors, and it makes it look like it looks different. But when in reality, it actually doesn't look different. It actually isn't different. It's actually the same. So we have our crate, we have our helicopter, our piece over here, our grass. I had a couple of little trees and stuff. And that is, if I'm not mistaken, we have light poles, cars, our character, our maze, our fountain. You actually see the reference for our low poly fountain. Okay. All right. I think that's basically it. If I could, I probably should do this to make this a bit nicer. Let's probably round this out. To make it more spherical towards the top. And then a quick way to do this is just triangulate the top to get rid of that n-gon. And now it's more spherical on the top. And you can make different kind of fountains, different style fountains, if you want. Just, I kept it really simple. I think I made this in the beginning too. I wasn't going to be really like this, but I made it quickly in the beginning. And then you can also add like actually, you can also add a plane, right? You can take this, you can duplicate this face, you can scale it up, make sure it's in here, right? And you can push this in, make sure it's like perfect. And you can maybe even add some like variation to it. So let me hide everything besides this. Let me hide this. It's just a quick technique. If you click O to proportional editing and you click random, you could take random pieces and you can push up, right? And it'll create like this random kind of effect like over here. And if you click Alt H to unhide it, very quickly, let's unwrap it so I can show you kind of what I'm talking about. If we go to texture mode, we unwrap it. We'll pick our base material. We'll move it to, let's get out of proportional editing. We'll move it to maybe like a nice gray, something like that. Oh, that's pretty boring actually. Maybe a darker gray, or maybe like a, I don't know really what color fountains are. They're typically gray, I would say. So we'll move it to a nice gray. And then over here, we'd probably move this now as water, you know? We'd use this as like our water. And then you can even maybe make this transparent, and you can see it gives it a nice little like effect of water on top of our mesh. We did this very quickly, obviously, you know, it's not perfect, but it gave us like a nice little effect of water within our mesh very quickly just by duplicating an edge and making it like that. So I don't know if you can maybe like do some different sides, maybe like that. That makes it look a little bit weird, I'm not gonna lie, but just moving it over, you kind of definitely probably texture that on, but you can see that it gives it doesn't make it look flat, makes it look like it's flowing. And if you want to maybe have a water particle within there, you can definitely do that. But if you want to do it fairly easy, you can do something like that. Maybe make it a little bit transparent so you can like see through it almost, so you could see underneath this. So okay, let's save this out. Control S, save, or else, like, you know, we would lose all of this and then so it'd all be meaningless. But let's just save it and wrap this up for this session. So these are all the models that we're going to be going in and texturing within the next sessions. And then from there, after that next session, we're going to be importing everything within Unity and testing all of this out. So thank you guys so much for watching this session. I hope you guys learned something. And then in the next couple sessions, like I said, we're going to be going in and texturing out and stuff like that. So like I said, thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope you guys all have a good one. See ya.
Hey there guys, my name is Steven Davidian, and today we're going to be going over texturing our character we created. So this is how he looks right now. We're gonna go in and kind of texture him out, and yeah. So I have a couple of references. I have a reference right here. I'm gonna be using this to color pick some things, and kind of try to go for that style that they created. Very simple, very easy. Nothing crazy we're doing. So let's go in by, you know, grabbing like a nice shirt color. I'll probably take the shirt color and create maybe like a nice gray with it. Then I'm gonna add a black mask, and I'm gonna fill in with the UV set tool these shirts. So I'm gonna fill in these with the shirt, and I'm gonna make sure I get only the shirt. Okay. So if I come over here, you're gonna see I'm gonna pick all of these underneath. Alrighty. Same with over here. I'm gonna pick these underneath. Okay. So I've hit one on my keyboard. I could get out of that mode, and now I can see that we blocked off the clothes pretty easily. What I'll do now is do the same thing with the pants. I'll grab like this brownish color for the pants, and I'm gonna add a black mask, and I'll do the UV set mode, and this just fills anything that has a UV set. So if it's on a set of UVs by itself, it'll fill it. Okay, and we're just trying to get just basic block off for everything right now, even for his skin. So I'm going to create this, fill in his skin. Okay. Let me fill those in. Let me grab this over here. Fill that and fill that. Make sure I didn't select anything or I'm not missing anything. And I'm using the color palette they use in the game, so I'm not missing anything essentially. Okay. Okay, let's grab his shoe color, which is like a blackish brown. We're gonna add that in now. Okay. Fill both of these. And you can fill his belt with that color too. Alright, awesome. Last thing we'll probably do is add like the hair color. So for the hair, actually, let me grab this over here. For the hair, I'll probably pick something like this. So let's see how that looks actually. Let me delete this really quick. Let me put a new layer in. Okay, and let me grab this hair color we want. Let me put the roughness up. Alright. I think that's too close to his skin color, so I'm gonna bring it down to, you know, something like this. Okay, I'll actually color pick it one more time to see if I can get like a nice better color. Okay, I guess we'll use something like this. Use a hard brush, and the reason we're gonna use a hard brush right now is because we're gonna map out how his hair kind of looks. So let's turn symmetry on. So in the top corner, if you hover over it, it says symmetry, and you can change the axes and stuff like that. You can hide the symmetry plane, or you can show it. All right, I'm gonna scale down. Now I'm gonna draw a line kind of like right over here, and then around right here I'm gonna cave in and kind of go back into, and I'm doing this very roughly. It's not gonna look perfect right now, but I'm trying to get this to look neat. Okay. I'll fill all this. I'll hit 2 and erase some of this, and I'll hit 1. You could switch between the erase tool and the draw tool between 1 and 2. Okay. So right now I'm just trying to get in an outline, and you don't want to necessarily go very painterly with this, because with this style at least, I tend to see that it's very simple. You know, they use basic colors, basic shapes. You don't really go in depth into, you know, the textures.
They're not really adding too much detail with it. At least from what I see. Within the models, within the characters, within the environment, I don't tend to see a lot of things that have like a lot of detail. So you just cover in, and now I'm just filling in his head roughly. And now what you can do is we could go to our eraser tool. Let's pick the hard brush, and you can hold shift and you can drag and kind of get like these nice clean lines over here too. So if you want to like hold shift and drag and get like a nice cut over here. So over here you can start smoothing that out. Cut this over here. Okay. Alrighty, I'm gonna kind of clean this up. I want to make sure we get that curve in here. I don't want to really get rid of that curve. I think that should be good. I'll go to 1 again, and I'll fill that piece out. And I might fill this out a little bit more to get something like that. And I think we should be good now. Okay. If you want to connect it, so if you want to connect it into like a beard, which I think it would look a little bit better. I know the character that they have on display currently has a beard, so you could kind of pop out something just like this, kind of maybe get it towards the bottom a little bit better, underneath his chin, kind of go up, and then towards right around here you probably want to fill that out, come right underneath where his nose is. Like I said, we're going to do this very roughly, and we could clean all of this up later. Probably thicken this, and then I'll hit 2 on my keyboard and start cleaning some shapes up. Okay, so you can clean this up. Hit 1 to fill some out. And I even see that they have like a piece that goes up here, honestly. Yeah. Have like a piece that goes up here, kind of like a soul patch. And what I would do here is to get in where the lip is, I would create a nice black, and you know, I'll draw in very roughly where the lip is, maybe narrow it out just like that. Okay, awesome. So now we can take the beard color, like the hair color. So let me just put this over here. Now we can take the beard or hair color, and we can lighten, we can actually darken the value just a little bit. We're going to create like a nice shadow. So I'm going to turn the flow down. I'm going to turn the flow down. I'm going to turn the opacity down. Get like a nice little balance over here. And I'm going to kind of just go in and just draw in like a shadow kind of going across here. Just like this. Just drawing in a shadow just to make it look a bit nicer. And kind of just going over it. Over here. Okay. So I'm going to go over all these edges. And you can add some variation too. Like it doesn't have to be so like one colored. You can add some maybe variation into the color of the character's hair and stuff like that if you want to make it look a bit more vibrant and lifelike. You can add maybe some different colors, maybe some different stroke patterns to the actual hair if you want them to make him look a bit nicer and stuff like that. We'll keep it kind of like how it is right now, just because we have to texture an entire kind of scene. So I don't want to just get caught focusing on, like, you know, the character's hair. So I'll take this now and I'll lower the opacity to make it kind of smooth in a little bit nicer. And yeah, it's just a lot of playing around with it. You know, you can keep playing around with it till you feel comfortable with what you got. Coming over here and kind of finishing this up. If you want to add some lighter colors too, you can add some. Let's turn this back to 0. Let's turn this to 0, not 1, 0. Enter. I'll add some lighter colors. And over here, you know, you can probably add just some variation to his beard. Nothing crazy though, just very simple colors to his beard to kind of make his hair and his beard look more lifelike. I'll probably go in and I'll add like a darker brownish color right here. Let me go over here again. Let me bring down like a nice brown. Over here, I'll probably, you know, texture in. Just like so. Start blending in the shapes a little bit. And then towards the top of his head, we'll take a lighter source, something like this. And we'll texture in the top of his head with a lighter color value. Okay. Come over here, just get this in, and then blend it in a little bit better too. Okay. You have some variation within the color, but nothing crazy. So now we have that with in. Now we can get into maybe creating just some basic eyes. So let's go to the hard brush, turn the flow and stroke up, that's good. And scale this down. We'll come in here and we'll line out where we want his eyes to be. Probably right around there. Like 200 keyboard is gonna be like kind of picky, and you could have like, if you have an online image, you can very easily go online and maybe create like a find like an image of, you know, maybe an eye style that you like, and then just place it in here. You know, we have it like right around here. I had another layer. Pick white as my color. I'm going to bring this underneath this black outline I did. And I'm gonna go in here and we're gonna just texture in some color value. Hit 2 on my keyboard to clean out all these outsiding pieces, and we'll fix the middle of it too, so don't worry about that. Take like a nice black again. Come down over here, and we'll draw his pupil. Yes, they have very big black pupils. I don't know why they didn't add like color variation to them, but from what I see, they look very big and black and like mundane looking. I'll draw maybe a shadow in his eye. I'll draw like a dark gray, and then probably just slide just like that over. Might be a little too much of a contrast. Let me see this. I think that's a little bit better. Okay. Get something like that. Now, let's just clean up these lines. So over here, we can just clean this up a little bit just by going with our eraser tool, erasing, and then if we mess up, we can, is this the correct one? No, this is the pupil. The eye is number 6. Okay, so over here, we're just gonna use the eraser tool to kind of correct some of this. We don't have to kind of go way in and zoom way in, just because this is gonna be viewed from like more of a farther viewed camera. You're never gonna really necessarily be zoomed in this much when you're playing, or even like in a shop scene. Typically you're never going to be zoomed in this much. So okay. Just going to clean up all these other lines. Make sure there's no white kind of poking out. I think we should be good with the eyes. So we have some generic eyes, and you can add more. Let me see where the white is. The white is, I think, right here. So I add another layer. I'll hit the brush key. I'll grab a nice dark color. I'll go to the soft brush. I'll lower the flow, and I'll lower the opacity down. And underneath his eye, I'll probably just draw like a nice, let me kind of bring the opacity just up a little bit. I'll draw a nice shadow. I'll bring the flow up a little bit too. Right underneath his eye, like right around there. Draw a nice shadow. And with that, I'll just lower the opacity a little bit. And we'll add like a nice little blur to that too. Okay. Oh, that's too much. Okay. Right around there. And you could do more, and you could put in more. You know, the more time you do, the more time you put in. Just it's gonna make it look nicer, but it's gonna take a little bit longer to do. So we're trying to kind of accelerate this process as fast as we can. I'm gonna grab this darkish brown, and I'm color picking, of course, from the mesh that we already that I'm kind of referencing. Pick this color over here. If you want, add a color over here. If you want, you can color pick this and then grab like a nice darker color. And then like underneath this, if you bring up the flow, underneath this, you can kind of draw in a darker opacity. Over here, you can probably lower it just a little bit too, to give it kind of like a nicer illusion. And then if you want to maybe add some light to this, you can come over here. And I recommend, if you're gonna do a lot of like painting like this, I recommend buying like a softer like 3D coat. If you're into like kind of painting your assets. If you're not, if you're more into just dragging and dropping materials, by all means, and just use like something like Mari or Substance Painter. But if you enjoy kind of the process of hand painting textures, then I think it's going to be very hard for you to kind of do this. All right, lower the opacity, and I want just like a nice in between the eyes, a nice subtle stroke, and then kind of right over here. And we'll probably add some variations too over here. We're gonna actually like maybe soften some values up and stuff like that. Maybe like on the back of his ear, we'll kind of put some values in, and then lower the opacity just a little bit. And it's all about repetition. It's all about, you know, adding some spots you like, and you know, putting some spots you don't like, and then just keep on adding. All right. Why did my brush just go so small? What the heck? Okay, that was weird. Okay. Underneath his nose, I'll probably just draw in like a nice piece right here, and then I'll take like a nice lighter color. Let me put the opacity up. Take a nice lighter color over here, and oh, that's way too light. Let me turn the flow and the opacity down, just because I don't want it to be that light. Kind of highlight his nose a little bit better. And then maybe add some highlights like underneath his eyes, around here. Maybe above his lip, we can add like a nice highlight. Maybe you can draw in some nice teeth if you have like the free time, you know, to make it a little bit nicer. And I'll just put in maybe like a nice bottom lip under here. Okay, take symmetry off. It's looking pretty good now. You know, he has like a very nice tired look. Probably lower the opacity a bit more. Probably add some little bit more variation maybe to his eyebrows. Is symmetry on? I don't think it is. Right here, I'll turn that on. A little bit more variation to maybe his eyebrows, and then maybe add some stuff on his forehead. Color pick, and then start blending in some of these shapes. These colors, I mean, not shapes. I'm thinking in 3D terms still. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna blend this out a little bit more. I could kind of just sit here all day, to be honest. I could probably just sit here all day and create, you know, so much more. But you have to kind of essentially finish at a point. If we just stay here all day, you know, we'll never finish. So I have to, at a certain point, call it. So for his face for right now, that's pretty good. I want to get into like other pieces, maybe like, you know, adding in some touches to his biceps and stuff like that. Maybe adding in like maybe little cuts over here. Scale this down maybe a little bit. I'm gonna turn the opacity down to around 33%. Maybe I'll add like a nice little cut over here, and then come over to like maybe where the tricep is, and you know, let me color pick this. I don't think I'm gonna add too much detail, because then I feel like I'll be taking away from the actual piece, just because what they do in their piece is like they add minimal detail. Like I'll show you right here. Over here you can see that there's not really that much going on. It's very, very subtle, very low key. It doesn't really have a lot of variation into the mesh, so I don't want to add like a lot of variation when in actuality, you know, it's not gonna be like that good. So let's grab this color. Let's grab, I think I'm gonna change our tie to like a reddish tie. We're gonna use a black mask, and we're gonna fill our tie. Fill that one too. Okay, hit 1 on our keyboard. Let's take symmetry off. We don't need that for right now. Now I'll take another color. So let's take like a nice color. Let's grab this red we just made. Let's grab like a darker. Let's grab a black, honestly. Okay, so now we have black. Let's do a soft brush, and okay, and then probably bomb. I think that's good. So a really quick way to kind of do that is just get rid of all like the lines and stuff, mask it, and then just mask it to the tie. So you can see the tie is a separate object. We can mask it to that. Now what I like to do is probably just overlay it, and then lower the opacity, and then now we have like a nice cool striped tie on the guy, which is pretty cool. I mean, nothing crazy, but pretty kind of cool for our character. Let's add another layer now. Let's use a soft brush, and let's kind of grab our pants color, bring it down. Let's see, why is the brush like that? All right, that looked weird. Let's turn the flow down. Let's turn the opacity down a little bit too. Stroke opacity around 40%, I would say. Okay. Okay, I think we're on mask, that's why. Yeah, okay. We're definitely on the mask, so we have to overlay this mask, and then we have to create a new layer. Now that we have that new layer, we can turn symmetry on, and very subtly we can start, you know, texturing and maybe pieces under here turn the stroke down, turn the flow down, and then coming in here and maybe texturing some stuff. Same with the back side. Coming in here and texturing in some pieces. Nothing crazy though. That's the thing about this kind of style, is that they keep it very subtle and very clean. So you can see, like, if you just overlay this and then maybe just add like a subtle shadow. Same with the maybe the kneecaps. On this, I think they're using a toon shader. So on this, I don't see really any kind of kneecaps or anything like that. So I'm kind of just doing that on my own. But if you want to copy this style literally like piece for piece, I don't think they even use any kind of color variation within their pieces, just because I think they have like a nice shader that they use, and then they kind of stick with that. They don't really stray off that too much. You know, take a nice darker color. And then towards the inner pants area, you can draw maybe a nice shadow over here. And you can see that we are taking some time on the texturing process. I'm gonna probably wear out his jeans or his pants right here. Draw some lighter colors, wear it out. And then probably towards the bottom of his pants, I'll wear these out too. Come to the back. I'm gonna grab a darker color for like the behind the knee part of his leg. Oh, I'm way too zoomed in. Okay. I was way too zoomed in right there. Let me grab the behind the knee. Let me turn the flow and the opacity just up a little bit so I could get maybe like a better look, and then probably stop it right around there, and then come in, start filling some of this out. Okay. Turn the flow down and opacity down just a little bit. And you can just keep on repeating. I feel like we're over at this point right now. I think I'm going a little too much into this. I think we should probably not go this far into it. I would probably say like I would stop a little before this, so we're not having to waste time by putting in detail. We could just kind of bypass this whole thing and just, you know, put one texture there, and then that's it. But I'm just trying to make it a little bit nicer, I guess, with colors and things. Since it is like a mobile game, a lot of mobile games do like hand-painted texturing and stuff like that. So I feel like it'll help a lot if we do some sort of texturing. Let me see if I can find the blur brush. Projection, paint. Smudge, clone. I guess we could smudge this out just like that. Okay. All right. I guess that looks nice. So it depends if you want to go into the bottom now and you know, add some creases and stuff like that. Like I was saying, the style, I'm gonna just add like a nice little highlight at the bottom of his cuff. The style is pretty simple, so to take advantage of that, you can, if you're making a game and say you only have one artist, or maybe you're a learning artist and you want to create your first game, don't try to create like an MMORPG style game for your first game. Try to use like a style such as this and take advantage of the easiness, because you can use this, see if I grab a nicer color, a lighter color, and kind of highlight this above his kneecaps. You can use this style to your advantage just by, you know, creating some nice easy textures and then going over them and you know, creating like the rest of your entire project like that. But if you have, say, like buildings are like very detailed and defined, but your character is like flat shaded and looks all weird, it's going to kind of show and it's not going to really match your game. Getting it over on like his belt or like getting it on his hands, just focus on showing you guys before. And we're going to very roughly, you know, lower the opacity on this too, so you don't have to worry about that. And then we can come over here. Oh, yeah, I mean, he's looking pretty good. I would probably, you know, touch up his face a little bit more. You know, I wouldn't leave it like this. Like, there is some harsh, like, you know, harsh edges over here. And I'll probably touch this stuff up and trying to clean it up. But besides that, I think it's looking pretty good, I would say, for a nice, like, mobile styled game. I like it. Well, I'm making it, I mean, like, I have to like it. Okay, let's just see how this looks a little bit better. Underneath his eyes, I kind of want to get rid of those, like, the harshness of the shadows. But I definitely do want some color variation between, like, his eyes and his nose. But in retrospect, this is all not going to really be seen too much, just because let me turn my flow and my opacity up. It's not going to be seen too much because within a game engine especially, things like this kind of get passed up on very quickly, just because from far away, your camera angle and stuff like that, it's hard to kind of see perfectly how all these strokes and stuff that you tried to do. Okay. If you want to add, I want to see very quickly. It's not going to look good. I know it's not, but if I wanted to add maybe like his teeth in there. You would probably have to go down here and then cut this off like right around there. You probably have to erase half of it, like the edges of it, but I don't think it, for what we would have to do to create it, I don't think it would add a lot of character. Just kind of go in and see. You can tell how pixely these lips are. They're really pixely right now, which is crazy. All right, so let's grab the black now and just on here kind of overline, just to cover up where like his lip would be. Yeah, like I was saying, I feel like for the amount that we're going to put in to the amount that we're actually going to see, it's not going to be worth, you know, kind of like really the time to do it. Let's see. Come back. See, I want to see how it looks originally without the white. Yeah, I think that looks, to me, I think that looks probably better than it with the white. So I'll probably keep it something like that. I don't want to really try to stretch and make it look necessarily ugly. So I'm going to keep it probably something like that. I'll lower the opacity on this. Actually, I'll keep it around there. Let's create another layer. And now with this layer, what we're going to be doing is, let's take this original color. Very quickly just fill in like a nice spot of his ear. So I'll take like this reddish, this orangish reddish color. And I'm going to, let's see if we can fill in his his entire ear with this color. Because from what I see, the ear on the mesh, if I bring this over, you can see the ears on the side. They're like a different pigment color than what the rest of his face is. And I kind of want to replicate that style. I might just fill this in, and then I might go and lower the opacity or do like an overlay so it's not like very excessively doesn't look very excessively different, but you kind of just see how it looks. So let me just fill this out, fill the rest of this out just by going down. I'll hit 2 on my keyboard, and I'll probably just erase all of this on the bottom. And like I said, I'll probably just take this now and I'll lower the opacity to something like that. And let's go back to our brush and let's pick like the darker color, because they have a very quick way of creating like this darker hole within the ear. I'm gonna use my mouse honestly, and I'm gonna just let me try to get it a little bit cleaner. Okay, so and then I'll just fill it in with my brush. And that could be the inner part of the ear. So we have the ear and the character's face. If you want to add some detail to his shoes, like to make it weird, like he's in a Royale and he's been running or something, just maybe like take a nice bright brush, turn the flow down, turn the opacity down a little. And kind of maybe, well, that's way too bright. Turn the flow down way more than that, maybe around 10. I think that's just too bright of a color, maybe something like that. Playing around with it. Okay. Maybe try to smooth that out a little. Maybe towards just the tip of his shoes. You can just add some nice highlights to it. And yeah, if you want, they don't really do anything to his shirt, but if you want to do something to your guys' shirt, maybe add some variation to it. I would probably take symmetry off. I'm gonna try to add like a pocket. Let me see how that would look. Let's turn the flow and the stroke up, and let me see if I can get like a mediocre pocket in here. It's gonna be pretty hard to scale it in. I'll probably put it right around there. Yeah, you can see that it's kind of hard to like get it right, because it's kind of at a different angle a lot. So let's erase this. Yeah, we're gonna probably have to turn wireframe mode on. So let's show wireframe. I don't think that's gonna help at all though, not gonna lie. All right, with wireframe we're probably gonna have to come here, 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 and here. See how that looks. See how it cuts like from a downward angle? From straight on it doesn't look bad, but if you look at it from the downward angle, it does look a little bit rough. But from what I'm thinking is you're never gonna really see it from that angle, so I don't think that's necessarily a problem. Okay, so I'll probably just lower the opacity on this. And you know, we could just call that as a pocket. If you want to add more, maybe like some shadows in there, you can. So if you lower the opacity on this, maybe a little, and then create a layer underneath it, and you lower your flow really low, and then you lower your opacity just as low, and you come over here. If you want to add, okay, let's lower the flow again, and then lower the opacity. If you want to add like some shadows, kind of like within this, let me just finish this really quick. You can do so, and then you can probably add shadows along the entire mesh, to be honest, like underneath his armpits and stuff like that, maybe around his shirt. Let me turn symmetry on. Underneath his chin, we can add a little bit of shadows, a darker shadow going over there. If you want to add some more shadows, like I said, some more detail on his head, you can do so. But I think generally this is looking kind of well put and stuff. I'll probably just, last thing I'll do is I'll add maybe like a, what color should I add for the belt buckle? I think maybe like a, not gold obviously, but maybe like a golden color. Something like, let me pump the roughness up, something like that. Maybe something like that, and then fill this in. So let's fill this just like that. Hit 1 on our keyboard, and then bam, we have a nice golden color. And now what I'll do is I'll go to my alphas, and we'll pick maybe like a cool little, let me just get rid of that. Okay, we'll pick like a cool little like emblem thing, maybe you know, to have something, maybe the Substance Painter logo. You can pick that and then add a new layer. Oh, not a fill layer, sorry. Add a new layer, pick the Substance logo. Put it to white, turn the flow up, turn this up. Scale this all the way down, and then bam. Put it right there. Does that look cool? I don't know. I think that looks better as black. I think that's like the only logo we have that's not bad. You can make your own logo, obviously, if you're creating like a game and you want to, you know, have your own logo placed in there. You can obviously create your own, but yeah, that is basically it. I'll do some touch-ups for the end, just to kind of have it, you know, not finished, but like have something to touch up towards the end. Like maybe I'll, you know, add some creases over here, and then like, you know, space out underneath the armpits. Really get this going. Just adding some basic shadows to play off of. So we have some color variation. I know we don't have a lot, but it's nice to have some. You know, and I'll just kind of texture this in. Maybe get like a dark color again. Oh, not that. That's a skin color. Okay. Right around here. Yeah, you can tell the opacity is way too high on this. And the flow is way too high. So I'm going to lower these both. I just think with the style that we have, it doesn't really like play off well, like having creases kind of like along his back and stuff. I think it doesn't really play off well. I mean, maybe to other people, like, it's the best. It's the best style to have, but I just think personally, like, it doesn't really like for me. It doesn't really look good when it's like that. So if everything's nice and simple, I tend to try to keep things nice and simple. If things are kind of like complex and stuff, like talking within like textures and stuff. If we have like complex objects and things like that, I tend to try to make, you know, the rest of the scene complex. But I don't want to just make like one thing a certain way. Okay, I'll just add maybe like a couple more. Probably like this will be like the last one, probably. this out. I'll tilt it up. I don't really like that one, not gonna lie. Not really liking the whole creases in general, to be honest. I don't really like it. Hide this. And the last piece I'll probably do is I'll take this collar, I'll bring the color down. Okay, and then I'll add this and I'll fill it. So the color is like slightly different, and I like that. So it's not the same, so it gives it like a nicer touch. How about if we made it black? No, that doesn't work. Okay, just like a slightly off-white kind of. All right, awesome. I think that's pretty much it for the character. Yeah, I mean, like, you can, I don't want to say like it's absolute. I don't like talking in absolutes at all. Like, this is 100% done. But like, for what we're doing, I think it's almost finished. There's not really too much more we can do without kind of straying away from the style. Okay, rid of some of that. Okay, guys, so we had fun doing the character. He's pretty much done now. So let's kind of call it. And let's take this, lower it just a little bit. And I do think the pieces on his face and stuff, like the dirt and stuff, that can be kind of faded out a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. That's something that I feel like it doesn't have to be so predominant. Like kind of like the creases and shadows on his face. That's something we could probably just do to finish up. Then you can I keep saying, oh, you can do this or you can do that. It's never gonna get finished if I keep doing that. But you can add maybe like a fake eyelid to his eye if you want to. I used to do that back in the day for a couple of the games I made. I used to make like anime style games for different kind of people, and they would tend to like when I gave these characters like these heavy eyelids, and it takes some time to do, so I'm not gonna really do it really off the whim just like that. But you give these characters like these heavy eyelids, and it adds like a nice sense of style, opposed to like you know, the eye kind of being essentially just flat on his face. If you come in here and you put enough detail in, you can create kind of like this nice sense of an eyelid. Like I said, it does take time, yeah, but you know, if you want to do it, nothing's stopping you. Okay. I think that is basically it, guys. For the 17th time I said it for this character. I just don't want to let him go. Now for the bottom eyelid, you don't really want to do anything. I'm gonna see if I take this and I use the stroke very, very low. I try to emplace this piece. Okay. Alrighty. Now what I'm doing right here is I'm trying to just add like a better contrast from these. So you can see like spacing can stay around there. You can see we created a nice dark eyelash. Now I'm trying to create like some lightness underneath his eyelid to kind of bring out the eyelash. And this is a long process. Like I go over and over and over this to try to get it right, and it takes a long time. But right now you can see I'm doing it very quickly, and you can tell it shows that I'm kind of speeding through it. Alrighty. And my computer is laggy a little, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. All right, I think that's good. I think the more we go in and try to do, I'm gonna just Control Z that last part. This whole last part I did, just with the darkening the eyelid. I think the more we try to go in and do, the worse it's kind of essentially getting. I think the more subtle and you know, not out there it is, the better it can be for the style. I'll just blur this a little, and now he has like a nice sense of like an eyelid. I think I might change that to a 0.04. See that? It's a little bit more. Oh, let's just do 0.4, not 0.04. 0.4. All right. So let's take symmetry off. Let's see how we're doing with time. 52 minutes. Hit tab. And that's basically it, guys. That's our character. Substance painter, but all right. Thank you guys so much for watching. In the next video, we're going to be covering all of the buildings and stuff like that. I'm going to be showing you guys kind of a couple different ways how you can effectively create like fast textures for these buildings. So thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Steven the Vidian, and I hope you guys all have a good one.
Hey there guys, my name is Steven the Vidian, and today we're going to be going over texturing our character we created. So this is how he looks right now. We're going to go in and kind of texture him out, and yeah. So I have a couple of references. I have a reference right here. I'm going to be using this to color pick some things, and kind of try to go for that style that they created. Very simple, very easy. Nothing crazy we're doing. So let's go in by, you know, grabbing like a nice shirt color. I'll probably take the shirt color and create maybe like a nice gray with it. Then I'm gonna add a black mask, and I'm gonna fill in with the UV set tool these shirts. So I'm gonna fill in these with the shirt, and I'm gonna make sure I get only the shirt. Okay. So if I come over here, you're gonna see I'm gonna pick all of these underneath. Alrighty. Same with over here. I'm gonna pick these underneath. Okay. So I've hit one on my keyboard. I could get out of that mode, and now I can see that we blocked off the clothes pretty easily. What I'll do now is do the same thing with the pants. I'll grab like this brownish color for the pants, and I'm gonna add a black mask, and I'll do the UV set mode, and this just fills anything that has a UV set. So if it's on a set of UVs by itself, it'll fill it. Okay, and we're just trying to get just basic block off for everything right now, even for his skin. So I'm going to create this, fill in his skin. Okay. Let me fill those in. Let me grab this over here. Fill that and fill that. Make sure I didn't select anything or I'm not missing anything. And I'm using the color palette they use in the game, so I'm not missing anything essentially. Okay. Okay, let's grab his shoe color, which is like a blackish brown. We're gonna add that in now. Okay. Fill both of these. And you can fill his belt with that color too. Alright, awesome. Last thing we'll probably do is add like the hair color. So for the hair, actually, let me grab this over here. For the hair, I'll probably pick something like this. So let's see how that looks actually. Let me delete this really quick. Let me put a new layer in. Okay, and let me grab this hair color we want.
Let me put the roughness up. All right. I think that's too close to his skin color, so I'm gonna bring it down to, something like this. Okay, I'll actually color pick it one more time to see if I can get like a nice better color. Okay, I guess we'll use something like this. Use a hard brush, and the reason we're gonna use a hard brush right now is because we're gonna map out how his hair kind of looks. So let's turn symmetry on. So in the top corner, if you hover over it, it says symmetry, and you can change the axes and stuff like that. You can hide the symmetry plane, or you can show it. All right, I'm gonna scale down. Now I'm gonna draw a line kind of like right over here, and then around right here I'm gonna cave in and kind of go back into, and I'm doing this very roughly. It's not gonna look perfect right now, but I'm trying to get this to look neat. Okay. I'll fill all this. I'll hit 2 and erase some of this, and then I'll hit 1. You could switch between the erase tool and the draw tool between 1 and 2. Okay. So right now I'm just trying to get in an outline, and you don't want to necessarily go very painterly with this, because with this style at least, I tend to see that it's very simple. They use basic colors, basic shapes. You don't really go in depth into, the textures. They're not really adding too much detail with it. At least from what I see. Within the models, within the characters, within the environment, I don't tend to see a lot of things that have like a lot of detail. So you just cover in, and now I'm just filling in his head roughly. And now what you can do is we could go to our eraser tool. Let's pick the hard brush, and you can hold shift and you can drag and kind of get like these nice clean lines over here too. So if you want to like hold shift and drag and get like a nice cut over here. So over here you can start smoothing that out. Cut this over here. Okay. Alrighty, I'm gonna kind of clean this up. I want to make sure we get that curve in here. I don't want to really get rid of that curve. I think that should be good. I'll go to 1 again, and I'll fill that piece out. And I might fill this out a little bit more to get something like that. And I think we should be good now. Okay. If you want to connect it, so if you want to connect it into like a beard, which I think it would look a little bit better. I know the character that they have on display currently has a beard, so you could kind of pop out something just like this, kind of maybe get it towards the bottom a little bit better, underneath his chin, kind of go up, and then towards right around here you probably want to fill that out, come right underneath where his nose is. Like I said, we're going to do this very roughly, and we could clean all of this up later. Probably thicken this, and then I'll hit 2 on my keyboard and start cleaning some shapes up. Okay, so you can clean this up. Hit 1 to fill some out. And I even see that they have like a piece that goes up here, honestly. Yeah. Have like a piece that goes up here, kind of like a soul patch. And what I would do here is to get in where the lip is, I would create a nice black, and I'll draw in very roughly where the lip is, maybe narrow it out just like that. Okay, awesome. So now we can take the beard color, like the hair color. So let me just put this over here. Now we could take the beard or hair color and we can lighten, we can actually darken the value just a little bit. We're gonna create like a nice shadow. So I'm gonna turn the flow down. I'm gonna turn the flow down. I'm gonna turn the opacity down. Get like a nice little balance over here. And I'm gonna kind of just go in and just draw in like a shadow kind of going across here. Just like this. Just drawing in a shadow just to make it look a bit nicer. And kind of just going over it. Over here. Okay. So I'm gonna go over all these edges. And you can add some variation too. Like it doesn't have to be so like one colored. You can add some maybe variation into the color of the character's hair and stuff like that if you want to make it look a bit more vibrant and lifelike. You can add maybe some different colors, maybe some different stroke patterns to the actual hair if you want them to make him look a bit nicer and stuff like that. We'll keep it kind of like how it is right now, just because we have to texture an entire kind of scene. So I don't want to just get caught focusing on like, the character's hair. So I'll take this now and I'll lower the opacity to make it kind of smooth in a little bit nicer. And yeah. It's just a lot of playing around with it. You can keep playing around with it till you feel comfortable with what you got. Coming over here and kind of finishing this up. If you want to add some lighter colors too, you can add some. Let's turn this back to 0. Let's turn this to 0, not 1, 0. Enter. I'll add some lighter colors. And over here, you can probably add just some variation to his beard. Nothing crazy though, just very simple colors to his beard to kind of make his hair and his beard look more lifelike. I'll probably go in and I'll add like a darker brownish color right here. Let me go over here again. Let me bring down like a nice brown. Over here, I'll probably, texture in. Just like so. Start blending in the shapes a little bit. And then towards the top of his head, we'll take a lighter source. Something like this. And we'll texture in the top of his head with a lighter color value. Okay. Probably right around there. Like 2 on your keyboard, it's gonna be like kind of picky. And you could have like, if you have an online, we have it like right around here. I had another layer. Pick white as my color. I'm going to bring this underneath this black outline I did. And I'm gonna go in here and we're gonna just texture in some color value. Hit 2 on my keyboard to clean out all these outsiding pieces, and we'll fix the middle of it too, so don't worry about that. Take like a nice black again. Come down over here. And we'll draw his pupil. They have very big black pupils. I don't know why they didn't add like color variation to them, but from what I see, they look very big and black and like mundane looking. I'll draw maybe a shadow in his eye. I'll draw like a dark gray and then probably just slide just like that over. Might be a little too much of a contrast. Let me see this. I think that's a little bit better. Okay. Get something like that. Now, let's just clean up these lines. So over here, we can just clean this up a little bit just by going with our eraser tool, erasing, and then if we mess up, we can, is this the correct one? No, this is the pupil. The eye is number 6. Okay, so over here, we're just gonna use the eraser tool to kind of correct some of this. We don't have to kind of go way in and zoom way in just because this is going to be viewed from like more of a farther viewed camera. You're never going to really necessarily be zoomed in this much when you're playing or even like in a shop scene. Typically you're never going to be zoomed in this much. So okay. Gonna clean up all these other lines. Make sure there's no white kind of poking out. And I think we should be good with the eyes. So we have some generic eyes, and you can add more. Let me see where the white is. The white is, I think, right here. So I add another layer. I'll hit the brush key. I'll grab a nice dark color. I'll go to the soft brush. I'll lower the flow and I'll lower the opacity down. And underneath his eye, I'll probably just draw like a nice, let me kind of bring the opacity just up a little bit. I'll draw a nice shadow. I'll bring the flow up a little bit too. Right underneath his eye, like right around there. Draw a nice shadow. And with that, I'll just lower the opacity a little bit. And we'll add like a nice little blur to that too. Okay. Oh, that's too much. Okay. Right around there. And you could do more, and you could put in more. You know, the more time you do, the more time you put in. Just, it's going to make it look nicer, but it's going to take a little bit longer to do. So we're trying to kind of accelerate this process as fast as we can. I'm going to grab this darkish brown, and I'm color picking, of course, from the mesh that we already, that I'm kind of referencing. Pick this color over here. If you want, add a color over here. If you want, you can color pick this and then grab like a nice darker color. And then like underneath this, if you bring up the flow, underneath this, you can kind of draw in a darker opacity. Over here, you can probably lower it just a little bit too, to give it kind of like a nicer illusion. And then if you want to maybe add some light to this, you can come over here. And I recommend, if you're gonna do a lot of like painting like this, I recommend buying like a softer like 3D coat. If you're into like kind of painting your assets. If you're not, if you're more into just dragging and dropping materials, by all means, and just use like something like Mari or Substance Painter. But if you enjoy kind of the process of hand painting textures, and I think it's going to be very hard for you to kind of do this. All right, lower the opacity, and I want just like a nice in between the eyes, nice subtle stroke, and then kind of right over here. And we'll probably add some variations too over here. We're gonna actually like maybe soften some values up and stuff like that. Maybe like on the back of his ear, we'll kind of put some values in and then lower the opacity just a little bit. And it's all about repetition. It's all about, you know, adding some spots you like, and, you know, putting some spots you don't like, and then just keep on adding. All right. Why did my brush just go so small? What the heck? Okay, that was weird. Okay. Underneath his nose, I'll probably just draw in like nice piece right here, and then I'll take like a nice lighter color. Let me put the opacity up. Take a nice lighter color over here, and oh, that's way too light. Let me turn the flow and the opacity down, just because I don't want it to be that light. Kind of highlight his nose a little bit better. And then maybe add some highlights like underneath his eyes, around here. Maybe above his lip, we can add like a nice highlight. Maybe you can draw in some nice teeth if you have like the free time, you know, to make it a little bit nicer. And I'll just put in maybe like a nice bottom lip under here. Okay, take symmetry off. It's looking pretty good now. You know, he has like the very nice tired look. Probably lower the opacity a bit more. Probably add some little bit more variation maybe to his eyebrows. Is symmetry on? I don't think it is. Right here, I'll turn that on. A little bit more variation to maybe his eyebrows, and then maybe add some stuff on his forehead. Color pick, and then start blending in some of these shapes. These colors, I mean, not shapes. I'm thinking in 3D terms still. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna blend this out a little bit more. I could kind of just sit here all day, to be honest. I could probably just sit here all day and create, you know, so much more. But you have to kind of essentially finish at a point. If we just stay here all day, you know, we'll never finish. So I have to, at a certain point, call it. So for his face for right now, that's pretty good. I want to get into like other pieces, maybe like, you know, adding in some touches to his biceps and stuff like that. Maybe adding in like maybe little cuts over here. Scale this down maybe a little bit. I'm gonna turn the opacity down to around 33%. Maybe I'll add like a nice little cut over here, and then come over to like maybe where the tricep is, and you know, let me color pick this. I don't think I'm gonna add too much detail, because then I feel like I'll be taking away from the actual piece, just because what they do in their piece is like they add minimal detail. Like I'll show you right here. Over here you can see that there's not really that much going on. It's very, very subtle, very low key. It doesn't really have a lot of variation into the mesh, so I don't want to add like a lot of variation when in actuality, you know, it's not gonna be like that good. So let's grab this color. Let's grab, I think I'm gonna change our tie to like a reddish tie. We're gonna use a black mask, and we're gonna fill our tie. Fill that one too. Okay, hit 1 on our keyboard. Let's take symmetry off. We don't need that for right now. Now I'll take another color. So let's take like a nice color. Let's grab this red we just made. Let's grab like a darker. Let's grab a black, honestly. Okay, so now we have black. Let's do a soft brush, and okay, and then probably bomb. I think that's good. So a really quick way to kind of do that is just get rid of all like the lines and stuff, mask it, and then just mask it to the tie. So you can see the tie is a separate object. We can mask it to that. Now what I like to do is probably just overlay it, and then lower the opacity, and then now we have like a nice cool striped tie on the guy, which is pretty cool. I mean, nothing crazy, but pretty kind of cool for our character. Let's add another layer now. Let's use a soft brush, and let's kind of grab our pants color, bring it down. Let's see, Why is the brush like that? All right, that looked weird. Let's turn the flow down. Let's turn the opacity down a little bit too. Stroke opacity around 40%, I would say. Okay. Okay, I think we're on mask, that's why. Yeah, okay. We're definitely on the mask, so we have to overlay this mask. And then we have to create a new layer. Now that we have that new layer, we can turn symmetry on. And very subtly, we can start, texturing and maybe pieces under here. Turn the stroke down, turn the flow down. And then coming in here and maybe texturing some stuff. Same with the back side. Coming in here and texturing in some pieces. Nothing crazy though. That's the thing about this kind of style, is that they keep it very subtle and very clean. So you can see, like, if you just overlay this and then maybe just add like a subtle shadow. Same with the maybe the kneecaps. On this, I think they're using a toon shader. So on this, I don't see really any kind of kneecaps or anything like that. So I'm kind of just doing that on my own. But if you want to copy this style literally piece for piece, I don't think they even use any kind of color variation within their pieces, just because I think they have like a nice shader that they use, and then they kind of stick with that. They don't really stray off that too much. Take a nice darker color. And then towards the inner pants area, you can draw maybe a nice shadow over here. And you can see that we are taking some time on the texturing process. I'm gonna probably wear out his jeans or his pants right here. Show some lighter colors, wear it out. And then probably towards the bottom of his pants, I'll wear these out too. Come to the back. I'm gonna grab a darker color for like the behind the knee part of his leg. Oh, I'm way too zoomed in. Okay. I was way too zoomed in right there. Let me grab the behind the knee. Let me turn the flow and the opacity just up a little bit so I could get maybe like a better look, and then probably stop it right around there, and then come in, start filling some of this out. Okay. Turn the flow down and opacity down just a little bit. And you can just keep on repeating. I feel like we're over at this point right now. I think I'm going a little too much into this. I think we should probably not go this far into it. I would probably say I would stop a little before this, so we're not having to waste time by putting in detail. We could just kind of bypass this whole thing and just put one texture there, and then that's it. But I'm just trying to make it a little bit nicer, I guess, with colors and things. Since it is like a mobile game, a lot of mobile games do like hand-painted texturing and stuff like that. So I feel like it'll help a lot if we do some sort of texturing. Let me see if I can find the blur brush. Projection, paint. Smudge, clone. I guess we could smudge this out just like that. Okay. Alright. I guess that looks nice. So, it depends if you want to go into the bottom now and you know, add some creases and stuff like that. Like I was saying, the style, I'm gonna just add like a nice little highlight at the bottom of his cuff. The style is pretty simple, so to take advantage of that, you can, if you're making a game and say you only have one artist, or maybe you're a learning artist and you want to create your first game, don't try to create like an MMORPG style game for your first game. Try to use like a style such as this and take advantage of the easiness, because you can use this. Let's see if I grab a nicer lighter color and kind of highlight this above his kneecaps. You can use this style to your advantage just by, you know, creating some nice easy textures and then going over them and you know, creating like the rest of your entire project like that. But if you have, say, like buildings are like very detailed and defined, but your character is like flat shaded and looks all weird, it's going to kind of show, and it's not going to really match your game too much. So I recommend you trying to find the style and stick with it. Okay, so now underneath here, is this rough? Probably take this down, honestly. Okay. And don't worry about the scale this up a little bit. Don't worry about the getting it over on like his belt or like getting it on his hands. Just focus on, you know, texturing this kind of shadow at the bottom of his dress shirt in, because we can do that mask technique I was showing you guys before. And we're going to very roughly, you know, lower the opacity on this too, so you don't have to worry about that. And then we can come over here and then just mask it to the shirt. Yeah, actually, have to click it like that. Okay, and then click it over here. So we can mask it to the shirt, so we don't have to kind of worry about that. Like getting on the belt and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, he's looking pretty good. I would probably, you know, touch up his face a little bit more. You know, I wouldn't leave it like this. Like there is some harsh, like, you know, harsh edges over here, and I'll probably touch this stuff up and trying to clean it up. But besides that, I think it's looking pretty good, I would say, for a nice like mobile styled game. I like it. Well, I'm making it, I mean, like, I have to like it, I guess. But no, I genuinely think it's starting to come together. And like a very nice style too. Like I really like the style in which it's coming together in. Okay, let's just see how this looks a little bit better. Underneath his eyes, I kind of want to get rid of those, like, the harshness of the shadows. But I definitely do want some color variation between like his eyes and his nose. But in retrospect, this is all not going to really be seen too much, just because. Let me turn my flow and my opacity up. It's not going to be seen too much because within a game engine especially, things like this kind of get passed up on very quickly. Because from far away, your camera angle and stuff like that, it's hard to kind of see perfectly how all these strokes and stuff that you tried to do. Okay. If you want to add, I want to see very quickly. It's not going to look good. I know it's not, but if I wanted to add maybe like his teeth in there. You would probably have to go down here and then cut this off like right around there. You probably have to erase half of it, like the edges of it, but I don't think for what we would have to do to create it, I don't think it would add a lot of character. Just kind of go in and see. You can tell how pixely these lips are. They're really pixely right now, which is crazy. All right, so let's grab the black now and just on here kind of overline, just to cover up where like his lip would be. Yeah, like I was saying, I feel like for the amount that we're gonna put in to the amount that we're actually gonna see, it's not gonna be worth, you know, kind of like really the time to do it. Let's see. Come back. See, I want to see how it looks originally without the white. Yeah, I think that looks, to me, I think that looks probably better than it with the white. So I'll probably keep it something like that. I don't want to really try to stretch and make it look necessarily ugly. So I'm going to keep it probably something like that. I'll lower the opacity on this. Actually, I'll keep it around there. Let's create another layer. And now with this layer, what we're going to be doing is let's take this original color. Very quickly just fill in like a nice spot of his ear. So I'll take like this reddish, this orangish reddish color. And I'm going to, let's see if we can fill in his entire ear with this color. Because from what I see, the ear on the mesh, if I bring this over, you can see the ears on the side. They're like a different pigment color than what the rest of his face is. And I kind of want to replicate that style. I might just fill this in, and then I might go and lower the opacity or do like an overlay so it's not like very excessively doesn't look very excessively different, but you kind of just see it, how it looks. So let me just fill this out, fill the rest of this out just by going down. I'll hit 2 on my keyboard, and I'll probably just erase all of this on the bottom. And like I said, I'll probably just take this now, I'll lower the opacity to something like that. And let's go back to our brush, and let's pick like the darker color, because they have a very quick way of creating like this darker hole within the ear. I'm gonna use my mouse, honestly, and I'm gonna just let me try to get it a little bit cleaner. Okay, so, and then I'll just fill it in with my brush. And that could be the inner part of the ear. So we have the ear and the character's face. If you want to add some detail to his shoes, like to make it weird, like he's in a Royale and he's been running or something, just maybe like take a nice bright brush, turn the flow down, turn the opacity down a little. And kind of maybe, well, that's way too bright. Turn the flow down way more than that, maybe around 10. I think that's just too bright of a color, maybe something like that. Playing around with it. Okay. Maybe try to smooth that out a little. Maybe towards just the tip of his shoes. You can just add some nice highlights to it. And yeah, if you want, they don't really do anything to his shirt, but if you want to do something to your guys' shirt, maybe add some variation to it. I would probably take symmetry off. I'm gonna try to add like a pocket. Let me see how that would look. Let's turn the flow and the stroke up, and let me see if I can get like a mediocre pocket in here. It's gonna be pretty hard to scale it in. I'll probably put it right around there. can see that it's kind of hard to like get it right because it's kind of at a different angle a lot. So let's erase this. Yeah, we're gonna probably have to turn wireframe mode on. So let's show wireframe. I don't think that's gonna help at all though, not gonna lie. All right, with wireframe, we're probably gonna have to come here, 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 and here. See how that looks. See how it cuts like from a downward angle? From straight on, it doesn't look bad. But if you look at it from the downward angle, it does look a little bit rough. But from what I'm thinking is, you're never gonna really see it from that angle. So I don't think that's necessarily a problem. Okay, so probably just lower the opacity on this. And you know, we could just call that as a pocket. If you want to add more, maybe like some shadows in there, you can. So if you lower the opacity on this, maybe a little, and then create a layer underneath it, and you lower your flow really low, and then you lower your opacity just as low, and you come over here. If you want to add, okay, let's lower the flow again, and then lower the opacity. If you want to add like some shadows, kind of like within this. Let me just finish this really quick. You can do so, and then you can probably add shadows along the entire mesh. To be honest, like underneath his armpits and stuff like that. Maybe around his shirt. Let me turn symmetry on. Underneath his chin, we can add a little bit of shadows. A darker shadow going over there. If you want to add some more shadows, like I said, some more detail on his head, you can do so. But I think generally this is looking kind of well put and stuff. I'll probably just, last thing I'll do is I'll add maybe like a, what color should I add for the belt buckle? I think maybe like a, not gold obviously, but maybe like a golden color. Something like, let me pump the roughness up, something like that. Maybe something like that, and then fill this in. So let's fill this just like that. Hit 1 on our keyboard, and then bam, we have a nice golden color. And now what I'll do is I'll go to my alphas, and we'll pick maybe like a cool little, let me just get rid of that. Okay, we'll pick like a cool little like emblem thing, maybe you know, to have something, maybe the Substance Painter logo. You can pick that and then add a new layer. Oh, not a fill layer, sorry. Add a new layer, pick the Substance logo. Put it to white, turn the flow up, turn this up. Scale this all the way down, and then bam. Put it right there. Does that look cool? I don't know. I think that looks better as black. I think that's like the only logo we have that's not bad. You can make your own logo, obviously, if you're creating like a game and you want to, you know, have your own logo placed in there. You can obviously create your own, but yeah, that is basically it. I'll do some touch-ups for the end, just to kind of have it, you know, not finished, but like have something to touch up towards the end. Like maybe I'll, you know, add some creases over here, and then like, you know, space out underneath the armpits. Really get this going. Just adding some basic shadows to play off of. So we have some color variation. I know we don't have a lot, but it's nice to have some. You know, and I'll just kind of texture this in. Maybe get like a dark color again. Oh, not that. No, that's his skin color. Okay. Right around here. Yeah, you can tell the opacity is way too high on this. And the flow is way too high. So I'm going to lower these both. I just think with the style that we have, it doesn't really like play off well, like having creases kind of like along his back and stuff. I think it doesn't really play off well. I mean, maybe to other people, like it's the best. It's the best style to have, but I just think personally, like it doesn't really like for me. It doesn't really look good when it's like that. So. If everything's nice and simple, I tend to try to keep things nice and simple. If things are kind of like complex and stuff, like talking within like textures and stuff, if we have like complex objects and things like that, I tend to try to make, you know, the rest of the scene complex. But I don't want to just make like one thing a certain way. Okay, I'll just add maybe like a couple more. Probably like this will be like the last one, probably. Blend this out. I'll tilt it up. I don't really like that one, not gonna lie. Not really liking the whole creases in general, to be honest. I don't really like it. Let's hide this. And the last piece I'll probably do is I'll take this collar, I'll bring the color down. Okay, and then I'll add this and I'll fill it. So the color is like slightly different, and I like that. So it's not the same, so it gives it like a nicer touch. How about if we made it black? No, that's not. That doesn't work. Okay, just like a slightly off-white kind of. All right, awesome. I think that's pretty much it for the character. Yeah, I mean, like, you can, I don't want to say like it's absolute. I don't like talking in absolutes at all. Like this is 100% done. But like for what we're doing, I think it's almost finished. There's not really too much more we can do without kind of straying away from the style. Okay. Rid of some of that. Okay, guys. So we had fun doing the character. He's pretty much done now. So let's kind of call it. And let's take this, lower it just a little bit. And I do think the pieces on his face and stuff, like the dirt and stuff, that can be kind of faded out a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. That's something that I feel like it doesn't have to be so predominant. Like kind of like the creases and shadows on his face. That's something we could probably just do to finish up. Then you can I keep saying, oh, you can do this or you can do that. It's never gonna get finished if I keep doing that. But you can add maybe like a fake eyelid to his eye if you want to. I used to do that back in the day for a couple of the games I made. I used to make like anime style games for different kind of people, and they would tend to like when I gave these characters like these heavy eyelids, and it takes some time to do, so I'm not gonna really do it really off the whim just like that. But you give these characters like these heavy eyelids, and it adds like a nice sense of style, opposed to like you know, the eye kind of being essentially just flat on his face. If you come in here and you put enough detail in, you can create kind of like this nice sense of an eyelid. Like I said, it does take time, yeah, but you know, if you want to do it, nothing's stopping you. Okay. I think that is basically it, guys. For the 17th time I said it for this character. I just don't want to let him go. Now for the bottom eyelid, you don't really want to do anything. I'm gonna see if I take this and I use the stroke very, very low. I try to emplace this piece. Okay. Alrighty. Now what I'm doing right here is I'm trying to just add like a better contrast from these. So you can see like spacing can stay around there. You can see we created a nice dark eyelash. Now I'm trying to create like some lightness underneath his eyelid to kind of bring out the eyelash. And this is a long process. Like I go over and over and over this to try to get it right, and it takes a long time. But right now you can see I'm doing it very quickly, and you can tell it shows that I'm kind of speeding through it. Alrighty. And my computer is laggy a little, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. All right, I think that's good. I think the more we go in and try to do, I'm gonna just Control Z that last part. This whole last part I did, just with the darkening the eyelid. I think the more we try to go in and do, the worse it's kind of essentially getting. I think the more subtle and you know, not out there it is, the better it can be for the style. I'll just blur this a little, and now he has like a nice sense of like an eyelid. I think I might change that to a 0.04. See that? That's a little bit more. Oh, let's just do 0.4, not 0.04. 0.4, all right. So let's take symmetry off. Let's see how we're doing with time. 52 minutes. Hit tab. And that's basically it, guys. That's our character. Our Battle Royale character, in a nutshell. There's a lot of things we could fix up. His beard and stuff. We could probably, you know, do some things. But overall, that's our character. You guys all have a good one.
Hey there guys, my name is Steven Davidian, and today we're going to be covering the last session of this tutorial series. Okay, so within this session we're going to be going over creating the buildings for the map. So in the last session we created this character for the Battle Royale scene. This is kind of how he looks. He's like a mundane kind of hero character. You know, he doesn't look amazing, but I think he fits the style of the game pretty well. So that's our character. So we can very quickly file, export textures, and then export these textures. And what we're going to be doing here, in order to save mass amounts of batches for the game, we're going to be using one texture map. So in order to use that, you can take, you know, you can take this, you can unwrap it. All right, let's go into texture mode. Now what you can do here is line up these textures and you can make these textures almost kind of like this. Basically, like, we don't have to use any additional texturing software. We're just mapping out the colors through these. And it helps a lot more than you would think. So over here I'll darken that, give it a nice little edge. You know, on the top you want to, you know, keep it a lot lighter. Let's see if we lighten this up a little bit, like a lot more. I think it looks better like that.
very subtle. So that's what we're gonna essentially do. We're gonna take objects, so like a building. Let's just say a building, for example. Let's unwrap this entire building. Okay. I don't know why it's not showing. Let me unwrap this. Okay. So let's take this over here. Just for example, you know, we'll take the entire building. Let's just say we want it for maybe like a light blue color like that. Actually, since it's like a kind of kiddie game, we'll actually make it maybe like a tannish color. If you want to be more mundane, maybe like a grayish color. And with these now, you're going to take all these windows. So you're going to take all the windows where, you know, glass would be presented. And we're going to be creating, we're going to just be moving these UVs on a light blue part. So something like that. Now you could do it light blue, you could do it black. It really depends on your style, whatever you like. I like to tend to do it on like a light blue style. Something along the lines of that. And now I'll come over here and I'll further go on and create more over here. Let's do backslash to just zoom into this only. So this is a very efficient way in creating all your textures on one map essentially. You can have these all placed on one. Definitely take the time to create, like, maybe whether it's a texture atlas, whether it's a palette texture like this. It helps. Maybe it could be a darker shadow there to show you that it's placed within the building. Okay. Get something like that, and then bring that down to a darker place, and then you get something like that. So it's a very simple place, a very simple piece that we could do. And you see it automatically fits in with the style. Now stuff like cars and things like that, we unwrap these. I think because these are joints, it's causing issues. So let me see if I can unjoin these. So let me separate this by selection. Let me take that. Now let me unwrap it and let's see how that looks on the texture. Let me open a material file over here. Okay, so let's open this material file and let's make this car like maybe like a nice bright yellowish color. You can hit backslash, so this is the only thing present that we're seeing. I recommend having ambient inclusion on. It helps a lot with the shadows, makes it a lot nicer. You know, pick that nice glass color over here. Move that inwards. Totally on this piece, we'll make this kind of like a metallic color. Now these obviously will make them red, but the outer parts, I'll make them maybe a darker red, and then on the inner parts, I'll make it a much lighter red. Okay, something like that. On the headlights, we'll select them and we'll kind of take the basics of what we were just doing. Maybe select a nice brighter yellow, and then on the sides, take a darker approach, maybe darken the values down. These pieces, we can take this and probably move it to like a darker. And then on the back of it, like the back facing piece. Oh, I'm not selecting anything. All right. Okay, I'm making sure I select both of these. Okay, awesome. On this piece, you know, we can make it dark and black. Something in there, and then the tires, obviously, you want to make. You don't want to keep them yellow. You probably want to make those black too, and then, you know, you could probably come in here, select these rims on this guy, make these like more of a silverish color, and it's basically just playing around with different values, at least from what I've come about doing it. I mean, if you're gonna go for a low poly style like this, you want to keep things you know, within a different shade. You don't want to have it like super detailed, because there's no point. I mean, if you're already going for a low poly style game, like, oh, this is a cop car, isn't it? Pretty sure this is a cop car. That's why the lights are on. Okay, so since this is a cop car, this changes the whole game. So we got to take this piece, got to make this white. I think on the back side of a cop car, it is black, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So you can see I'm just very roughly going over these pieces. It's nothing, it's not rocket science, you know. Let me move this over here. Oh, no, wrong thing. Over here. Okay. So I think that's like that, and then the front of it is also black, I think. I'm not 100% sure. Let me just Google it really quick, just so I know kind of how it diversifies the cop cars. Yeah, it's the front and back are black, so these pieces are black. At least from the reference I'm looking at right now. I'm sure there's cop cars where it's inverted, but from the reference I'm looking at now, they tend to keep these colors black. So we take this, push it black, and then bam, we got a nice cool cop car. We'll take this, we'll push this on the gray value, something like that. Actually, we'll make it a little bit darker. Probably push it right around there. And blue, I think, tends to be on this side, so we'll take the nice blue, you know, and then red tends to be on this side. Take that nice red, and then on this and this, pop them up just like that. Okay, it's a cool little cop car now. Very quickly, very efficiently. We didn't really waste too much time with it. We just, you know, made it quick. And you can go in and add more details and stuff like that. I'm kind of keeping it very simple, very casual right now. I'm gonna move this over just a little bit. Just trying to make it like part of this style. We're not like doing any AAA groundbreaking technology, because that would take a long time to do for a tutorial of this manner. So we're just trying to kind of get the best with what we got. So I think that's pretty good for right now. Let me see if I could do maybe a little stretch. No, I don't think that's gonna work. All right, so we'll save this. We'll backslash. So the cop car is ready. Yeah, I'm gonna just separate these so I have them separated. Set this to origin. Move the texture up, and we have to kind of delete that texture and then reopen another texture. So reopen the materials. Where's the M? Material color. Okay. Now this car can just be your generic like middle of the road kind of car. You can make this car, you know, maybe like that yellowish that we were originally talking about that we wanted to do, and then we could take these values over here and then move them to like the light blue side, and then you can tell that it's generally the same car. We just added some different details to the other one. Okay, go around here and here. Make it a little bit darker on this side, and just kind of trying to fix this up. Trying to make it as nice as we can. Okay. Let's fix all this up. Make it silver, maybe like a lighter silver. Same with this. Same with this. And same with this. All right. So make it nice and light. And the front, we're gonna make these headlights a little bit lighter. Maybe making it like a nice yellowish color. And we're just replicating what we just did on the other side. So, you know, making this maybe like a metallic color, and then coming alongside these edges over here, and then selecting them, and then creating like a darker color around the edge, stuff like that, just to make it a bit nicer. So that's the second kind of car. We have one style of the building. Separate by selection, set to origin of geometry. We'll backslash, and then we will add the new image. So you can see we're always using one color, which is really good. We don't want to kind of be maneuvering around with different kind of colors, just because that's when it tends to start messing up with the style of the game. If we have like very saturated colors or very like hue diverse colors, like different hues in there and stuff like that, it'll start messing up the look of the game. So probably make these windows black. Okay, bring that over there, and you can see it's kind of repetitive what I'm doing. It's not super entertaining, but it's kind of essential, especially if you're creating for a game. You kind of want to see that, you know, what you're creating, you have to kind of optimize it to the max abilities. You want to make sure that's not just mundane and boring looking. It's kind of, you know, optimized to the max. So let's take this, you know, let's bring this probably over right here, and probably make the door like a nice dark gray color, and yeah. Select all of these. Okay. Now I'll just move them up just to see, like, you know, grab a nicer color over here. Underneath here, I'll probably create a nice darker color, just so you can see kind of like how we would do it. And I'll kind of go in and I'll redo a couple, but you get the general idea of how, you know, we would go about doing it. So we select all of these. Let me separate this too. Set to origin. Let's take this material off. Let's re-add another material and unwrap this. Okay, let's go to texture mode. Scale down. And maybe let's make a probably a more towards like a maybe neutral, like a brown or tan. So that one's gray. Kind of want to maybe make like a yellowish. It's a pretty ugly yellow, if I do say so myself. Probably a building like that. Even though that's not the prettiest building, I wouldn't really want to walk into this building, but these players don't walk into the building, so I guess it's fine. Okay, selecting all of these edges, these faces, to kind of fill out this entire mesh. And it does get a bit redundant, you know, when you're creating it. It's hard not to. It's gonna get redundant inevitably. Let's hit backslash. But we try, I guess. Try to make it a little diverse. And it's hard to make like things look really nice with like shades, like palette shades like this. It's harder than it looks because you don't really have that much leeway. You kind of just have like a couple shades of different colors. You don't really have that much to do, so. All right. Let's make a couple different ones over here. We'll move this to like a generator box. Maybe like make it like that color. Same with this. Make it like a darker color, and then at the top of these, make it maybe like a black, and then, you know, at the rim, maybe make it a little lighter, nothing crazy. Right around there. Over here, thinking to make this maybe like a woodish color. And then as it's facing, I'll probably make it a lighter wood. And then these two pieces, probably also make them a woodish color. And then in here, probably make this a darker color, something like that. And then towards the middle, probably make that black. Okay. Looks not bad. Pretty good. Pretty good for just moving shapes around. We're not really doing anything. We're not going into Substance Painter and kind of, you know, texturing all these assets like piece by piece. For what we're doing, it's not bad. You can quickly generate mass amounts of different kind of style of maps and stuff very quickly with this texturing approach, because you bypass that whole entire time of waiting and having to unwrap like perfect, because you realize you don't have to unwrap in this method. Unwrapping is technically useless. You don't really have to do any of that kind of stuff. So you kind of bypass. The only thing you don't get, I would say, is you don't get like the diversity within the buildings. But from the style of game that we're kind of creating, we don't necessarily need that. Okay, these are all together. We need to separate these now. All right, let's open this up. Let's add another material. Let me see how we're doing with time. Doing pretty good with time. Okay. Let's move this to a green. We gotta find like the exact green that, you know, is replicated. All right, so this over here, and then this is gray, because this is like the launch pad. Actually, you know what? I'll make this a little bit lighter. And then I'll make the side piece a little bit darker, okay? So that's like grayish. And then over here, yeah, this is a very small piece. Okay, over here, I want to make this grass a little bit darker. Maybe even a little bit darker than that. And then like that. Okay, awesome. That's like a nice little dark spot of grass. Over here, you know, you create like a, I mean, like, I think we can just duplicate this maze though. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think we have to have our own maze. We don't have to create two mazes. So more focus on, let me delete that. More focus on this part. Let's separate this by selection. Let's, you know, open a new material up. Let's unwrap it. Okay, I didn't do that correctly. All right. So let's separate by selection. Let's delete this. Open a brand new material. Unwrap. And now I think it's right around here. The color that we use. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So it's backslash to only zoom into this. Let's take that. And let's take that. And we'll move this down to like right around there. Okay. So that's basically it. All we need for that. Now all of them are basically filled up. Okay, let's unwrap, select. We're just gonna kind of make our tree now. Now this is something that hand painting it would be cool, you know, to do. Not gonna lie, would be probably pretty fun to create like a nice hand painted texture. But in this case, we kind of have to create and make it in a certain way, so we kind of can't. So okay, so I'm gonna get something like that. Let me see if I make this a little bit lighter. How would that make it look? I think that makes it look a little bit cool. No? I think that looks a little bit nice. I mean, it is a very style look, but let me save this. But if you have them duplicated everywhere, I think it'll fit within the scene. This is something we're gonna have to separate. So separate by selection, and then select that, unwrap it, and then open it. Open the brand new material, and you can tell, you can feel the repetitiveness of this. Okay, well, okay, open material folder. Why isn't this opening? File, open, okay, materials. All right, I was getting a little scared. I was like, what the heck is this? All right, now let's take this and create like the base for the helicopter. Usually, from what I've seen, helicopters are gray. No? From what I've seen, at least, they tend to be like grayish colored. So we're gonna start off with that. And I want to get the big things out the way before we import, because you guys can, you know, create your own little style after we import. But like, you know, this is not rocket science. You guys can create your own like styles of this, but I want to make sure that, you know, it's all done and out the way before we do that. Okay, let's hit backslash so we can just zoom in only on this. Okay. I'm going to take all these top faces, I'm going to lighten them up, just like so. Take this front mirror, or not mirror, or window, probably darken it, blacken it out, I would say, if it's going to be like a pilot ship or something about that manner. I think it should be darkened out. I'll probably lighten this out, make it a little bit lighter, and then over here, probably darken it a lot. Okay, and then these pieces over here. I'll select these pieces and I'll darken them. Oh, I'm not in the texture mode. I'll darken them, and then same with these pieces. I'll select these. Maybe I'll make them. Actually, I kind of want to keep everything on like an accent. I'll like have everything like on a certain like little piece. I don't want it to be like different pieces and different stuff. I want it to be kind of like corresponding. So okay. Selecting these. Same with these. And I know that we're singled out to individual colors, but you kind of have to make the most with it, or else, you know, it's gonna look boring. So try to kind of, you know, do the most with it. Like I said, or else it's gonna look boring. We don't like it when it looks boring. It's just boring, you know. Alright, so move this over here. Take the faces of these spinners. I don't know if these pieces on the helicopter should be like this, but, or I don't know if they should be like black. I'm making them kind of like a bluish color, just to change up the kind of feel of it. And this is kind of where like the palette shading, you'll see using one texture map like this that are just pure colors, we can't really add like a design or like put like a logo on it, but there's ways to kind of get around that and do that within like Unity and stuff like that. So put like a stamp or something about that manner on it. You can get around doing that. You can bypass that part, create a really nice and cool looking thing. Okay, make it nice and nice looking. So that's a pretty cool helicopter if you do ask me. Maybe make like a little darker piece right here, and then just trying to select the bottom, like the belly of the copter. Probably darken this up too. Just like that. That's probably it. That's probably all I would do. If you want to, maybe lighten up the top of it, but I think the contrast might be a little too high to do that. Yeah, I think it's too harsh. So I would probably leave it around there. Save this. Let's hit backslash so it's in the scene. Nice little helicopter. You could change the wing colors too if you want. So I don't know what color their wings, their propeller things would kind of be. I don't know if they would be like black or like dark gray or something like that. I think that looks a little bit more realistic looking. All right. For this piece, we'll probably just put it on like a black on black surface and then lighten it up. And that's probably it for that piece. We don't want to kind of do too much. Okay. Now a couple more things, just like adding the houses and stuff like that. Let's separate all of these by selection. Come over here, separate this. And then separate this. Okay. So since this is all separated now, go to texture mode. Take that texture off. We'll open a brand new texture. We'll add the material. And now we'll create our little house. Our colonies. So we'll make our little house. And I'm using kind of some of the reference from the game, because they do have like a piece of like a house in their game, so kind of using that reference already to help me out a lot. Okay, over here and bring that over there. So that's kind of the bottom part of our house, and this is a very boring looking house, but it's kind of like what the game entails. Backslash, because you don't want to focus in on these things. These are kind of things that are just there, and you know, you populate the map with it. These aren't like main pieces of assets that you like fix up and make look nice. These are just little pieces that, you know, you put in, and they kind of just populate the map, and they just fit. Okay, so take that. I'll remove these pieces, and I'll grab like maybe like a nicer yellow. I'll take all the roofs and I'll make them like a nicer brownish color, and then I'll take all the top sides of the roofs and I'll lighten these up, just like, cause like makes it look like a reflection is hitting it. And then within here, you know, take these browns, maybe get a nice dark brown in here. I think these yellows are too harsh. I feel like this is like a yellow, like a pure yellow. I think they should be kind of more saturated. Maybe like that. Or maybe even more towards the orangish side. If I hit backslash, maybe something like that. Let me move this up to right around there. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. And then this one is the same thing. It's kind of redundant. That's why I don't want to really redo everything, because it's kind of like, okay. Okay, let me merge this to center. This is all out of whack. So let me scale this down, bring this over. These are our light poles, you know. This will be very helpful for us to probably see throughout the map and stuff. So we want to make sure that, you know, these are looking pretty good. Grab that, make it a nice light color. Hit backslash so we only see this. And over here, probably take the rest of that and then create a nice, maybe bright yellowish color. And then at the top, create an even brighter color like that. And you can maybe make it shine too if you want. Alright, it's looking pretty cool. Just trying to see like different designs and stuff like that. Just adding some different stuff to it. Okay. Let's save that. And now we're starting to, you know, get our map looking pretty decent, you know? Making it look a lot better. Like over here, honestly, I might have to switch some things up over here, like the colors. Just the color of the building. I think we should just try to find like a better color. Even if it's like, let's try like a light purple. Even like that, I feel like is more vibrant and it pops everything out more. Okay, so we have this one, we have that one, we have that one, and now I think we need this last one. I think that's the last one. Oh no, we have this one too we have to do. Okay, let's not forget about that. Let's unwrap that one. Now these pieces over here, I know from the reference that I was seeing, I want to make them like a nice dark red. Now the middle piece I probably want to make more towards like a grayish color. Okay, and then the top, probably make it more of a dark gray, or actually more of maybe like a neutral, like a nice, like, see if I can get like a nice whitish gray, maybe something like that. And then this big AC vent can be, you know, maybe a dark blue like that. And if you have a reference to kind of see all this stuff and see how this kind of have like a nice guide, it's gonna help a lot. I'm kind of just going off the whim now. I don't really have any kind of guide. Just have a small skew of what I think it's supposed to look like. But in no entirety am I sure. I'm just kind of guessing. Okay, so over here, let's get some nice windows on each side. These are some huge windows if you really think about it in actuality. Like if this was supposed to be a realistic scene, these are some big windows. Okay. And then it would be cool to actually texture on some streaks and stuff like that to the windows. Like if we were doing like hand painted texturing and things like that. Maybe add some dirt and cobble, or maybe some brick stones to this, but there's no real need with the style that we're trying to accomplish. Just try to get stuff like that in, and then, you know. Actually, we want to make it darker. I'm sorry, excuse me. Okay, make it a nice little darker. And then maybe take this and make this a little bit lighter. This is actually bothering me a little. I don't really like this color combination. Probably darken this out a little bit. So let's get something like that. And then I'll lighten this up. And I'll probably drag these two colors down to the bottom to get something like that. Okay. Time for this railing part. Take this piece, bring it in right around there, and then bring that in. Trying to fix all of these pieces up. Okay. Super fun. Alrighty. I'm gonna move this. This, and you can create a pretty wild modular setup if you take your time with these pieces. You can create a really nice setup, actually, to be honest, if I'm being frank. Like, you take these little buttons, all these little bolts, I would say, overly sized bolts, which is like a nice way in a style, like a style game like this, to do, because it kind of fits so well with it. Hit backslash if you want to add some touches, maybe like over here on the top side, you can maybe lighten this up. Okay, like over here and over here. Okay, lighten all these up, just scroll up, and then you could probably do some more stuff, but for right now I think that's around good. If we were doing something maybe more along the lines of like texturing within substance paper, we could probably add like a nice shadow along the wall to show you that like it's casting a shadow. We can probably add some grunge and things like that along the wall, but I think that looks decent for now. And then probably one of the last things, I think. Oh, well, we have to separate these actually. Separate, move by selection. And let me grab a new set of a new color. Go into texture. So let's open the new color, material. Okay, that's a house. See, I'm looking for this. Open, and then open the new material color. Why is it? Okay. Select, open, open the new material, Jesus. So here we're gonna probably create like a nice dark bluish color, and this one I'm gonna show you what we're gonna do with this. Let's take these pieces. It's gonna be really easy to create like an alternative piece for this. I'll show you how. Okay, so you're gonna take this blue, and then you're gonna darken this value. You're gonna come over here, select the rims of this, like the sides of this, and then you can darken this value to right around there. Okay, and it makes it pop a little bit more. So you come around here, darken the edges. You have like a handle on that side that we'll do in a second. And then when we're done with this, I'll show you in a second when we're done what we can kind of do really quickly. Let's hit backslash just to focus on this. And you can place things like this, like these crates. You can place things like this all over the map. Like you don't even have to worry about anything. You could place kind of, you know, objects like this wherever you please, honestly. Okay, I'm gonna probably darken this value, honestly. Same with over here. I'll probably take these and I'll darken the value. So I'll darken this value to right around there. And I'll take this and I'll make this more like a metal piece. So I'm gonna make it more of like a grayish color. Okay, I'll take these. I'll make it, like I said, more of like a grayish color, and then underneath this, I'll darken that. I'll darken these a little bit, and then I'll lighten the top of it a little bit. And then, boom, you got like a nice little handle. If you want to darken the bottom of it, you can, but I don't think it's necessary. Now, let's duplicate this. Very easy. You just select this entire row, and if you want to have a red one, boom, you have a red one. Duplicate it. If you want to have a gold one or like a yellowish one, boom, you have a yellowish one. And you could just, you know, since we already have it all placed out, we could just make, necessarily, if you want, infinite ones. So we can select these three colors. I would say that's good enough. And we can place these later on wherever we choose. This last piece over here, though, let's open this. And let's scale this. I think we did this for you guys already. We're just reiterating it now. So we have the water right here. Okay. On the top of these, we're going to lighten up this value. Over here and over here. Okay. Okay, how do you... These edges over here, And we're gonna take this, lighten that up. Take the bottom piece, we'll darken the bottom piece, the entire piece, and then over here we'll darken this a little bit more, and probably select a couple different variations. I'll probably select something like that and have it pour like essentially the water out of it. Okay, move this over here. This can essentially pour the water out. And we have the water essentially like there too. And if you want to add some variation to the water, you can. I'm not though, but if you want to, you can. Okay, this house over here, probably one of the last things we need to do. So take it, make it like a neutral color. Take these, make them the brown, and then lighten these values just a bit. Select these doors. I wish we added windows to this too. I think it would have been a lot nicer of a look if we had windows in here, but that's okay, I guess. That's a duplicate, we don't need that. I think we have everything we essentially need. Besides this building right here. So separate by selection. Oh, no. I want to redo that. Separate by selection. Set to origin. Delete that. And we're going to add a new material color. Let's come over here to textures. Let's add a new material color, and let's very quickly, you know, go in and make like a building. I think we'll make maybe like a just for the fun of it. I just Control Z really quick. Hold on. Just for the fun of it, we'll make a pink building, just because. I mean, might as well. Okay, select all of these. And with this way, you can see we created in very short amount of time. We created an entire city almost, you know, in this amount of time. I would really recommend when you're doing this to, since you're gonna bypass all that, like you're gonna have so much speed when you're creating these assets. I would also recommend having difference in between each one, creating the diversity in between each individual asset. So when you go in and you create like buildings, you can create like different worlds, maybe even different for the maps too. Like have it be like ridiculously different for each map and stuff like that. And it'll kind of shock the user if you have all that content, even though it's simple and stuff. Like Minecraft's not made like this by any means, but I'm gonna use just Minecraft as an example of a game that's art style isn't really impactful, but the fact that you can do a multitude of things with that set art style is what makes, I think, the game so like amazing, because like you can do kind of anything you want with that style. And I think that draws in a lot of people, the fact that you can kind of do anything. So like I would recommend if you're making, say, like a Battle Royale game, you can make these simple assets and kind of have them almost repeat, you know, have them be able to kind of, let me select this over here really quick too. Oh, let me move this. Have them be able to have it be able to kind of be a different map each time they play, kind of wow the player and make them feel like, oh, this is a different game. These developers actually put a lot of time and effort into it. And I feel like that will come up, that will help you bring your game up in a better light if you do stuff like that. At least I think so. But at the end of the day, what do I know, you know? I'm not really the smartest person about game development. Okay, so let's save this and backslash. So we made a pink building, which I don't know why we did, but we did. I could delete these. Just making sure, like, we duplicated these cars, so we could delete the cars too. Just making sure everything is kind of set and everything is done. And it does look like everything is set and everything is done. So, with that being said, let's open up Unity. Unity Hub. Let's open that guy up. What we're going to do is we're going to put in the map. Let's create a new project, and we'll call this project BR map. Creating that now. Okay. So as I'm creating that, I'll have, you know, we're gonna have to kind of select these and separate these pieces. Separate by selection. Separate by selection. Okay. So we're just separating all of these, setting each of them to the origin of the geometry. Okay. I want all of this to be set in. Okay. Awesome. Cars are even set. Okay, this one needs to be set to geometry. That is set. Everything's pretty much set. How about this tree? That is set. All right. Let's title this Unity Project. Okay. Let's open up Unity. Let's come in here. Let's drag our Unity project in. And we need our one material color, actually. Let me find that as it's kind of booting up. Actually, I think if I just type in material, what's it called? Material what? Material slash color. Okay. Open file location, and then I'll drag this in. Awesome. So if I bring this entire project in, bam, you can see I have essentially everything in. I put this shader on. I'll put this shader on all of these. And this shader will cover up basically like all of these buildings and stuff, just because it was made all with one texture. Actually, where's the character? Matter of fact, oh, it's right here. For the sake of this, I'm gonna scale him up, and I need to find his textures. Just give me a second. Just gonna go grab his textures from our substance painter folder, or if you use something else, like a different folder or something like that, then yeah, by all means find them within that folder. I found them right here. I'll bring it in. It's only one texture. Drag this over and I'll place it on him. I'll hit F. You can have it standard. You can unlit it too. So it's an unlit texture. That's way too big though. Let's move it over like to this way, and it's very glossy and shiny, so we would get rid of that. Let's do a mobile. Let's see unlit texture. Okay, that looks pretty cool, I would say. Doesn't really match necessarily the style of this, but let's see if we change this to unlit to texture. Okay, that looks pretty nice. Over here, you know, just keep on adding the materials. So that material goes over here, material goes over there. Just adding all the materials to this unlit style. This is just something I very quickly made. I just put the unlit shader on there. It's not necessarily gonna be an unlit shader. You can have your own shader of choice, but yeah, oh nope, I don't want to put another Unity project in there. Just populate all these buildings and bring in all of the rest of this. Putting these on all the cars, and we only have one texture, well, two textures realistically, but bomb. That's basically it. We basically have our bottom base, so this right here, and we can match these up. So bomb. And then I'll take this over here. I'll match these. I'll select all of these bottom pieces. Let me hit F to kind of focus in. Let me hit F again. I'm used to blenders focusing in. Okay, I'll push these in. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this piece in. And I'm doing this very like eyeball-y. Like it's not supposed to be done like this. But I'm just doing it off my eye, like what I see. F, and I'm pushing this in. Okay, so this is kind of just what I see, and you can very quickly tell, like, if I start, how do you duplicate in here? Okay, if I start just very quickly duplicating trees and stuff. And start maybe like I'm just like duplicating them. I'm not gonna even like scale and rotate these trees. If I start duplicating trees, you can see very quickly that you can make like a very cool style map using these trees. You can use these shipment crates over here, and if you don't want to be boring and like align them in one certain way, you can use E in Unity to like rotate these, and then maybe take some crates and maybe put them on top of each other, just like that. Yeah, you could do a bunch of stuff, and I'm just kind of showing you the bare minimum. We just have all the assets now, so that's kind of the main point. So we have all the assets, and you can just from here make whatever you kind of want, You can duplicate this. Oh. Okay. Select that. Wait, select that. Okay. Why is it selecting everything? Duplicate. Okay, rotate. And then duplicate this one. I think this is hovering, you have to bring this down a bit more. This one's hovering in space. So yeah, guys, that's kind of it. I'm over here, I'm just like trying to like populate it more, but all in all, that's basically it. We have our character over here, our little guy that we made, looking pretty cool, looking pretty clean within 3D space. You probably fix his head a little bit. You can see over here. Probably fix his head, but from the view that we're gonna be seeing him at, I don't think it's gonna matter, to be honest. So if you wanted, you could fix his head. And yeah, I'll probably go in and create all of the variations of this, so we have it, and then I'll probably drop it in the project files. Like this will all be finished out for you guys, so you're not gonna have to do anything on your own. I'm gonna kind of do everything already for you, and then I'll have it within the project files, all the texture maps, well, it's only a couple, but you know, the texture maps we use, stuff like that, all the buildings, all the assets, the blend file, everything you need to have to create, you know, these styles of buildings and things like that. One texture for all of this, and it's pretty easy, it's pretty simple, it's self-explanatory, so you're going to be able to kind of use whatever you want, and you're going to be able to kind of have like all these little cool things to play with. Like, you know, even if you don't want to make a Battle Royale game, say you want to make another style game, you have like these you know, maybe these different style trees that you can use within your game. You know, maybe scale a tree up. Yeah, I'm being just redundant now. I'm just saying the same thing over and over again. Okay. So I'm not a level designer, so I'm not gonna sit here and redo and make every single level. But all in all, this is kind of the Battle Royale scene. We have our main character, which is over here. Let me go to for the 500th time to him. Bomb. Let's name him Chad or Bernard or something. Nice clean textures on him, looking sharp, looking nice. Probably do a little more touching to the wrinkles and stuff, but you know, the hair and everything's looking pretty clean. The houses, you know, there's not supposed to be anything special. The buildings, the city, you probably need to just add more of these things. So, you know, more things maybe like garbage cans, traffic cones, street lights, things like that to kind of fill up the map a little bit more to make it not so static looking. But all in all, that is basically it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Steven the Video, and I hope you guys learned something from this tutorial series, and I hope all of you guys have a good day. See ya.